Good morning, everybody. Hurricane Milton closing in on the Florida coast. Today is your day to be in your safe place. Conditions are going to be deteriorating all throughout the day today. We are expecting landfall between tonight and early tomorrow morning as a major hurricane. We know there's going to be life-threatening storm surge. Could be the biggest storm surge we've ever seen. Double what we saw just weeks ago with Helene, or the potential's there. Separate from the surge risk, we also have a high risk of catastrophic flash flooding. That's going to be the middle graphic there. Plus, the risk of tropical tornadoes, our TORCON, is up to 5 today. Remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. Our scale goes to 10, and it is sitting at 5. This is America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele, alongside meteorologist Lynette Charles and Stephanie Abrams. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is going to be joining us live from Tampa this morning to talk about some of the implications that could be ongoing there. In the meantime, Steph's going to get us caught up with Milton since the new 5 a.m. advisory just came in.
Today is the day. This thing is going to come in tonight into tomorrow, so you really need to be in your safe place. Let's get you caught up on what we know so far this morning. The National Hurricane Center says Milton, quote, has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record. For West Central Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis suspended tolls in Florida to make evacuations easier. That time for leaving is running out. The Florida Highway Patrol will close the Bay bridges in the Tampa area this afternoon. So here's the very latest. Our pressure is still dropping. It is absolutely wild to see this thing as a Category 5, but look how much faster it's moving today than yesterday. Yesterday morning, it was moving around 9 miles an hour. It's now moving at 14 miles an hour. And you're like, what is going to slow this down, Abrams? I'm super confused. And it's moving northeast, by the way, too, as you see, heading right towards Florida. What is going to make this thing slow down? I'm worried we're going to have a Cat 5 at landfall. Well, there is some dry air and some shear on the north side of the system, and it's expected that's going to be pulled into it, and that's what's going to take down these wind speeds that have just been shockingly high for quite a long time. But there's been nothing to stop this. It's just tapping into its fuel, which is that warm water. There's no shear, so this thing's a machine. These storms are literally machines, the way they bring in all of this air and tap into that warm, moist air, bring it up, evacuate it out the top, and that process just keeps going until something's there to stop it. That's why we do have hurricane warnings across the state, tropical storm warnings into South Florida, also North Florida, even into Georgia, with tropical storm watches into Charleston. There's that warm water, and there's that drop in the winds. Now, here's the problem. We still have a Cat 3 at landfall. That's not much better, I'll tell you that much. So you have to take this very seriously. There's the warm air it's going to be traveling over, and we do have that shear and drier air to the north. So once this low gets a little bit closer to the coast, which is very scary, it is meant to pull in that dry air, hence why it's going to be a little bit drier on the south side, and the shear should disrupt it a bit. Now, the question is, does this kind of pop just a little bit to the north and help this storm keep its strength? Is something we're going to be watching very closely. But that is a buzzsaw that is headed right for the state of Florida. Absolutely terrifying. And notice we had a pinhole of an eye before, and that eye has widened. And once it taps into that shear, it's actually going to widen out even more. And that's why so many of us will be impacted by this storm. A lot of lightning. When you see a lot of lightning, when you see a lot of convection, that means that the storm is still growing, strengthening, and or just basically being the machine that it is and keeping the system intact. Now, remember, the strongest winds are going to be around that eye. The eye is clear. There's no winds in there, but it's the eye wall where you have the strongest winds coming in for this system. There's some of that shear. So as this gets more north, it's going to feel the impacts of this and the dry air as well. There's dry air here, and the flow of that is going to be pulled into the hurricane, and that's what is supposed to bring this down a notch. There's some of your dry air. This is a lot farther south than it was yesterday if you were watching us here. And so this is going to come into the hurricane, which of course it doesn't like. There's even a little dry air ahead of it here. But hurricanes like the moisture. They like the warmth. They like the heat. But as this all comes together, we anticipate those winds to go down. But again, this is still going to be a dangerous and massive hurricane coming into the West Coast. You can see some of those bands ahead of the storm, really, Jordan, coming in here. But it's still Tampa, Sarasota, and huge surge, Jordan, into Fort Myers as well.
And the problem, obviously, with the wind field expanding, like you mentioned, is that can make the storm surge that much worse as we head into today. Of course, looking ahead as well as we kind of look what happens once it crosses over the Florida Peninsula. How does the storm surge impact the east side of the state or parts of Georgia? And we'll get into that. Your warnings, your storm surge warnings are in effect right now. Obviously, it's going to be the worst where we have land falling to occur, but we could be looking at big surge all the way down to Fort Myers and even, beyond Naples into Marco Island. But once the storm system basically gets over the Atlantic, we could be looking at a surge potential around the intercoastal, but also getting thrown up with those winds coming around for coastal Georgia with that storm surge watch up and around Savannah and Tybee Island, which could turn to a warning as we get into the next 12 hours or so. But again, the worst of the worst is going to be right where we see this thing make landfall and down to the right side of it, which is why you've got a large section of storm surge anywhere from 8 feet to 15 feet. The worst is going to be closer to Sarasota or Tampa. We'll have to see exact placement, but I'm also concerned about Fort Myers, even Naples, getting a 5 to 8 foot storm surge that is going to cause some problems. So if you just take a look at how this is going to impact us, if you get a storm to move straight perpendicular with the coast, that would ultimately make, a higher surge for everybody. But a parallel or angled approach, if it's coming in more at an angle of this peninsula, it wouldn't be as bad. We're kind of getting into a situation here, though, where placement is going to be very, very key. If you look at the white arrow on the top part of the screen, if the storm system were to take that track and head just north of Tampa, it could be worst case scenario, and we could easily see those numbers reach 10 to 15 foot of a storm surge threat. And that's because all the water is going to be funneling right in and really impacting the greater Tampa location, St. Petersburg, Apollo Beach, and all areas in between. Now, if the storm were to be a little bit farther to the south, we'll have a low end, as you can see up here on the top left, of surge range forecast that could still, be questionable in terms of verification, but that extreme surge would then be shifted to the south. Remember, the right quadrant in this situation would be down here. So everywhere from Sarasota due south is going to be looking at the biggest impacts. So again, that's why it's very interesting to see where it's going to be placed. But the reality is it doesn't matter because everybody will get a storm surge threat. So if we were to take this, I know models are still a little questioning strength and also location and timing. All right, we're kind of getting into a point now where it's like we hope this comes together. If we were to look at tomorrow morning and the storm system is still sitting right around St. Petersburg, and you look at the tide cycles and when we can experience high tide, I mean, that's kind of a rough situation of getting high tide as the storm is pushing onshore. We know it's going to be an overnight-ish situation tonight into early tomorrow morning. So as the tide is going up, the surge is also going up. Right? And that's kind of worst case scenario here. Now, if you look a little bit farther to the south, we go to Siesta Key now. Notice where we could be looking at really big storm surge on that south side of Sarasota. If that placement is just to the north of us, where we could be looking at 9 feet or unfortunately even higher. Worst case scenario, there is some areas in here that are above 9 feet. And this is above normally dry ground. And of course, that worst case scenario, we move that track a little bit farther to the south. How does it impact Fort Myers? We don't have to go back too long to remember what kind of storm surge impacted us at Sanibel Island or Fort Myers Beach. And so that extreme storm surge could be impacting areas around Fort Myers if that track is a little bit farther to the south, Lynette, which is why it's so important to obviously keep it tuned here to the Weather Channel, because as this is approaching, we'll hopefully be able to fine-tune, exactly where that's going to be.
Exactly. You're talking about the storm surge. We have the heavy rain, but we also do have the winds. And those winds are going to expand all the way across the peninsula, Jordan. So we'll talk about that as of now. And we can see, so Milton's wind field right now is pretty compact. But again, as it gets closer and as it begins to move across the peninsula, that's when we are really going to start to see this thing expand, because we are going to be working with a frontal boundary that's going to interact with this thing. And that's really going to help it to really move through. And we're going to be talking about even on the backside of this, tropical storm force winds, and even we're going to be dealing with those hurricane force winds as well. So this will move out as we move into your Friday. Things are going to start to look a little bit better. But how much of those winds are we talking? The potential wind threat. So we can see here in the pink coloring over 110 miles an hour. We're talking about a Category 3. That's a major hurricane with those winds coming in around Tampa, around Sarasota. And then even again, look at Orlando, Middle, Vero Beach on the East Coast. We could see hurricane hurricane force winds still lingering across the area. Look what happens as we go further off towards the north around Jacksonville, Cedar Key. We're still dealing with the potential for some tropical storm force winds out there as well. So this thing is going to be very huge as it makes landfall and again moves across the peninsula. It is going to be far and wide expanding. And because of that, we will have those power outages far and wide expanding as well. So of course, it's going to be widespread across Tampa, Sarasota as we head over towards Orlando. And then further down off towards the south, still around Miami, it's going to be possible that we will see those power outages up towards Jacksonville and even around Gainesville. So take all this into consideration if you're thinking that's where you're going to be going to get a little bit away from it. Still going to be dealing with some power outages there. If your power does go out, this is what we're dealing with. So make sure you don't use candles or any other open flame, and make sure that if you use a generator, use it outdoors and far from the buildings, and shelter with backup power if you have life-sustaining medical equipment. That is crucial as well. Let's talk about what the euro is looking like as we continue through the rest of your today. Again, we do have those winds that will continue to whip, but of course, as it gets closer, making that landfall, these winds are going to go higher than that. But once again, I want to show you away from the system. Yes, we're still going to be very windy, very breezy up towards the Panhandle as well, down off towards Key West. And now the system on your Thursday at around 11 o'clock for the euro is back out into the water, the Atlantic, and still we're going to be dealing with, again, some very gusty winds out there. And the GFS, the American model, is going to show you the exact same thing as we start to get windy beforehand. And of course, it's going to be very windy and nasty, dangerous as it makes landfall. But look, as it moves away, we're still going to be dealing with those winds still whipping. Once again, we will be having that interact with a cold front. Jordan?
Well, Lynette, public schools in Orlando, they are closed today through Friday, as you could imagine. Got to get everybody in their safe place as we wait this thing out. We're already seeing showers and thunderstorms arrive towards the coast. And actually today we got to be careful for tornado threat, right? We could be looking at those tropical tornadoes coming in off of the Gulf and kind of spinning in across the peninsula. We'll keep you posted on any warnings that come out. But in terms of rainfall, the flood threat is going to be very, very, very high with this situation, okay? Kind of think about what we just went through with Helene and the amount of rain that pumped from Florida through Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. We take a look at the peninsula, and this is where we have a chance to see 8 to 18 inches of precipitation kind of flowing right across the center track of that storm system. Now, everybody's going to get rain out of this, but really tapers off on the farther southern section. So from West Palm, Boca, Miami, not looking too bad. There will be some outer bands that come to you that we'll have to keep an eye out for those tropical tornadoes. But ultimately, the bullseye is going to be right across this I-4 corridor, Tampa, Orlando. We know the theme parks are shut down today, and this is exactly that high-risk zone that, you know, we take very seriously, okay? It's these high-risk zones where we technically see the most deaths occur and the most damage to properties, and it's on these high-risk days, and we've got another one expected over the next 24 hours or so. There's your Torcon of between 4 and a 5, as mentioned. The 5 is going to be a little bit more targeted towards Sarasota and Fort Myers with some of these storms coming in off the Gulf. We still have a 4 that does cross over and basically head to the Space Coast as well. Remember, our scale goes to 10. The greater the number, the greater the threat, and it's because of this turbidity of the atmosphere that we could maybe see some of these localized spin-ups take place. And, you know, a band like this coming ashore, and as it's whipping across, you know, one of these tentacles whipping across the peninsula, that is what could create some of those tornado warnings. So just be mindful of that throughout the day today. Those bands will bring in torrential rainfall. You even can see some lightning. We've been looking on that east side and even on the north side of the eye wall with this thing. But it's the, you know, eye itself that we're really concerned about with the big storm surge push, and obviously the amount of rain that just sits over this I-4 corridor, as mentioned, that could really cause big freshwater flooding situations. By the time we head into tomorrow morning, this will work its way across the state and into the Atlantic. I want you to stay weather aware with the TWC streaming app. This is where you can find updated alerts and changes to Milton's forecast. Download it right now on Amazon Fire and Roku.
A bird's eye view of a monster storm 250 miles above Earth. Cameras aboard the International Space Station capturing Hurricane Milton. It's massive Category 5 is barreling towards Florida, expected to make landfall tonight on the Gulf Coast. A nightmare scenario as the state is still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene that hit 2 weeks ago. It's not only the fact that we just got hit, it's the fact that this storm is going to be huge in size and strength, expected to be a Category 3 at landfall. So that eye wall is going to do some significant damage to structures, power lines, and things like the water supply. So maybe fill up your bathtub right now or your washing machine with water so you're able to flush your toilets if the water does get cut off. We have hurricane warnings here, Tampa, Sarasota, down into Venice. Also storm surge warnings, but it's not only where the system comes ashore, whether that's in Tampa Bay, Sarasota, or Venice. It's outside of that area that also could see significant surge. Flash flooding will be a big deal. St. Pete, Clearwater, over to Orlando, and even Daytona Beach as we get several months worth of rain in a short amount of time. These are not really the outer bands from the storm just yet. This is kind of some pre-rain that we are getting. As you'll see, Milton doesn't really get into our area, fully into our area, until a little bit later tonight, but preparation should be done or wrapping up. You should get into your safe spot. You can see that counterclockwise flow coming in. Here's that center of Milton, and there it is coming ashore. And notice over Lakeland, 85 to 90 mile an hour winds. Orlando, our winds will go up. This essentially just is riding along I-4, and it's going to be taking out power. And by the way, you're going to have surge on the backside of this even coming into the Tampa Bay area. Let's have a look at the water amounts. You're talking 10 inches. 6, 9, 7. A lot of these places see 2, 3 inches of rain for the month of October. So we're going to see significant impacts from that. Not only are you going to get the fresh water coming, but you have the salt water pushing up the rivers and all that sort of stuff. And so everything just gets overloaded and the water can't drain out. And that makes all the rivers come up as well. So Sarasota, we are expecting gusts here over 100 miles an hour, especially if we get that eye wall, which is possible. Even farther south, Fort Myers to Naples, you're going to get that onshore push with that counterclockwise flow, and that means that you're going to have a surge. So right now, again, not too bad, but hopefully all your preparations are done. You've evacuated, going across Alligator Alley to get out of the way of the storm. But once you get that pull of water coming in, especially going right up here into kind of Port Charlotte, that's going to be a significant water rise, especially on the north side. So it's all going to depend on the exact angle. And then we have that west wind coming in. That means it goes from west to east, and that's going to continue to pile up the water, Lynette, here for some time along southwest Florida.
Yeah, and even on the eastern side, we could actually see a little bit of storm surge on that side as well. So let's talk about how large the system is going to be and the reason why we're going to be dealing with hurricane force winds as it moves inland and as it goes across the eastern part of the state as well. So we do have the hurricane warnings. You can see this for Astor around Daytona Beach, Orlando. You're going to be in on this as well. Titusville, we can see this around Melbourne. So it's not just going to be a west coast event of Florida. No, inland and then also east coast as well. So we do have the winds, the hurricane force winds. We're also going to be dealing with that flash flooding that's going to be on the high risk from Leesburg, same spots around that where you're going to get some of those, the heaviest winds or the strongest winds, if you will. Daytona Beach, Orlando, Titusville going to be seeing this as well. And this is what we're working with as of now. So again, this is kind of before the main event gets here. We do have a couple of showers moving in. We have the winds on the lighter side. This is nothing to compare to what we're going to be seeing once Milton moves in. So this is what we're going to work with. I'm putting this into motion. And again, these winds will continue to ramp up as we go throughout the day, because remember, we're going to continue to deteriorate as we go throughout the day. Orlando will see those winds whipping up to about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And then look at this. So Thursday early in the morning, this thing is onshore now, continuing to work its way on off towards the east here. Titusville, you're looking at about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. It's going to be a very quick mover moving through the area. But again, it is going to cause a lot of damage as it moves through with that expansive wind field that we have. Look at the rain still to come as we go right in through your tomorrow. We're looking at about local higher amounts in the pinks here. So around Deland, we could be dealing with that. Around Orlando, 5 to 7 inches of rain coming in. And once again, we watch for these winds really gusting as we head in through your tonight into your tomorrow. Look what we have right now around Leesburg. Again, we're dealing with some rain showers coming in across the area. And once again, those winds will continue to whip Jordan as we go through the rest of today into your tomorrow as well.
All right, let's get a new look here at the Hurricane Milton as it is approaching now. Notice the movement here, moving northeast, clearly kind of seeing a shift from when it was over the Yucatan yesterday, and moving faster at 14 miles per hour. So we've got showers and storms already starting to impact parts of Fort Myers and Tampa, with the cluster of thunderstorms out ahead of the storm itself. The storm system is 160 miles west of the Dry Tortugas, and as it works its way towards Tampa, we'll keep you posted on all conditions. Taking a break. We'll be back after this.
Well, we want to have a look at the very latest here with Hurricane Milton. We got a 5 o'clock advisory. We expect another advisory at 8 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised if there was some intermediate. When these things start coming ashore, the Hurricane Center will send more frequent updates. So keep that in mind. So 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock are our next advisories, but we could see some intermediate as this thing is going to act like a buzzsaw as it speeds across the I-4 corridor. Right now, moving a lot faster than it was yesterday. It's picked up speed here at 14 miles an hour. That is a good thing. We want this thing to get through Florida. We don't want it to sit over Florida and make matters even worse, where we're going to see the flooding and the surge. We don't want it to take its time to build up more surge and give us more rain. We have all sorts of watches and warnings. Essentially, if you're in the peninsula, you have the threat of seeing hurricane winds or tropical storm force winds. Still, plenty of warm water for this to tap into. It hasn't really gotten into that shear and into that dry air. The dry air is starting to come around the backside of it, and that's what we expect it to bring the winds down to 130 miles an hour. Down. I mean, that is still terrible. That is absolutely terrible to still have a storm that strength coming in to the west central coast. And look at that eye. Jeez. That is intense. I mean, you don't even have to be a meteorologist to know this literally looks like a buzzsaw, does it not? Once it interacts with that shear, it is going to expand its wind field, and that's why so many of us have advisories that are posted. All that lightning means that this is just a machine. This is a monster machine that is still, you know, just doing what it does, tapping into that water, pulling it up, and evacuating it out the top. Let's talk about that shear. Here it is. This is what we're all like, come on, shear, come on. We need you to do your thing. But sometimes there's a little bit of a lag time, right? And so we hope that this is going to really get in and do some damage to the storm. That's what we expect. That's what we know meteorologically happens. Look at that red on the map, that orangey red. That's the dry air. And this storm is going to continue to pull that in for us here. And that's one of the reasons that on the south side of the storm, it's going to be a little bit drier than the north side of the storm. This is kind of the pre-rain, if you will, with the system. The rain you're getting now on the west coast is not from Milton, but eventually it will be, especially later today and this evening. Buoys here gusting to 49 miles an hour, but I'll tell you what, the eye wall right here, oof, those are some damaging and destructive winds. What you should be doing right now, filling up your bathtub. I can't emphasize that enough. Or if you have a pool, you can use that in a bucket to flush your toilets. If you lose water, obviously power is going to be a huge issue as well. There's your pre-rain coming in, and some of us could see several months worth of rain in a short amount of time. Where exactly does it make landfall? It's going to be in between that Tampa, Sarasota-ish area, Jordan, that we'll be watching. And that's where, by the way, you will get the strongest winds with this. But as it goes along I-4, it's going to do tremendous damage, even inland, Jordan, as it's still a hurricane when it comes off the East Coast.
Right, and because it's moving so fast, it will still be a hurricane even on the East Coast. Hey, waves, check this out, a barreling onshore. This is in Mexico, took place on Monday. It is Celestun, which is just north of Campeche or Campeche. Hurricane Milton brushed the coastline Monday, triggering sites like this. The storm remains an extremely dangerous Category 5 storm as it takes aim at Florida's west coast. I had a buddy in Cancun at a conference there. I texted him yesterday, say, hey, can you see Milton? And he's like, no, it's interesting because, you know, we're here and we've got beautiful weather. Meanwhile, we know it's very close to our vicinity. And I said, well, it'll be interesting to see what your flight home is like because you're going to have to go around it. And I need to check in with him today to see how that's taking place. Because as you can imagine, a storm like this, any flight, would definitely divert over around it because it would just too much turbulence. All right, so let's go storm surge for a second. Steph basically showed you the different ensembles of where we could, see landfall. And that's going to be basically a make or break with who could see the highest storm surge threat. everybody's got a storm surge chance. And that's why you've got the warning from Cedar Key all the way down the west coast of Florida here on the Gulf. Also seeing storm surge on the east side once the storm crosses over. Because remember, as Steph just said, it's still going to be a hurricane as it pushes across I-95. So our storm surge isn't going to be as high, but still 3 to 5 feet above normally dry ground all the way up into coastal Georgia. And then, of course, looking at these zones here of red and, purple, even the orange. 4 to 15 foot of storm surge anywhere from just north of Tampa. All right, think, places around Clearwater Beach, stretching south towards Fort Myers. Placement's going to determine who sees the highest, and that's one of the reasons why we've had so many evacuations, and I'm so glad so many of you have evacuated. If that storm track stays to the north, it could be worst case scenario for Tampa. This is when we're going to be expecting to see that 10 to 15 foot storm surge. If it stays south, not as bad for Tampa, but worse for Sarasota, for the Barrier Islands, and for parts of the intercoastal. If it goes even farther to the south, that does not bode well for Fort Myers. We'll be back.
This will definitely be all hands on deck. Talking about a monster storm. It's going to have impacts far beyond where the eye of the storm ultimately hits.
This is going to be a storm surge like we've never seen, regardless if it comes in north or south of Tampa.
We're going to be ready for this storm. I want to assure Floridians, know to count on us. We're going to be ready.
And your preparations should be wrapping up or finished. As of right now, you should be getting into your safe place. It's not just the surge. It's not just the wind. We also have the rain and a severe threat with this as well. We do have those flood watches stretching through a huge chunk of the peninsula and even up into southern Georgia. We could see several months worth of rain, especially on the north side. Remember that dry air I was talking about that was going to get pulled in? This was Milton, and we saw all that dry air. It was like kind of an orangey red on the west side. That's going to get pulled into Milton, and so it is going to be drier on the south side, which is great news for essentially, Okeechobee, Lake Okeechobee southbound. The bad news is it stays very wet north of there. So you're going to get rain coming from the sky, that push of water coming up the rivers, and that means, that push of water coming in from the Atlantic, that means the rivers are going to be high and out of their banks, and we expect tremendous flooding from both of these systems. And water is the biggest killer when it comes to hurricanes. So we have that high risk for excessive rainfall to cause flash flooding from the west coast of Florida through Orlando, even up towards Daytona as well. Look at our Torcon values here. We have a 5. The outer bands are going to spin up quick tornadoes, and those could do damage as well. You might think, oh, I had hurricane damage, and it might actually be tornado damage. So here's the pre-rain, if you will, with the system coming in. There's Milton for you coming into the scene and really coming ashore as we head late tonight into tomorrow. But notice, these are the ones. Those could have tornadoes with them. So you have to be very careful about that. But notice the drier air getting in. It kind of erodes away even that southern eye wall for us. But you do have that drier air coming in, the wetter stuff on the north side of it. And as this progresses through, the land disrupts it, but it is still considered a hurricane as we head inland and even as it pulls offshore as we head into tomorrow. And it's going to be bringing that onshore flow to the east coast here, giving us that water rise from the first coast down towards the Space Coast, which is where we still have that risk for flash flooding as we head into our Thursday and Friday. Rivers right now, you have the St. John here coming into Jacksonville. That has some minor flooding, but we expect some bigger flooding, especially here around the Tampa area with the rivers coming up, the surge coming in, the water coming down. That's going to keep things high. Notice Zephyr Hills, Florida here in the Hillsborough River. We shoot up as we have Milton coming in, and it looks like we could potentially set a record forecast crest at that river. And so those rivers are going to come out of their banks. You want to turn around, don't drown, don't drive through the floodwaters here. And again, I can't emphasize enough, Lynette, Water is the biggest killer when it comes to these storms.
It is. Good tips. Thanks, Steph. Milton is going to be bringing destructive hurricane force winds, and that means that a risk of widespread power outages for some of the same Florida residents that were left in the dark by Helene. Now, state officials and utility companies are working overtime to help reduce outages and help the state recover more quickly. 43,000 linemen have been staged in Florida from across the country and will be ready to restore power when it is safe to do so. That is key, when it is safe to do so. All right, let's talk about what's going to be going on, because, boy, we have the storm surge, we have the rain, the flooding that Steph just talked about, but we also do have those winds. And these winds are going to be hurricane force. But even as it moves across the peninsula, I should say, we're going to be still dealing with hurricane force. So it's going to crash into the west coast of Florida as a major hurricane and then stay a hurricane as it moves inland and as it moves across the east coast of Florida as well. Let's talk about this wind field, because we can see that the innermost core, those are the hurricane force winds, and they extend out about 30, 35 miles. And then we look at the big orange here, right? These are the tropical storm force winds, and these ones extend out about 125 miles. And remember, this thing is going to continue to grow as it comes in contact with land. And even on the backside, we could be dealing again with those hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds moving through. So we timed this out for you. And as we continue through the rest of today, of course, winds are going to start to ramp up as it gets closer to us. And then even as this thing goes inland and then pulls away, we're still going to be on the windy side of things, on the backside of it as well. So just take that into consideration. Those winds not going down anytime soon. So again, today things are going to deteriorate. We're looking at the American model here, still more of the same. Both the American and the Euro, more of the same in terms of the winds that we are going to see as they will continue to howl even once this thing gets off into the Atlantic. So we have to watch out for the power outages, and this is exactly what we're going to see, and it's going to be the worst widespread around Orlando. But still, Jacksonville down off towards Miami will see more of the same. Now, the Weather Channel is helping you stay safe and prepared with the latest updates on Milton throughout today and tonight. Stay tuned for team coverage with live crews spread throughout Milton's path as Florida braces for a historic landfall.
This one coming out of Milton, I'm a little bit nervous because I went through Katrina and that was mainly winds that destroyed everything. And everything's projectile out here right now because everybody's house is on the front yard, and so all this is going to be pretty much missiles coming through. If it's, you know, the amount of wind that's going through with this hurricane coming in, it's going to, I'm not staying for this one.
People along Florida's Gulf Coast were racing against the clock yesterday to clean up debris from Hurricane Helene before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. In Newport Richey, even residents who are used to hurricanes say this will be the first time they evacuate. A direct hit on the Tampa Bay would be the first since 1921. Yeah, so we're talking about history making with Milton. Let's talk about what Milton is doing as of now, and it is a strong Category 5. Those winds sustained about 160 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 14 miles an hour. That's a good thing. It is moving fairly quickly. But this thing on satellite you know, as a meteorologist, looks healthy. It looks pretty. You can see that eye clear down, and this will continue to get closer and closer to the west coast of Florida as we go through today, making landfall tonight, early tomorrow morning. So we do have all the colors of the rainbow right now as we look at some of these alerts, and we do have hurricane warnings. Those are in the purple. But, you know, it's not just along the coast here. We do have it inland, the hurricane warnings. We do have it along the east coast as well. So this goes to show you that this hurricane is going to remain intact. Yes, it will weaken, but still it's going to be a hurricane bringing those hurricane force winds across the peninsula. Right now, we're already starting to see some rain, not necessarily from Milton across the west coast of Florida at this point. But once again, this is going to get closer and closer. Things are going to deteriorate as we go throughout the day. Already seeing, Steph, some of those gusts along the coast around Fort Myers up to about 21 miles an hour. But again, people need to be bracing and already be prepared as of now for what's going to come.
Yeah, and it's not just the winds, right, that are going to cause damage. It's also the surge, and the surge is caused by those winds. The National Hurricane Center is warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of Florida's west coast. That's where we have our storm surge warnings from Cedar Key all the way down into the Everglades. And notice here on the east side, once that low pulls away, that counterclockwise flow is going to shove water here into northeast Florida and also portions of southern Georgia, 3 to 5 feet. That is significant. Also significant here from Tampa, Sarasota, and down into Fort Myers, where we could see 8 to 12 feet of water. And I want to talk more about that water and the inundation that we are going to see in and around Port Charlotte. Of course, Punta Gorda, Hurricane Charlie came in here. No stranger to hurricanes, but this one might not have the landfall, but is still going to have the surge. And I can use this simulation to show you what the surge will look like in Port Charlotte. At 3 feet above normally dry ground, water is already life-threatening. It is too late to evacuate. Water this high can knock you off your feet, float cars, and make driving impossible. The first floor of homes and businesses are flooded. Unfortunately, water is expected to rise higher at 6 feet above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away and structures start to fail. Anything could be in this water: sharp glass, dangerous objects, and even chemicals. Let me tell you, the scary part is that some areas could see 10 to 12 feet. We can show you what it looks like at 9 feet and just above that. At this level, first floors of structures are completely flooded. There are very few places that are safe when the water rises this high. We want everyone to know if they are in an evacuation zone, listen to local officials and leave when ordered to do so. And of course, Jordan, this will be turbulent water as well.
And you know what? Unfortunately, we're going to see scenes like this, and it's terrible to talk about that and to show you what, you know, could happen. But it's so important for you to realize the importance of leaving in these zones that could see life-threatening storm surge. You cannot survive through that. I mean, even if you get on the top of your house and on your roof, it's not like you're able to call for help, because when you're in the thick of it, the help can't come, right? You have to wait for the storm to push through, and it makes situations that much worse. So I'm so glad so many folks have been leaving. I know that we have an increase. I want to say it was like a 275% increase of traffic on I-75 up into Georgia. So folks are kind of heading north, which is kind of a good thing that you did yesterday and the day before. If we take a look at Tampa for a second, again, this is going to be one of the hardest hit areas somewhere around Tampa, Sarasota. If you remember back in Ian, it was, 2 years ago, Arcadia got big flooding where the town actually saw huge problems where the bridge was washed out and they had to use airboats, and that's because all the water couldn't get back out. And that's kind of one of the freshwater situations we have to look for in some of the interior spots. In terms of the storm surge warning, notice how it's all these coastal communities, even in much of the bay. We're talking about a couple of miles, and then you head east of there, and you're safe from the storm surge, but you're not from the freshwater flooding. We're already starting to see the rainfall here this morning, here across much of the Sunshine State, especially in and around Tampa, Sarasota. Orlando's got some rain. And now that it's turned on, it really doesn't turn off. Here's a look at midday. Winds starting to pick up, conditions deteriorating. Heavy rain continues all the way through the evening hours, and in fact, intensifies across this I-4 corridor. We go through the overnight hours, and that's when we're expected to see the eye move ashore. And by that time, we've already seen a lot of rain coming out of the sky before conditions dry up into your Thursday. We'll be back. Good morning, everybody. Hurricane Milton closing in on the Florida coast. Here we go. Today is your day to be in your safe place. Conditions are already deteriorating this morning. That will continue. We are expecting landfall between tonight and early tomorrow morning as a major hurricane. We're talking life-threatening storm surge. That could double what we saw just weeks ago with Helene. Separate from the storm surge, though, we also have a high risk of catastrophic flash flooding. Plus, how about the risk of tropical tornadoes? Look, our Torcon is up to a 5. That's out of 10. Remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. This is America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele alongside meteorologist Lynette Charles and Stephanie Abrams. We've got meteorologist Jim Cantori. He's going to be joining us live from Tampa a little bit later this morning. In the meantime, we're going to get on over to Steph so she can get us caught up on what this Category 5 storm is doing.
It's a monster. It is a buzzsaw. It literally looks like a buzzsaw. Now moving northeast at 14 miles an hour, moving a lot faster than yesterday. It was moving around 9 miles an hour. All right, here's what we know, the very latest. Fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 3 dozen boats across the state. So let's have a look at this buzzsaw. And as I was mentioning, it's moving off to the northeast now very quickly. And this is like the only silver lining that I can find in this whole experience is that it's moving fast. We don't want this to be moving at 5-6 miles an hour. That would give it more time to build up more surge and also cause more damage if it went slowly across the state and give us more rainfall. So it's the only silver lining is that this thing is moving. Now, it's not great because it's been a Cat 5 and it is still a Cat 5, but what we're expecting is some shear to come in and knock these numbers down a little. It's not like it's going to get that much better, as we still expect a major hurricane, a Category 3 with winds at 130 miles an hour coming ashore tonight into tomorrow. That's significant. So we have warnings. We have watches that extend all the way up into South Carolina because this thing has a huge wingspan. So the winds are going to spread out as it starts interacting with some of that shear. So notice our landfall here. Where it comes in will obviously have the most damage, but I'll tell you what, as this goes across I-4, it races across the highway there. We're going to get damage in Orlando. You're going to get damage even on the east coast of Florida as it maintains its hurricane status all the way across the state. There's a lot of lightning in this. We've seen a lot of lightning. There's been hail. I mean, very rarely do you hear of hail in these hurricanes because they're warm core systems. So they are warm throughout. So that doesn't give you the cool air like you get in a normal thunderstorm that we see, in the middle of the country to produce hail. So this has some very strong updrafts is what I'm saying, in order to get that air high enough, in order to produce some of that hail, to tap into some of that cooler air. But another indication that this thing is intense is the lightning. When you have a lot of lightning, you have a lot of convection, and these are a machine, essentially. They really are. It brings everything in at the surface and comes up and then evacuates it at the top. And it just can keep doing that unless something's disrupting it. And I'll tell you what, nothing's disrupting it and nothing has been. But we do expect the shear to come knocking on the door. And so here is the shear. Now, here's the thing. There were some models that wanted to pull this up just a smidge, which would allow this to maintain some of its strength. But most models are going to have this shear interacting with the storm. And the hurricane, they like to be upright. This is a very generic drawing of a hurricane, but this is what they look like. They like to stand upright, like a ballerina, like a Jenga set. And so when this shear jams into it, it doesn't like it. So that's what we're expecting the shear to do, is kind of knock it around. The other thing we have is dry air. This is dry air, so much drier if you've been watching us than the last couple of days. The hurricane is moving counterclockwise. So here's the center, moving counterclockwise, right? And so what's going to happen is it's going to pull in this dry air, and that's why on the south side of the storm, we're not expecting as much rain as we will on the north side of the storm. So that's how the system is going to come into play. And I wonder, now that I look at it, notice how we have that eye, right? Yep. Starting to feel it a little?
Starting to diminish.
So that trend should continue. Let's hope it does here. It's perhaps starting to feel some of the effects of it. But I'll tell you what, this eye wall, that's where you're going to have the worst winds associated with the storm. So at landfall, you'll have the most destruction, but it is still going to have far-reaching, wide-reaching effects with it. Coming in, again, we're going to just watch this closely. Tampa, Sarasota, Venice, Bradenton, a lot of those areas here around the Tampa Bay, Sarasota area, Jordan.
Hopefully by the 8 o'clock update, we see that 5 go down because of that trend that you just saw. I hope so, because the fact that it's still 5 this morning means it's that much, more of a chance of it coming in stronger. Of course, we need that to deteriorate and that dry air to really come in, as Steph was talking about. All right, let's talk about the surge threat, because the reality is it really doesn't matter as the storm is pushing ashore what size it is or what strength it is in terms of who's going to get impacted by the storm surge, because we're going to actually see the wind field expand. And when we see the wind field expand, that actually means more communities will experience storm surge. And that's why your warning not only goes across the Gulf side, we've got a storm surge warning on the Atlantic side, which I'll talk about in a moment, with the storm surge watch all the way up towards Savannah, Tybee Island, and a portion of South Carolina, just because as the storm moves across the state, it'll likely maintain hurricane strength. And let's say it's positioned itself here, we could be looking at a storm surge threat for the intercoastal with the winds coming offshore this way or pushing onshore up into Georgia. But that's, down the pipeline. Let's look at the realities of who could see life-threatening storm surge, and that's going to be anywhere near the arrival of this storm system. A really wide footprint here, north of Tampa, 4 to 7 feet, and then south of, into Naples, even south of Marco Island, you've got 5 to 8 foot storm surge here. So as the storm system is moving its way on shore, remember all that water is going to get pushed on that right front quadrant. So whether that storm system is just north of Tampa, that could be worst case scenario for Tampa in the greater area, which I'll explain in a moment. The interesting approach of this storm system is actually key unto, worsening or, kind of seeing who gets the biggest impacts for the storm surge. If it's completely perpendicular to Florida Peninsula, you actually see greater storm surge than if this thing were to move at an angle. But what's interesting is if you take a look at this, potential forecast where it moves just north of Tampa near Clearwater and Clearwater Beach, that's going to allow so much water to pour into the bay here and ultimately flood so many of these areas, which is why there's been such a big, alarm being sent to say, hey, we need so many communities to evacuate because of that potential. Now, if the storm stays just to the south and heads towards Bradenton, we could be looking at terrible situation for Sarasota because you're going to be on that right side, and ultimately you'll be looking at really big push of, water above normally dry ground. And depending on when this thing moves through, will likely, potentially worsen your threat for storm surge, because high tide tomorrow morning for St. Petersburg is at 6 a.m. We know this thing's going to make landfall through the overnight hours tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow. Timing is still trying to, we're trying to see those adjustments, but ultimately that means we could be looking at high tide right during the worst of the storm surge, and that's going to unfortunately get us to the above 9 feet for so many locations. If you look down here towards Siesta Key, Sarasota, lots of oranges and a couple of reds, which would indicate 9 feet or higher of a storm surge threat, and even some of it kind of closer to Sarasota itself. Then, of course, we give you a chance of maybe the storm tracking a little bit farther to the south. And if that happens, we could be looking at a terrible situation for Port Charlotte, for Fort Myers, areas that just got hit a couple of years ago with big storm surge. And that would be worst case scenario for you and maybe a higher storm surge threat. So when we look at that storm surge potential here for Port Charlotte, there's a lot more red. All right, you could clearly see the devastation that could take place, and that's the highest on our chart here, above 9 feet. Worst case scenario. All right, doesn't mean every place is going to look like this, but this gives you an idea of who could see worst case scenario, and it comes all the way up, as you can see, which would impact Fort Myers and Buckingham and some of these areas, which you would think is kind of, more inland and away from the Gulf, but the reality is you're near a big water source, and that's what makes it the worst. Lynette, I'll just take a look at the high tide for Naples, and that's going to be late tonight, 7:24 p.m. So, it should be going down as this storm system's pushing on shore. But either way you look at it, it's still bad.
Exactly,
Yeah.
still bad. And the winds are going to be bad as well, not just along the coast, but inland and also the east coast of Florida too, Jordan. Let's talk about what's going on in terms of that wind field as it continues to grow. This is what's going to happen. It's going to encounter some wind shear before it actually even makes landfall. And then once it moves inland, yeah, we are going to be talking about it expanding even more. So we do have that small core of hurricane force winds extending from the center outward up to about 30 miles. And then we do have the bigger core there of tropical storm force winds extending outward from the center up to about 125 miles. But remember, this thing is going to grow as it interacts with the land as well. And even on the backside, we could be dealing with hurricane force winds and also the tropical storm force winds as well as this thing continues to get out of here. So that potential wind threat is going to be serious. It's going to be deadly, unfortunately, as this thing crashes on the west coast as a major hurricane, Category 3 in this pocket right here. We can see this around Tampa, around Sarasota, down off towards Fort Myers. You're going to be in on this as well. But remember, it still stays a hurricane. Yes, it comes down a little bit, but we're still talking about winds 74 to about 110 miles an hour. That's a Cat 1, Cat 2 hurricane moving through the interior and then again back across the east coast as well and then exiting. And then it's so expansive, we still have that potential wind threat all the way up towards Jacksonville, Apalachicola. You're around that as well, back down off towards Miami, tropical storm force winds. And of course, all this could lead to power outages. And remember, this area is very vulnerable from Helene. So, you know, you still have some of those trees. If Helene didn't take them down, Milton will, unfortunately. And again, from Jacksonville all the way down off towards Miami. But that corridor where you saw that purple, of course, that's going to be the worst of it. So we want to survive the storm and with these power outages. So if you do operate a generator, make sure you do it outdoors and make sure you do it far away from the buildings. Don't use candles or any other type of open flame. Now let's talk about these winds as we continue through the rest of today. Of course, we know that it's going to continue to go downhill in the wind department, surge department, rain department as this system gets closer and closer. So we're looking at this, again, these winds really ramping up as it makes that landfall, again, later tonight into tomorrow very early. It moves in the interior and then it moves on off. We can see it now. But remember, on the backside, we're still going to be quite gusty out there. So with that said, it still may take a while for those bucket trucks to get up there because you have to let those winds really die down. The conditions have to be favorable for your power to get back on. As we look at what's going to be happening around Sarasota, we can see more of the same, those gusts really happening as we work our way in through the overnight into your tomorrow. And then it does move fairly quickly. So we can see by Thursday afternoon, evening time frame, it's back off into the Atlantic at this point. Look what's happening as we go over towards Daytona. We put this into motion as we go in through the rest of today. Things start to ramp up as this thing is going to really get closer to us, move on, and then move on out of here as we head into your Thursday evening. Again, Friday morning, this is what we're going to be dealing with. So we will see improving conditions, but of course today, things going downhill. We're talking about the wind, Jordan, but we also do have to talk about lots of rain coming in.
Well, you know what? The good thing is Orlando residents filled thousands of sandbags just yesterday because of that anticipation of the rainfall from Hurricane Milton. Now, although the city is more than 90 miles inland from Florida's Gulf Coast, dangerous threats like flooding still on the table. Orange County has opened 11 shelters for those needing to evac or find a safe place to ride out the storm. Others have decided to maybe stay and, of course, got those sandbags positioned properly around their house. So, you know, listen to this.
Well, I've only been through a couple of hurricanes, one or two. The last one was terrible. We had some roof damage and some fence damage. I believe in Jesus Christ, so, hey, it's going to be what it's going to be, and He's going to always take care of it.
Oh, I love that. Well, public schools in Orlando closed through Friday as we kind of await today, really looking at deteriorating conditions. All right, so let's talk about the flood watch here. As you can see, so many of our counties and communities are going to be in that flood watch. So notice not as much of an action down towards West Palm Beach or Miami. It really tapers off in terms of the rain amounts down there. You really got to be closer to the center of the path itself. That's going to be the worst case scenario. Anywhere from 8 to as high as 18 inches of precipitation is forecast here. But notice as you head farther to the south, really tapering off, 1 to 2 inches best case scenario, and also kind of on that north side as well. So you really got to be in the target zone here. Unfortunately, this target zone is higher than I like to see when you look at the risk threat. So when we take a look at the likelihood of flash flooding and the fact that we have such a large footprint of a high risk, right? That red zone from Sarasota, Tampa, all the way through Orlando and just north of the Space Coast and places like Daytona, that's a problem because the reality is, 39% of our yearly flood deaths happen on these high risk days. And that's why it's so important to hide from the wind and run from the water. If that water starts coming in, it can be very hard for you to go anywhere, especially if you're kind of trapped in your home and you don't have anywhere to go. So that's going to be a huge threat, which is why I'm glad a lot of you got those sandbags. Torcon today between a 4 and a 5. The 5 is going to be targeted over here towards I-75. The 4 towards I-95. We could be looking at tropical tornadoes from the storms that are coming on shore right now, especially with some of these tentacles that come on shore. You'll really see a nice one forming and really developing as we head into late morning hours. That's going to be the one that could maybe throw some rotation up your way. So don't be surprised if you get a tornado warning. And then, of course, as that rain starts, it just does not stop. Few showers down to the south, but really the bullseye here is that I-4 corridor. Hey, I want you guys to stay weather aware with the TWC streaming app. Here, you could find updated alerts and changes to Milton's forecast. You can download it on Amazon Fire, Roku, at streamtwc.com.
A bird's eye view of a monster storm 250 miles from above Earth. Cameras aboard the International Space Station capturing Hurricane Milton, the massive Cat 5 storm barreling towards Florida, expected to make landfall tonight or tomorrow morning on the Gulf Coast. A nightmare scenario as the state is still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene that hit nearly 2 weeks ago. I want to talk about the timing with this system. Preparation should be done, or you should be wrapping them up this morning. Couple things I want you to also do. Flashlights over candles. Candles can cause accidental fires. I want you to fill up your bathtub so that you can flush your toilet. There's little things like this that if you are without water and power, trust me, will make a huge difference in your living. So keep that in mind. Let's start you with the Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Venice, Bradenton area. Hurricane warnings for obvious reason here and surge warnings as well. The exact angle that this comes into Tampa Bay will make a huge difference on who sees the surge and who doesn't. If it comes in a little bit south, more into Sarasota, Venice, you're going to have a much higher surge. Sarasota as well. We will still get surge here into Tampa Bay, but it's going to be in perhaps different areas. I'm so glad to see that the evacuations have been strong and been going well as well. Flooding could be a problem. You got the surge pushing up. You got the water falling from the sky. That combo is going to mean rivers aren't going to be able to leave. They're not going to be able to evacuate the water, and so the rivers will go out of their banks. You also just have rain falling. That's going to cause flooding because you're going to get several months over a short period of time. We already have some rain. This is rain. This is like the pre-rain of Milton. Milton's still well offshore. We're not really getting the core of the rain and the wind just yet with it. So here's the rain. Things are going to get worse as the day goes on. And notice 40, 50 mile an hour winds here around dinner time for us. And then in comes the storm, and it's going to essentially buzz through the I-4 corridor, Orlando, Daytona, feeling the impacts of this storm. And by Thursday, it'll be offshore on the East Coast, but still a hurricane, by the way. It'll still hold its strength. So there you are, 10 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches, coming down very quickly. And so we will see that heavy rain. So Lynette, for all of us, basically today it's a day we need to be in our safe place, and we don't come out of it until tomorrow.
Exactly. We're going to be watching this not only for the West Coast, but also inland. And even as we go towards the East Coast as well, you're looking at the winds. So hurricane warning. So we're talking about hurricane force winds around Orlando. We're seeing this around Daytona Beach, around Astor, Leesburg. You're all going to get in on this. Same spots where we're going to be watching flash flooding right through tomorrow morning, where it's going to be a high risk around Leesburg, Orlando, Astor, around Daytona Beach as well. And then likely around Lake Wales, possible as we head further on off towards the south. So we're just going to get hit by everything possible, unfortunately. Even on the eastern side of the coast, we're going to be dealing with a little bit of storm surge coming in as well. As this moves in, you'll start to get more of an onshore flow. For right now, we do have some showers moving in around Daytona, Titusville, Orlando. You're getting in on this as well. Again, we're not dealing with Milton at this point, but we still do have that rain as Milton gets closer later on this evening, or actually through the day, and then making landfall later this evening into your early tomorrow morning. So look at the winds as we continue through the day. Of course, they're going to continue to go downhill, and by your Friday, of course, things are going to be a little bit better, but I will say we'll still be breezy once the system exits into the Atlantic. So we can see this as we work our way towards your Friday, still dealing with some winds. Let's talk about the rain now that we still have to come. So DeLand, we're going to be seeing this around Orlando. We're upwards of 9 inches in some spots around the villages as well. Winter Haven, you could see up to about 4 inches of rain coming in. We do have those alerts. Not only are we dealing with the hurricane warnings, but look what's happening further to the north we go. So Jacksonville, Gainesville, you'll be dealing with tropical storm warnings out there. So we'll have those tropical storm force winds. Those winds are going to be howling 39 to about 73 miles an hour in terms of those winds. And right now, winds right now, gusts, yep, St. Augustine, we can see a gust up to about 30 miles an hour. So yeah, already starting to be on the windy side, the breezy side in some spots. We time this out around Palm Coast. We can see by the afternoon, you're going to start to ramp up those winds. Look at Daytona Beach, 35 to 40 miles an hour as we work our way in through later this evening. And this is going to be the name of the game as we go through the next several hours, if you will, as we will continue to deteriorate with this system getting closer and closer. Jordan.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Milton right now. Still a Category 5, 160-mile-per-hour storm. What I want you to notice is how the eye is changing a little bit in its size, or, of course, its overall structure. So it'll be interesting to see what the 8 o'clock advisory shows, if there's not an intermittent one. Still, what you need to know is we've got a very, very powerful storm rocking right towards the west central coast of Florida. And as you can see, the cone there puts it right across the peninsula. Storm surge warnings are up for both the Gulf and Atlantic side right now.
We want to give you the very latest here on Hurricane Milton, which is still a monster of a storm, Category 5. Our pressure is 907 millibars. The lower this number is, the stronger the storm. So, for instance, Wilma has the lowest pressure on record in the Atlantic Basin at 882 millibars. So the lower that number is, the stronger the winds. All right, so if we see this number come up, we know the winds are going to weaken. It's moving very fast now at 14 miles an hour. The only silver lining is that this is not just sitting out there, building up even more surge and going across the state even at a slower pace, causing more damage. I want you to notice something. Look at the well-defined eye and notice how it is now closing in on itself a bit here. So this is something that tells us either it's going through an eye wall replacement cycle or it is feeling the effects of what's happening around it, which I'll talk about in just a minute. So there are your hurricane warnings across the central state, tropical storm warnings, South Florida, North Florida, and tropical storm watches all the way up into Charleston. Still going over warm water here. And at landfall, yes, the winds aren't going to be 150, 160, but 130, that is a Cat 3. That is major. That is going to cause significant damage. And I want to emphasize, you're going to feel the impacts outside of the cone. Down into Fort Myers, you're going to get that water rise. Port Charlotte, down into Naples, you're going to get that water rise. And by the way, once it comes offshore and it has a counterclockwise spin, you're going to get that onshore flow into northeast Florida. So around Jacksonville, the First Coast, down to the Space Coast. That's where Daytona, you're going to see that water rise once it goes offshore. So there's a look at our system. And there's some of that lightning. When you see a lot of lightning, that means that the storm is still acting like a machine. Everything comes at the surface, goes up, and evacuates out at the top. We've had lightning, we've had hail with this, which is very rare because these are warm core systems. That's what makes them different from, one of the things that makes them different from your low pressure, your average low pressure you have crossing the U.S., is that it doesn't have that cold air. It's warm throughout. But it had to tap into that cold air somewhere, meaning it had really big thunderstorms in order to get that hail. We're seeing some of the pre-rain from this system coming into Florida. It's not really all of Milton's rain coming in. That's a little bit still a ways away. So this is the shear that I'm hoping is impacting Milton now and will continue to do so. These storms like to be like a ballerina, like a Jenga set. They like to have very good posture. When that shear comes in, it really disrupts them, and that's what takes down the winds. There's also, look at this dry air. This storm will continue to wrap that dry air into it, and that's why it's going to be drier on the south side of it for like South Florida versus Central Florida on the north side, where we're going to continue to see that heavy rain for us. And Jordan, I just want to show still a very powerful storm, and it's going to be making its way east and north, I should say northeast to be specific, impacting us tonight into tomorrow.
But look at how the models just are all over the place in terms of landfall. So it's so important today to keep an eye on this storm, keep it right here under the Weather Channel as it approaches, being able to fine tune that forecast since the models are still trying to figure out exactly where this thing is going to go. The reality is everybody across both coasts here in Florida will likely experience some kind of storm surge, all right? From Cedar Key all the way down south of Marco Island. And then you take a look at where we've got the surge potential from the Space Coast all the way up Daytona and even into coastal Georgia. So as the storm system, as we know, will kind of work its way over the area this way as it's positioned here, all that wind coming back up and impacting parts of coastal Georgia and South Carolina. Now, not as bad, but you still have a 3 to 5 foot storm surge. And I want to make sure folks on that side are also prepped for that. Now, on the west side, where we've had big evacuations, there's, looking at such a large territory of 4 foot of storm surge or higher, up to 15-foot storm surge is a very real threat for some of these major communities and beautiful spots across West Central and Southwest Florida in general. Now, if we just take a look at where potential placement could be and overall how that impacts us from a storm surge perspective. If the track stays just north of Tampa, this could be ultimately worst case scenario for Tampa. Highest surge in over 100 years with all of that water funneling right into the bay and ultimately impacting all the communities that are in the bay. If it stays just to the south and heads towards Bradenton or Sarasota, now we don't have as much of a threat for Tampa, but a much greater threat here for areas just to the south. Remember that right quadrant. If we go even farther to the south, yes, there's a chance this thing could track a little bit farther towards Port Charlotte. If that were to happen, now we're looking very bad for Port Charlotte and, of course, for Fort Myers. That would be worst case scenario for you. So that's from the surge perspective. Wind, we're having widespread power outages. Gusts over 110 are likely here, even up to hurricane strength on the east side as well. We'll be back.
This will definitely be all hands on deck. Talking about a monster storm. It's going to have impacts far beyond where the eye of the storm ultimately hits.
This is going to be a storm surge like we've never seen, regardless if it comes in north or south of Tampa.
We're going to be ready for this storm. I want to assure Floridians, know to count on us. We're going to be ready.
And I've got to say, I feel like preparations have been really impactful here. People have left, people have boarded, people have sandbagged. Everyone is really doing what they should be doing, but your preparation should be finished or wrapping them up this morning, and you should be in your safe place. We do have flood watches that stretch along Florida all the way up into Georgia. That means conditions are favorable for the development of flooding. Much of the flooding is going to happen here into Central Florida, where we could see 2-3 months of rain in a short amount of time. And it's not only the rain falling from the sky, but you have that surge pushing up the rivers, so the rivers aren't able to drain out, and so then you get a lot of flooding. And that's what we are going to see. Tampa, Sarasota, cutting across to Orlando, over towards Daytona, and also into the Space Coast. Tornadoes will also be a big issue. You mainly see those in the outer bands as they come around. They spin up very quickly. And you think, did I just have hurricane damage, tornado damage? Sometimes they're just so fast you can't even tell. Here's a look at Milton. There's the low pressure, right? The center of it. The rain is going to be on the north side of this system. That's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. The south side, say Lake Okeechobee southbound, there's not going to be as much rain because the dry air that's getting pulled into Milton and weakening it. University, listening to me? This is what's supposed to happen. Make it happen. Hurry up. It's like getting too close for comfort now. There's your dry air coming in on the south side. Now, the problem is you see these bands right here. These are where you could have the tornadoes rotating through. So you might think you're A-OK here, you know, if you're Lake Okeechobee southbound, but you could run into some quick spin-ups that are coming in with those bands. Notice how it degrades as it's over land, but it is still a hurricane. So don't let this fool you in thinking, oh, look, it kind of really falls apart. There will still be winds associated with this, and it maintains its hurricane strength as it is off the east coast of Florida for us here. This is a very powerful storm in many ways. We've got the rain, we've got the surge, and even though this is going to be offshore tomorrow, it's still going to be bringing that water and rough surf here along the east coast of Florida. Rivers are going to come out of their banks, and we're going to see significant river flooding here, especially into western Florida with our forecast. Look at Zephyr Hills, Florida, the Hillsborough River. We could break a record river rise with this. Lynette.
So many impacts, Steph. All right, let's talk about Milton and how it's bringing destructive hurricane force winds. And that means that the risk of widespread power outages for some of the same Florida residents that were left in the dark by Helene. Now, state officials and utility companies are working overtime to help reduce outages and help the state recover more quickly. 43,000 linemen have been staged in Florida from across the country and will be ready to restore power when it is safe to do so. Keyword there is safe. So again, just take that into consideration. Don't think that as soon as that storm passes you that things are going to be happening that quickly. Again, when it's safe to do so. So we do have that potential wind threat, and your eye really goes to the fact that we could see a Category 3 hurricane, a major hurricane impacting Tampa, Sarasota, those winds over 110 miles an hour. But then your eye goes to the fact that this is going to stay intact as a hurricane. Yes, it will weaken a little bit, but still we're going to be dealing with winds 74 to 110 miles an hour, Category 1, Category 2 hurricane for the central part of the state and also the East Coast as well. And then on top of it, all the way up to the north there around Jacksonville, Cedar Key, down off towards Miami, we could still be dealing with tropical storm force winds. So this just goes to show you that the entire peninsula really going to be impacted by this system. Milton's wind field is going to continue to expand. I put this into motion for you, and you can see the worst of it. This is the hurricane force winds right here, which extend outward now up to about 30 miles an hour. Is very compact, but it will impact a lot of folks. But look at the tropical storm force winds that extend outward up to about 125 miles an hour. That's going to affect more people as this thing continues to grow. So it will grow before it actually makes landfall, and then once it makes landfall, it's going to get even larger. And then on the back side of the system, it's going to be interacting with a cold front, so that's going to have it to grow as well. And we could see on the backside, again, hurricane force winds and also tropical storm force winds. Speaking of the winds, we're going to continue with these winds ramping up as we go throughout the day. Again, as this system continues to get closer to us, making that landfall later tonight, overnight into your tomorrow morning, we will be dealing with this. And then once it's even out in the Atlantic, still going to be on the gusty side of things. And that's why I said, again, it's going to be safe to do so. When they get safe conditions, that's when we'll start to try to get that power back on. Look what's happening as we work our way towards your Thursday, once again, evening time frame. On the backside, it's still going to be very windy out there. The Weather Channel is helping you stay safe and prepared with the latest updates on Milton throughout today and tonight. Stay tuned for team coverage with live crews spread out throughout Milton's path as Florida braces for a historic landfall.
This one coming out of Milton, I'm a little bit nervous because I went through Katrina, and that was mainly winds that destroyed everything. And everything's projectile out here right now because everybody's house is on the front yard, and so all this is going to be pretty much missiles coming through. If it's, the amount of wind that's going through with this hurricane coming in, I'm not staying for this one.
Yeah, people along Florida's Gulf Coast were racing against the clock yesterday to clean up from debris from Hurricane Helene before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. In Newport Richey, even residents who are used to hurricanes say this will be the first time they evacuate. A direct hit on the Tampa Bay would be the first since 1921. Yeah, we're definitely talking about making history with Milton here. And we have the latest advisory, 5 o'clock. The new one comes in around 8 o'clock. But you know what? I think that we may see some differences once that 8 o'clock advisory comes in, because we're already starting to see this already as we look at the satellite view here. So the last time I showed you this, we had that well-defined eye. You could see that nice and clear, and now it's filled in. So this could be interacting with a little bit of shear out there. The wind still sustained at about 160 miles an hour, still a powerful Category 5. And more importantly, too, how fast it's moving. As it moves to the northeast at about 14 miles an hour, that is the only good news, I will say, with this system as of now. Let's talk about those hurricane warnings right now, because this is where we see the purple, and this is going to be the worst of it. But it doesn't really matter, because even if you have tropical storm force winds, which you do, or looking at warnings, I should say, so you're going to get those winds around Perry, around Jacksonville, even down off towards West Palm Beach and also Miami, that's still the worst of it, right? It's still bad. It's still going to pose problems. It's still going to cause power outages out there, down trees as well. So we can see right now, as we look at the radar, we do have some heavy rain coming in. As of now, most of it's offshore, but we are starting to see it on the west coast of Florida. With that said, the bulk of that action still right around Milton, but we are going to continue to watch Milton continue to work its way on off towards the north and east as we go throughout the day, and we are going to be watching for that storm surge to come in step. And of course, this is going to be the worst. When we ever talk about tropical systems, storm surge is the most deadly.
So let's talk more about that. The National Hurricane Center, as you've just seen, is warning that destructive surge will occur along the west coast of Florida. Excuse me about that. Let's start over. The Hurricane Center is warning that surge is going to occur on the west coast of Florida, as Lynette was just showing you. This is where we will have the highest surge. By the way, going all the way down to Naples, well away from landfall. But you're also going to have surge on the northeast coast of Florida. As the storm goes by, you're still going to get that onshore push of turbulent water. But what I want to do is focus down in and around Port Charlotte. Of course, Punta Gorda, no stranger to hurricanes. Charlie coming through this area is a Category 4 back in 2004. And though we probably won't see landfall here in Fort Myers, you're going to be on the south side, so you're just going to continue to get that push of water. And I can use this simulation to show you what the storm surge will actually look like in Port Charlotte. At 3 feet above normally dry ground, water is already life-threatening, and it's too late to evacuate. Water this high can actually knock you off your feet, float cars, and make driving impossible. The first floor of homes and businesses are flooded. Unfortunately, the water is expected to rise higher, at 6 feet above the height of most people's head. Vehicles get carried away, structures, they start to fail. Anything could be in this water. Glass, dangerous objects, chemical, all sorts of stuff here. The scary part is that some areas could see surge 10 to 12 feet. This takes us up to about 9 feet, a little bit higher than that. And at this level alone, your first floors of structures are flooded. There are very few places that are safe when the water is this high. So we want everyone to know, if you're in an evacuation zone, to listen to your local officials. Leave when you're ordered to do so. Jordan, this water, as you were mentioning, good reminder, it's going to be turbulent. You can even see white caps. It could literally look like this.
And it'll be moving very fast. Obviously, you got the wind causing movement, but ultimately the water will have some kind of flow. So it's not one to even try to get out in, because a lot of the folks have been talking about how it's unsurvivable at a storm surge threat that high, which is why it's so great. So many people evacuated. And, just hearing about stories for some people who can't, obviously there are safe places for you to go if you just got to get east. You just got to get away from, this large body of water. So let's go ahead and take a little bit closer look at the greater Tampa area here. Obviously, the hurricane warning up for the entire state, all the way on the Atlantic side. That storm surge warning, just notice, right? It's just right here along the coastal community. So if you can get just east of I-75, that saves you from a lot of that storm surge threat. And wherever the biggest threat's going to be, whether it's Tampa or down towards Sarasota, we'll have to see in terms of placement. But of course, that's, one of the many threats. How about fresh water flooding? That is also something else that we have to be very mindful of. We're already starting to saturate everything with the big rain coming in right now, noticing a few wind speeds here, 5 to 15 miles per hour or so on average. The wind will really pick up during the second half of the day today, and that's when we're expecting some deterioration from a wind perspective. So here's a look at this morning. Forecast calls for that moderate to heavy rain. It already started, and it does not let up. Midday, big rain across I-4, big rain all across the coastal communities. Here's a look, flooding through the interior for Orlando, even on the east side. And it's not until tonight when we expect to see that thing move on shore.
Very dangerous. Hurricane Milton closing in on the Florida coast. We are on final approach. Today is your last day to be in a safe place, and it will be a rainy day to get in that safe place. You will be making a life-saving decision if you live in some of these coastal counties, essentially from Pasco all the way down to Fort Myers Beach, if you have not left yet. I want you to think about that deeply. Conditions will be deteriorating throughout the day, especially tonight. We are expecting an overnight landfall with not a 3, but now a 4. Life-threatening storm surge could double what we saw just weeks ago with Helene. Separate from the surge risk, we're also having a high risk of catastrophic flash flooding. Could that be Tampa's worst problem? We'll talk about that. Plus the risk of tropical tornadoes. Our TORCON is up to a 5 right now. And remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. All right, let's bring in Stephanie Abrams this morning. And Steph, I was kind of hoping this thing would get whacked a little bit, but unfortunately, whether it comes in as a 5 or even a high-end 4, you've still got the same issues. This is just one of the worst hits that we will ever see on the west coast of Florida. Certainly
it is not good, and that's what the National Hurricane Center is also saying, that this has the potential to be one of the worst storms on the west central coast of Florida. Let's show you the very latest of what we know here with Milton, and then we're going to get into the forecast, because it does look like we're getting some erosion from this system on the west side of it. There it is. The National Weather Service says if Milton stays on track, it will be the worst storm to hit Tampa in more than 100 years. Pinellas County closed access to Barrier Islands Tuesday evening. Although residents can still evacuate, it's not just Florida. Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency in more than 3 dozen counties in Georgia in anticipation of heavy rain and damaging winds for the southern part of the state. So let's get to the very latest here. And I know Jim has been looking at this. Every meteorologist is following every frame of every satellite. And I want you to notice the symmetry in the eye of this system when it first starts. Julie, is there a way to pause it at the beginning just so we can get a good look at this? And then show you how it looks like it's starting to lose some of that as it's gone over time. All right, we can't pause this one, but that's okay. You can see the eye very easily there, and then the eye degrades. Notice how it's very symmetrical, and now it's starting to get a little bit elongated here. Is this starting to feel some of that dry air and shear? This is what we're hoping that it continues to feel as it makes its way towards Florida. The one saving grace, it is moving northeast at 14 miles an hour. Yesterday it was moving at 9. We don't want this thing to go slow. That would just build up more surge, give it more time to do destruction, give us more rain from it. So there is literally nothing good about this except for the fact that it is moving at 14 miles an hour and will continue to move quickly. This hurricane has had nothing to stop it. It's just sat around this Cat 5 for a while. By the way, the latest Cat 5 in a season, the only other Cat 5 we've had this late in the season was Wilma. That was way back in the early 2000s. And this hurricane, how they work, they come in, they bring everything up, and then it evacuates at the top. That is the structure of a hurricane. There's your low pressure in the middle, and the eye is clear and has no winds. So it's had nothing to disrupt it. These like to stand like a ballerina, have good posture, Jenga, anything like that. But the second you get some winds to knock it around, it loses its structure. And of course, the dry air is not favorable for development, which is what you'll see here on the west side of it, a lot of it. So we do have hurricane watches, tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings. And notice, this is forecast to go down to a Cat 3. A Cat 3 is still a very strong, intense, major hurricane. And interaction with the shear means the winds are going to widen out. So outside of the cone, you are going to feel the impacts of this. This cone is going to continue to shrink. Don't think if the cone goes away from you that you are going to be fine. I really want to emphasize that. So notice again, you see that eye goes away and we don't have as symmetrical of a system here as we look over the last few frames of this. That is a good thing. We want this to continue to kind of erode away. Now, there's been a lot of lightning with this. We've had hail with this, which you don't typically get because these are warm systems throughout. That's what makes it different than a low pressure that causes hail in the Midwest or the plains. It can tap into that cold air, but this thing was strong enough to get into some of that cold air and get hail. Notice we had a lot of lightning. Maybe that's on the downtrend with this system as it's starting to feel some of those impacts of the atmosphere surrounding it. These don't have a mind of their own. They get pushed and pulled by what's happening around it. There's your shear. And this is what we were hoping. Some of the models had that shear a little farther north. I was like, please don't, please don't. Keep that shear south. That's going to interact with the storm and bang it up. And then this is your dry air. Look at that. And the storm is going counterclockwise, so it's going to pull in that dry air. And that's one of the reasons that the south side of the storm is anticipated to be a little drier than the north side of the storm because it's going to pull that dry air into it here. Notice this is still going to have strong winds. 5, 4, 3, even a 2, by the way. I've been in the eye wall of a 1, and you've seen tremendous damage. This is kind of the pregame of the storm. There's really kind of the core of Milton down there, and it will continue to move closer ashore here, but you're going to feel the impacts north and south of where it makes landfall and even on the East Coast. Now, as soon as tonight, Hurricane Milton will bring life-threatening surge, destructive winds, and double-digit downpours to Florida's west coast. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is in Tampa this morning. Jim, you're getting a little bit of that pregame, if you will, with the rain. And I mean, when I finally saw it, it's like I've been just hoping the satellite is going to start changing. And it's finally, the last hour or so, we've seen it kind of fall apart a little bit.
Steph, so there's two things going on. I want to talk to you about this here a little bit. The ERC, you know, is likely starting again, and this happens with our strong hurricanes. We don't know when it happens. We don't know how long it lasts. We already know that. But if we can start to see some of that shear hit it while it's going through the ERC.
Through that would be ideal, yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So kicking it while it's down a little bit, because it's susceptible for you know, bigger changes when you're going through that ERC. So maybe I'm just throwing it out there, and I'm hoping for it. Believe me.
And by the way, Jim,
anybody who
I just want to mention
looks
too,
at these things is.
I just want to clarify what ERC is for those people that maybe are watching at home. It's eye wall replacement cycle, and they do take a little bit of a break in breath when they're going through that eye wall replacement. But this one, Jim, is looking a little funkier than the previous ERCs, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, does the whole mass actually get pushed off to the north a little bit? I mean, Tampa is still very much in play, which is why I'm still here this morning. But like I'm trying to say, maybe if we get into that shear, which we could show maybe in, you know, knots, it gets higher. Heck, it's 70 knots right now across the northern Gulf. All right, way up in the northern Gulf on the state. If we could get even a little bit of that coming in, we could whack this thing while it's down. So cross your fingers, everybody. That's all we got, frankly. All right, let's talk about the storm surge warning. Cedar Key all the way down. You know, through basically you know, Florida Bay. We're talking about the storm surge. And look at how much of it it's on the east side. So you're talking about all the way, you know, from the Treasure Coast on up here to Brunswick and the Golden Isles. So you're going to have an easterly wind component bringing the water in, and you can see the water rise. I mean, basically the only spot that's going to be untouched by some type of, you know, water rise. You're talking about the Emerald Coast of Florida. So the extreme panhandle. You guys won't be touched. But everybody else is going to get multiple or big impacts coming across with this thing. All right, again, look at these storm surge values. Now, here's the deal. Even if we get whacked a little bit and the forecast comes in back as a Cat 3, you still got very, very high levels of surge. You will see record-setting catastrophic storm surge regardless, okay? We can't get away from that at this time. And we'll see when this comes in, too, because for Tampa, the high tide is about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're talking about maybe a 1 o'clock landfall. So the tide's going to be coming back up if we get a cell, or a center, I should say, that goes to the north. And you can see, you know, that is a worst-case scenario. That pushes the water right into Tampa Bay. It doesn't get out. Where I am right here, okay, just to give you an example, let's come out here. 10 to 15 feet. You know, I'm 5'8" on a good day. And, you know, you could just imagine how far up this flagpole that we're talking about in terms of the storm surge. So that's all of this, homes, marina, everything underwater. As a matter of fact, it's probably going to go to the top floor of the marina we're standing at this morning here on the Davis Island. So this is a high-end surge event. Obviously, the best case scenario for just Tampa is that it moves to the south. All right, but we're not calling that at this time. There's that high tide I mentioned, 5:59 a.m. System that goes a little bit farther south, Sarasota, Englewood, Venice. These are all towns that are going to be forever changed. All right, you're going to see a coastline change coming out of this, and you're even talking about areas down towards Siesta Key, Sarasota, all, you know, absolutely pounded with a center that goes just to our south. And don't count out Charlotte Harbor, because that, regardless of if it goes north or south of Tampa, we're going to get the water shoved up into Charlotte Harbor. Places like Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda are going to absolutely be underwater in your zones. Remember your zones. Know your zones. Zones A, B, and C. Like I said at the top of the hour, you will be making a life-saving, potentially, decision as we go through the day today. We're in the 11th hour, ladies and gentlemen, and this is no time to be taking this lightly. You see the Port Charlotte tide at about 4:06 tomorrow morning, so about an hour earlier than Tampa. All right, Lynette, let's talk about the other problem with this, and that is the winds, which will be hurricane force all the way across the state and very, very destructive here. It's going to be dealing with an EF2 or EF1 tornado-type wind swath all the way across the entire state.
Exactly, Jim. So we have it all those impacts we're going to be dealing with as we continue to go downhill for today. So let's talk a little bit more about it. And we can see this wind field. I'm going to put it into motion, and you can see this gets closer and closer. And we have the inner core, that small core of the hurricane force winds, as it's going to be affecting Tampa. Fort Myers will be in on this as well. And right now, those hurricane force winds extending out to about 30 miles. But look at the tropical storm force winds. Yes, these extend out from the center even farther, up to about 125 miles. But remember, this thing is going to continue to expand as it comes in contact with land. It's already doing so, but again, it's going to expand even farther, and it's going to impact more people. And then even on the backside of it, we're still going to be dealing with some tropical storm force winds, possibly maybe even some hurricane force winds as it continues to interact with this frontal boundary. So let's talk about the potential wind threat that we have. So we can see it crashing on shore, west coast here. Sarasota, Tampa will be getting in on over 110-mile-an-hour winds. So we're talking about a Category 3 hurricane that's possible, a major hurricane as this thing moves in. And then as it continues to move inland, Orlando, Vero Beach, you could see still hurricane force winds, 74 to 110. So we're looking at, again, a Category 1, Category 2, still a hurricane. This is absolutely ridiculous. And then we take it north, we take it south. We still have those tropical storm force winds as well. So this thing is a monster. It's going to be huge in terms of that wind field. So because of that, we do have those power outages. And of course, it's going to be more widespread. Tampa, Sarasota, over towards Orlando. And actually around Orlando, the theme parks today, they're going to start to close things down in phases starting around 1 p.m. So take that into consideration too. And then again, look how far and wide it is. So Brunswick. So we're looking into southern Georgia. We could be dealing with power outages down off towards Miami as well. So unfortunately, this is what we're going to be working with. We want to keep you safe. We want to help you with those power outages. So make sure you operate those generators outdoors and far from buildings, and don't use candles or any other type of flame. Use those flashlights. Those are going to be the best thing for you for sure. We watch these winds that will continue to ramp up as this system gets closer to us. Remember, we're talking about landfall late this evening, tonight, overnight into your tomorrow as well. Those winds will continue to ramp up. But remember, as it moves across the peninsula, we're still going to be quite breezy. And then once it exits into the Atlantic, we're still going to be talking about some very gusty winds out there as well. For you, Jacksonville, we're going to be watching this continuing throughout the day. Lakeland will see this around Orlando as we continue through the evening into your tomorrow, Jordan. Again, we're not going to get rid of these winds, and this is going to be something that the power people have to watch, because they can't get up in the buckets until things start to wind down.
Yeah, which we'll have to wait till Thursday or beyond to kind of see that take place. Unfortunately, those winds that Lynette was talking about will exacerbate the flood situation, and that's because as the water's trying to drain out, remember, it's already raining this morning. We could see that in Jim Cantori's live shot. The water's going to start to drain into the Gulf. Well, as the storm approaches, it's going to push all that water back up. And so now we're going to be seeing flooding from, freshwater flooding, and that's going to go well into the interior. So flood watches go all the way basically to the Georgia coast, as you can see here on the Atlantic side, where we will be looking at really big rain amounts. And forecast calls for anywhere from as high as 8 to 18 inches of rainfall, all right? And that means the flood threat is high for today across the path, right there along the I-4 interstate. That's going to be impassable as the rain just continues to slosh through. But notice not as much down towards West Palm, Boca Raton, Miami, really tapering off down there. You really got to be kind of closer to the system itself and where the storm will be tracking. So this high-risk day is going to be a big problem because anytime we get a high-risk day, that's when we see unfortunate lives lost and the most damage to structures. Now, when we look at lives, this is the percent of yearly flood-related deaths. On these high-risk days, it's at 39%. And there's a large territory there of that high-risk threat that stretches across the state. We also have to watch out for isolated tornadoes today. Tropical tornadoes could spawn. We've got a 5 that's kind of centered over here across the west central Florida location. Meanwhile, 4 expand to the Space Coast out towards Melbourne. Orlando's included in that Torcon of 4. Remember, our Torcon goes to 10. The greater the number, the greater the threat. So it's these little tentacles that are going to come on shore that ultimately could allow these spin-ups to take place. And that's one of the reasons why we have a higher threshold sitting between Fort Myers and Tampa. But the reality is we could see it anywhere across the state. And some of the longer tentacles will reach Miami and West Palm. But that's why we don't have as much precip expected for you. It's really going to be targeted here along the track. And so that's going to be, roughly the I-4 corridor, give or take a couple of miles. Then the storm works its way onshore late tonight, early tomorrow morning, an overnight situation. Power is going to be out, and ultimately we'll be looking at improving conditions during the second half of the day on Thursday. That's when the storm moves offshore, and as you can see, we'll start to see everything diminish from that point forward. So into tomorrow, the high risk kind of shifts more towards the east central part of the state, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on a lot of these rivers, especially the ones around the interior. Hey, you could stay weather aware with the TWC streaming app. This is where you want to go to find the updated alerts and changes to Milton's forecast. All you have to do is download it on Amazon Fire, Roku, at streamtwc.com.
We did it. We're here. Let's go.
Touchdown! Electrify your Saturdays with the HBCU Go Sports Kickoff Show, presented by Procter & Gamble.
This is the place to be.
Bethune-Cookman University visits Alabama A&M University homecoming. Join our all-star team of analysts as they break down our HBCU slate.
Touchdown!
Watch live at noon Eastern on HBCU Go in the Grill, presented by Febreze. Fights odors and freshens.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Breaking right now, we got a new tornado warning that just popped up this morning. Unfortunately, this could be one of many throughout the day today. Remember, we've got a Torcon between a 4 and a 5 as we've got some of these tropical tornadoes that tend to spin up upon landfall. We've got our first one of the morning here in Immokalee, roughly a population of around 30,000, and that storm system is moving north pretty swiftly. As you can see, it's this isolated cell that is cruising northward. So if you're in Immokalee, I want you in your safe place. Put as many doors between you, or as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Moving northwest at roughly 45 miles per hour. So it is cruising. This will be right over you within just a couple of minutes, and then it'll head towards Alva, get to you just about 10 till 8 o'clock, if, of course, it continues its rotation. Jillian, do you want to kind of look at the velocity to see what it looks like? Because as of right now, we're just looking at, okay, so they're not really seeing much right now. It's kind of hard to get some info at this specific location. But It's there nonetheless, so seek shelter and be careful. Leave you with a look at the Torcon value for today. Again, remember, it's between a 4 and a 5. I don't want you to discount down where this 3 is either, because as the storm system's rotating its tentacles around the area of low pressure or the tropical cyclone itself, we could see something start there in a 3 and then maybe move up into that 5 zone. All right, in the meantime, let's get caught up with Jim Cantore. He is live with us here in the greater Tampa area. Obviously, starting off with rain, which means we're going to have a very, very wet day ahead. Jim, good morning.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this pregame is going to be with us, and it's only going to get worse, obviously. There may be like a slight break between this and then getting, the hurricane in here tonight. And, the hurricane may come in a little bit faster than we thought. So that's something to watch as well. But we're still talking about a nighttime landfall, something, anywhere from, let's say, 9 p.m. to 2 o'clock in the morning on the other end of it. I want to talk about the airports a little bit. We closed down Tampa International yesterday. Not we, but they closed down Tampa International yesterday at 9 a.m. And you're going to see major disruptions starting today on all these airports. Jacksonville is going to be in this. Orlando is going to be in this. Miami, West Palm. If you're coming down here, I would say probably, save it for a couple of days. Let them go through this hurricane. Let the airports, get planes back on ground. A lot of you are going to be canceled, as a matter of fact, because of what's going on down here. And then we'll begin to get you in and out of Florida. So just keep that in mind. It's not just going to be where it's coming in Tampa and Roswell, which is Fort Myers in Naples, but you're talking about an area as well that is going to impact the entire state. So you can see what we're talking about here. Storm surge warnings up into Tampa Bay. We still can't rule out, guys, a track that goes to the north. We're still in the cone. That is a track cone. So Tampa Bay, that's very possible. And you're talking about tremendous rainfall that'll come in. And even with a storm that goes to our south, we're going to get whacked with it. This storm would have to go way up towards Cedar Key for us to be on the drier side of it. But we think with either the center coming over us or just to our south, we're going to be on the wet side of this storm. Now, sure, it's going to help with an offshore wind, taking some of the flood water out. But still, this pregame, the fact that we're almost 2 feet above average for the year, and we're bringing more rains in today, and obviously with the hurricane, with prolific rainfall rates as that comes in tonight. And you can see that center, not very well defined, but see how much bigger it is. It's so much bigger. So does it complete the ERC coming onshore? Is it still muffling around doing that? We don't know, because we don't know. There's no, hey, if you look at the textbook and it says ERCs last X amount of hours, there's none of that. Sometimes they can go pretty quick. Sometimes it'll take them a day to go through this. We just don't know. Either way, we've got a flood threat for many inland from West Coast to East Coast again. All right, let's go back to the studio and talk to Lynette.
All right, Jim. Yeah. And all the impacts that we're going to see on the West Coast, we're going to see it inland, and we're going to see it on the East Coast as well. So this thing is going to be hauling. It's going to be moving. We do have hurricane warnings. You can see this in the purple here. So Daytona Beach, we're seeing this. We're seeing this around Orlando, Leesburg as well. And we're also going to be dealing with that flash flooding right through your tomorrow. Look at the high risk there, something that you don't see that often around Orlando. You're seeing this around Daytona Beach, already dealing with the rain coming in around Daytona Beach, some light rain action happening, and also some light wind action happening too. But both are going to pick up as we go throughout the day, as we'll finally start to really see Milton, the influence of Milton really moving in. So this is going to be a very fast mover, and this is something that is good out of all the bad that we're going to see. It's not going to sit and spin over us and just rain out and really cause even more problems. This will continue to work its way on out of here. But before it's all said and done, right through your tomorrow, we're going to add up those totals. We could see up to about 10 around the villages. DeLand, we're going to be seeing more of that as well. And we're still talking further to the north. We do have some alerts as well. Tropical storm warnings to watch around Jacksonville and even down off towards Gainesville. We'll be back.
We want to give you the very latest here on what is Hurricane Milton, still a Category 5. Will be interesting to see what the Hurricane Center comes out with. We will have an update at 8 a.m. and then that'll be an intermediate update, a full update at 11 a.m. Now, here's the thing. Once this gets closer to land, we might see updates in between those time periods when you typically get them from the Hurricane Center. Milton's definitely looking a little bit different here. Is it feeling the environment? Is it eye wall replacement? Is a little bit of both. All I know is that Milton does not look as intense. What these storms do is they kind of max out and they go through an eye wall replacement cycle, and then they, boom, pop out again, like we've seen time and time again with this system. but it's looking a little bit more elongated. Is some of this dry air starting to filter into Milton? There's shear to the north. This will feel its environment. That's a good thing. The bad thing is it's not going to drop down that much. That's the bad thing with this. It's been maintaining that Cat 5 status for quite a while. This is the latest in the season we've had a Cat 5 with the exception of Wilma, which has the lowest pressure on record for a hurricane. That was back in the, was Wilma 2004, 2005 season, 2005. So Wilma came in, by the way, here into Southwest Florida and crossed over the state. This will be crossing over the state as well. And that's why we do have hurricane warnings from the East Coast to the West Coast. And we have tropical storm warnings from South Florida up into Jacksonville and Perry. There's still plenty of warm water, but as I'll show you, we're expecting this drop because of that dry air infiltration and because of the shear. 130 is still a very powerful, strong storm. Very powerful, strong storm. And notice it will maintain its hurricane strength over to the East Coast. So again, there's a look at your satellite picture. A little less lightning in this, and that's something to take note of because the first few frames, there's a lot of lightning, and that means that this machine is working, and it is an intense storm. You lose some of that lightning. You just look at all these little hints of what's happening here with the storm. We want to continue to see it to lose lightning. We want it to continue to lose its shape. That means it's weakening. There's your shear. So as this continues to go north, it'll continue to feel the effects of this shear. And then we have dry air. That's what all this red-orange color is. That is going to be wrapping into this and why the southern half of Florida will be a lot drier than the northern part of Florida. So this dry air, it is just coming in and it's going to grab onto it and it's going to pull it in. So this is like, oh, let's continue this, right? Little hope. I finally see the dry air. I can see the shear in, in a distance from this, in a closer distance to this. So the winds are going to come ashore, cause significant damage, and we already have our first tornado warning. We expect many more of these here, Jordan, as you have these outer bands coming in. So watch it in Collier and also into Hendry County.
You'll get those alerts on your phone, so make sure you guys get into your safe place, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hey, we got a live look here, what it looks like in Fort Myers Beach in Florida, what it looks like to be an EV sitting in the distance. And we had just learned about the dangers, Steph, of what could happen to EVs with saltwater.
So EVs, electric vehicles, which, most people know that. But I just want to make sure that everyone is aware we're talking about electric vehicles. It can be any type of electric vehicle.
Correct.
And or a bike, anything that scoots and moves, whether it's a car or a scooter.
With the battery.
With the battery. What we learn on Pattern, our live climate change talk show, is that salt water in these batteries do not mix. And they will start a fire. We saw it in Helene. There's actual video of an electric vehicle sitting in a garage in a house. And Jordan, there was maybe 3 feet of water?
Maybe. And it caught fire, burnt the whole house down. So just know you got to move those EVs. And the city of Tampa in Florida is letting residents know that they can park in city garages for free. Right? So get above the 3rd floor, get those EVs. We were talking about it yesterday, Stephanie. If you had to evacuate and you've got an EV in your garage, leaving it there with the storm surge threat of up to 15 feet could unfortunately burn down your house. Yeah. And so I'm glad that you're able to kind of move those into an area that would be in a safe zone. It doesn't react the same way with just freshwater flooding. It just has to do with that saltwater flooding. All right, so we've got a lot of it, and that's why the storm surge is up both on the west side where it'll be the worst, but also on the east side from the Space Coast kind of all the way up into coastal Georgia and South Carolina where you've got your storm surge watch. All right, we know we're going to see some kind of inundation of salt water there on the Atlantic side above normally dry ground. But my goodness, worst case scenario, seeing some of these 8 to 15-foot storm surge projections could be the worst storm surge that we've seen in Tampa. We know it's already the worst that's ever been forecast. Will it verify? If the storm stays north of Tampa itself, that's worst case scenario because on that right side, the quadrant's going to be pumping in all that water into the bay. If it stays just south, not as bad for Tampa. Don't get me wrong, still bad, but much worse for Sarasota or areas to the south. We'll be back.
Our continuing coverage of a very, very dangerous Hurricane Milton as it continues to churn and basically become on final approach toward west central Florida. It's got to come in. It's going to be a strong, powerful, major hurricane when it makes landfall. The big question is where? Is it north of Tampa, over Tampa, south of Tampa? Still can't exactly answer that yet, but here's the deal. You just got to be prepared regardless because there is going to be a historic storm surge out ahead of this thing. Tampa's pretty much shut down, and for what it's worth, I think Helene helped. I think that scared a lot of people, and as bad as that was, and I'm not taking anything away from what has happened to so many million of you, but I actually think it kind of woke everybody up and say, hey, you know what? We actually are hurricane prone here in the Tampa Bay area, so we need to start taking these things seriously. Guys, basically for the last 20 to 30 minutes, I have been hearing sirens off to my right and through here. And the wind just happened to be blowing this way. There's a house fire of some type of fire not too far from here. I can smell it. It's very, very clear as day. So, people have evacuated. It's not because the water's come up, so we really don't know why that is. It's not been windy. It certainly doesn't seem weather-related, but I can definitely smell some type of fire. All right, there's a state of emergency in Orlando as Central Florida races to close popular theme parks and get people to safety before landfall. Manny Bjorquez with our partners at CBS News joins us live from Orlando International Airport. Good morning, Manny. We saw Tampa shut down yesterday at 9 a.m. And really, there's going to be interruptions across all of Florida airports, aren't there?
That's right. In fact, where we are here, as you mentioned, Orlando International Airport, they're planning to shut down operations in just about 20 minutes. So 8 a.m. Eastern, no more flights will be coming in or leaving. And you can see behind me, it's quite rare to see that this airport, which is usually teeming with people, with families, children, here to see the theme parks, that behind me, there is no one in the TSA line. So in about 20 minutes, like we said, they will cease operations here. The gas situation is also something we're keeping an eye on as people continue to evacuate and try to top up their fuel tanks. Last check, about 17% of gas stations were without fuel, and it got to the point where yesterday the Florida Highway Patrol started escorting tanker trucks to gas stations along the evacuation route to try to replenish those supplies as long as it is safe to do so. So you mentioned the theme parks as well. They're starting to close early today, likely will be closed all day tomorrow. And the big concern here is also the potential for power outages. If the current track holds, it could be worse than Helene when about 2 million people in this area lost power. Jim?
Yeah, I'm worried it's going to be more like Charlie for Orlando, to be honest with you, where they had massive amounts of tree debris and power outages there. Manny, I wanted to ask you, and you know what? I can share a similar story to you with respect to the gas. We had about a 25-minute drive to our location here down in Davis Islands, and there was nothing open. They either wrapped the pumps or everything was just shut down this morning. So, gas is, if you haven't left yet, you're not going to be able to fill up before you do so. But in terms of what you've got in Orlando, you mentioned the power outages there. The flooding is also another high risk. Are there low areas that they are thinking about evacuating, or have they?
We're not hearing of any evacuations just yet. I think at this point they're leaving it up to people. If you live in a flood-prone area, you may want to get to higher ground. But yes, the flooding is the other big risk. And the dynamic here is such that you have people who evacuated from the West Coast filling the shelters and hotels here in Orlando. And you may also have visitors who have decided to stay behind and hunker down who may have never experienced this type of tropical weather. So those are some of the concerns that officials are dealing with as well, and they're trying to get everything shut down well in advance of the storm. So yes, the airport shuts down in a few minutes. The theme parks will be closing early today, and the flood risk is certainly there. We may not get the winds that you get on the West Coast, but it could still be a Category 2 when it comes through this area. But all that rainfall, not just as the storm is moving through, but as the back half of the storm continues to hit this area, is what they're keeping a very close eye on and warning people about.
Yeah, so you mentioned Category 2. That's 100 to 110 miles an hour. So, you know, again, think Charlie, guys, if you're in Orlando. Manny Bioques, thank you very much for talking to us, our partners at CBS, giving us an update on the Orlando area. And again, as Manny said, you know, Orlando's shutting down here in terms of the airport. Tampa's already done that. They did it yesterday. Expect interruptions all across Florida. This should not be a state, especially the central part of the state, exception, you know, the Emerald Coast, that you should be coming to. All right, you should just leave it for a few days until you're here. Let this whole thing settle out as we go through literal hell tonight from west to east. All right, let's go back to the studio. Steph, anything early on that 8 a.m. advisory?
No, not yet, Jim. But, of course, the second that 8 a.m., what is considered an intermediate advisory comes out, we will bring it to you right here on the Weather Channel any moment. I mean, sometimes we get it at this hour, and that's why Jim was asking. Sometimes we get it 10 till the top of the hour, sometimes right at 8 a.m. Then we will have a full advisory at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We have flood watches. You saw the rain coming down. That's really the pregame from Milton. It's going to wrap in dry air, so South Florida will be a little bit drier. Notice how the heaviest stuff, 2-3 months worth of rainfall in a short amount of time, and the rivers being pushed up from the surge and getting all that rainwater into them gives us the highest risk of flooding here into Central Florida. This thing has all the risks.
I'd like to say we got a little bit of good news here, but it's really not. I mean, we've gone from 160 to 155 miles an hour. So just meteorologically, categorically, we now have a high-end Cat 4. All right, pressure's come up a little bit. Hopefully that will continue to be the trend, all right? Or are we going through an ERC where it could actually come down if the shear doesn't whack it? And I'm hoping that during this time of ERC that we actually get a chance to see that shear take even more hold. So kind of kick them when it's down a little bit. We'll see. All right. Again, guys, still expecting maybe 10 to 15 feet of storm surge here. And just to give you an idea, you know, I'm 5'8", and, you know, you're basically going to almost triple that. So, you know, just take a look at this pole, for example. That just puts all of this. Look at all the homes behind me here. This is the Davis Islands right here. We're on the other side of it. We were at Tampa General yesterday, so we're on the other side of it. And, you know, that just puts all these homes on the wall. As a matter of fact, even driving in, you could still see many, many, many debris piles all over the place. So the debris is not all picked up. So whether we get a surge issue or a flash flood issue with winds of 100 miles an hour, we still have the chance to take that debris and shrew it all over the place. This place is going to be an absolute mess, even without a direct hit. All right, let's go back to the studio here, Steph.
Yeah, we want to talk about that surge, Jim. You're surrounded by all this water. I attended a meeting. I attended a wedding right where you are, and I know they had a lot of damage with Helene in that area. So let's talk more about the widespread surge, because it's not only here along the West Coast, but also along the East Coast. That's where we do have storm surge warnings. And we, by the way, are going to see storm surge well away from the center of this system. It's not just where it comes in. And so you can expect to see that water rise perhaps up to 9 feet here around Port Charlotte. And thanks to this simulation that I have, I can show you what the surge will actually look like up to around 9 feet. We want to take you into Port Charlotte. It could look like this to start. 3 feet above normally dry ground. Water already life-threatening. Too late to evacuate. And water this high can actually knock you off your feet and make driving impossible. The first floor of homes and businesses are flooded. Unfortunately, the water is expected to rise higher at 6 feet above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away and structures start to fail. But look at this. Anything could be in this water. Sharp glass, objects, chemicals, all sorts of stuff. Scary thing is some areas could see that surge up to 10 to 12 feet. At this level, first floors of structures are completely flooded, and there are very few places that are safe when the water rises this high. We want everyone to know, if you're in an evacuation zone, you listen to your local officials and leave when they tell you to. And look how turbulent that water is, Jordan.
Yeah, those waters obviously going to be moving fast, flowing. Of course, the wind pushing all of that water up on land and then eventually upstream. If folks are kind of living in and around a river that's trying to drain into the Gulf, that is not going to happen until after the storm moves across your neighborhood, and then eventually we'll see it pushing offshore. And the problem is, too, if you look at the tide cycle, specifically in and around Tampa, it's sitting in, the tomorrow morning time frame of when tide will go high. So this storm is going to be pushing onshore through the overnight hours when the tide is also climbing to high tide, which is another problem. So here's a look at, the overall hurricane warning, which basically encompasses both coasts here. But the storm surge warning is just going to be along the coastal communities, not into the interior. This is going to be more freshwater flooding and ultimately the wind damage with power outages. But this is the area where you have to evacuate. And the problem is because of the, exposed water, the wind is going to be pushing all of that onshore. We've already started off with the rainfall. Unfortunately, this has got some potency to itself. So we're getting the, pregame, as Jim Cantore calls it, with heavy rain in Sarasota right now, gusting to 26 miles per hour. And the problem here is we're starting to see a lot of that rain needing to go somewhere. But the wind hasn't kicked in yet. Once the wind turns more onshore, that's when we have the problem with the big, storm surge potential. This I-4 corridor, it's going to turn heavy and not turn off. Notice we're at 6 o'clock this evening now, and it's still pumping in the moisture. 8, 9, 10 o'clock, rain continues, and this is one of the reasons why our forecast for rain goes anywhere from 8 to as high as 18 inches in some of the high spots. All right, so all of that will kind of push through. And remember, just south and west, I think it was Acadia is the name of the town. That one flooded. The Peace River flooded 2 years ago with Hurricane Ian, and that's far into the interior, and that's just because of all the rain that came with it. But for us, it's going to be some of these tributaries and areas both on the Gulf and on the Atlantic, with a big swath here of, 6 inches to a foot or higher from St. Petersburg all the way out to the Space Coast. These gusts will really get going throughout the second half of the day today. I want you to be mindful of tropical tornadoes. We've already seen a tornado warning in south central Florida. We could see more of that with our Torcon between a 4 and a 5. But look at this. The worst of the wind is going to be, basically pre-dawn hours tomorrow, with that big rain coming in for Sarasota, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches. All right, now we go to the east side. Hurricane warning still a problem. We actually also have a storm surge warning on this side as well, but that won't really take place until we head into Thursday. We've got the heavy rain beginning in some spots here so far this morning. Still some flooding that is possible here from Daytona Beach all the way down to Melbourne. Notice Orlando. I know that we've had closures there, and a lot of folks, trying to send their kids to school. That has been closed through the rest of the week for good reason, as we want many of you to kind of get into your safe place and stay there, as we won't see conditions really improve until we get into the second half of the day tomorrow. I'll leave you with a look at the overall projections. We'll be back.
Hurricane Milton closing in on the Florida coast here. This is, as they say, the 11th hour. Today is the day to get in your safe place, and it won't be a dry one. Lots of wet weather preceding this hurricane. Conditions will be deteriorating rapidly later on this afternoon and on into tonight. We're expecting a landfall sometime between 9 o'clock and maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. Some of the models have sped it up. Some of them have slowed it down, but it is going to be a major hurricane. A Cat 4 is what the update was this morning at 5 o'clock. It would come in as life-threatening storm surge. All right, I can't emphasize that enough. You're making a life-saving decision here if you leave. If you don't, you could lose your life. It's that simple here. Remember, what we saw in Helene just a few weeks ago, we're going to potentially double that, if not in some cases triple it, depending on where you are. Separate from the surge, we have a high risk of catastrophic flash flooding. All right, very, very heavy rain. Tampa, Orlando, all the way across to Daytona. Looks like the axis of that heavy rain. And, of course, the risk of tropical tornadoes. We've already had one warning this morning. Our Torcon number is at 5. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore, live in Tampa, Florida. We have not left yet. And the reason for that is because, is Tampa within a wobble of dealing with a direct hit? Yes. As a matter of fact, they are. So that's something that we're looking at and through here, and we'll make a decision here as the day goes on. But otherwise, if you're in those evacuation zones from Pasco County all the way down to Fort Myers Beach, I hope you have left. If you're watching us this morning, I strongly urge you to do so, all right, because things are shutting down, and you're not going to have a lot of options left. Friends or family, if you just get out of the surge zone, that's good enough. But if you want to get out of the state, that's up to you. You guys decide that. Either way, Steph, new advisories in. It's come down a little bit, potentially going through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. This is what happens with the stronger hurricanes. There's no telling how long it lasts or what will come out of it at the other end, but we certainly think going on in time, we will have a larger wind field and a larger hurricane wind field at that to come into the west coast of Florida tonight.
Jim, we also have that shear that, you know, it's starting to contend with, perhaps, as it's starting that northerly track.
I hope so.
And boy, is there a lot of dry air that's catching up to it. I mean, it is like a cat and mouse game, and that dry air is getting real close to it, and it's going to get wrapped into it. We're going to show you all of that after we get you caught up on what we know at this hour. The National Hurricane Center warns Milton, quote, has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for west central Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis suspended tolls in Florida to make evacuations easier. That time for leaving is running out. The Florida Highway Patrol will close the Bay bridges in the Tampa area this afternoon. So let's look at the nuts and bolts. And as Jim mentioned, we're down to a Cat 4. And if you notice, the beginning of this frame, the eye was very well defined. And when these storms get as big and strong as they can, they then have to kind of take a breath before they can continue on. So that's what Jim was mentioning. Perhaps this is going through an eye wall replacement cycle, perhaps feeling some of this dry air that I'll show you just on the west side. There's also shear. It's stronger the farther north you go. So perhaps it's starting to feel its environment as it's going through this eye wall replacement cycle. It's moving quicker now also at 16 miles an hour. It was moving 14 miles an hour earlier this morning until that 8 a.m. update. And that's literally the only good thing about this storm is that it's moving fast. If this was moving at like 5 miles an hour, it'd build up more surge. It'd give it more time to do more damage over the state of Florida. So we are, glad that this thing is going to be booking it. Now, it is still extremely strong. It will be extremely strong at landfall. There's nothing good that's going to come out of this. Surge, rainfall, tornadoes, all of it. It's been lingering around that Cat 4, Cat 5 strength since Monday. We have been at that Cat 4, Cat 5 strength. Therefore, we have warnings stretching throughout the state. I hope everyone's in their safe place today. Preparations are wrapped up. There is still warm water for this to go over, and it looks like it'll make landfall tonight into tomorrow as a Category 3. That is a major hurricane. They go from 1 to 5, by the way. If you're new to hurricanes, you're new to Florida. Cat 1 is the weakest. Cat 5 is the strongest. Anything above 3 is considered a major hurricane. But I'll tell you what, I've been in the eye wall of a 2 or a 1. That is no joke either, so just keep that in mind. The eye kind of falling apart, not as symmetric. The satellite imagery shows this kind of widening out about a bit. I hope it continues on this path of getting, disrupted and destroyed. We saw a lot of lightning with this system, little less lightning. That's a good indication also when you have a lot of lightning, a lot of convection going on, a lot of energy in this. In fact, we had hail reported with the storm a while back, which is not something that you see with hurricanes because they're usually warm core systems, but it was so intense, must have tapped into some of that cooler air. This is a pregame that Jim's getting now. This is really the edge there of Milton that will come in later today. Conditions are just going to get worse as we go through the day. So here's your strongest shear just to the north, kind of just north of Tampa. Though it's not like a wall. So hopefully on its northerly path, it really is going to feel the effects of that. The other thing that we're watching is this dry air. And this is what I was talking about with Jim. This is a cat and mouse game. The hurricane's trying to run away from it, but that dry air is coming in. And the circulation from this will pull in that dry air, especially on the south side. That's why we think South Florida will have less rain than, say, Central Florida with this system. Some gusty buoys out here, gusting over 40 miles an hour for us. But, of course, we expect winds much stronger than that in the eye wall. And we expect the storm to expand as it interacts with that shear as well. Of course, is going to make its way here. Tampa, Sarasota, I don't want to say we don't care about landfall because whoever gets that eye wall is going to see the most damaging winds. But, Jim, we're going to feel the effects, and I can't emphasize this enough, well outside that cone, well outside the landfall location when it comes to surge, wind, tornadoes, rain, all of it.
Yeah, Stephanie, 10 feet of water. You did a fantastic job on showing everybody what 9 feet looks like. So imagine 10 and 12 feet. On top of that, waves and debris also blowing around and all that. So seriously, guys, trust me, I've been in 30 foot of storm surge. It's no picnic. I've seen cars floating around like rubber duckies, and they're banging into everything, and now we've got all these debris piles to worry about as well. All right, a couple of updates for you here. Tempe International obviously closed yesterday. Pinellas County says effective 7 p.m., access to all the barrier islands has been closed. So that area is completely shut down, which is good. We want that indeed. We want that. So let's talk about storm surge. Obviously, you know, Jim's hyping this. Why? Because it is deadly. This is where you lose life. And it comes in at night in this case where it's going to be maximized. High tide, low tide, it doesn't matter. You know, sure, we could be on the lower end of that with a low tide, but we're going to be coming out of that low, going toward a higher tide. So you're going to be kind of right in the middle of all that. And I'm going to walk up to this graphic because I did want to show you there's been a little bit of a change here, all right? 8 to 12 feet now in Tampa Bay, as opposed to the 10 to 15, all right? So, hey, if we can buy 4 feet, that's going to save some homes, right? That's going to save some homes for some people. So we like that if that's all we're going to get. But that's still very bad. Trust me. That still puts me, you know, that's twice of what I gotten through here. 10 to 15, Sarasota, Venice, Englewood, all the way down the barrier island. So keep that in mind. And then, again, Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, this is no picnic for you with 8 to 12 feet. And if guidance, let's say, shifts it south, we may see that 10 to 15 feet also drag south. There is a surge component on the east side. St. Augustine, very low area, very prone to surge. Likely with a track to the south of you, you will have that 3 to 5 feet come to fruition. So it's going to be bad in St. Augustine. So a storm center to our north maximizes the surge in Tampa. We've been talking about that for the last couple of days. We cannot rule that out yet. We cannot rule that out yet, okay? We're still in the cone. That pushes all that water up into the Tampa Bay, and where I am, on the Davis Islands and through here. This is a low spot, 8 to 12 feet underwater. Look at the high tide, 5:59. Is that going to be our friend? Maybe, especially if something that comes in around midnight. All right, we'll be kind of halfway between that low tide and that high tide cycle. So that's something we're going to be watching, as well as where it goes and comes in. So you saw the 10 to 15. That has not changed for Sarasota, for Venice, for Englewood, and the entire barrier island. That barrier island will be forever changed. That is west of Sarasota, forever changed. It will never look like that again, like you see it today. All right, so remember that. Notice again, and down toward Port Charlotte, we're going to push that water into Charlotte Harbor, push it up into Punta Gorda, push it up into Port Charlotte, and we're talking about, you know, 8 to 12 feet. And look at the areas of inundation here. Just huge areas of inundation coming in. Now listen, this is with the same track, whether it's north of Tampa or south of Tampa. You're still getting it in Port Charlotte. You're still getting it there, so you got to remember that. And of course, down toward Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach, you guys are no stranger to big storm surges. This may, you know, it's not going to be as high as Ian, but it's certainly going to be somewhat of a very dangerous surge. And we've still got a lot of new construction and areas that are, you know, prone and just open now to the storm surge. High tide there earlier, about 4:06. So again, this is just one threat that I'm telling you about. The biggest one if you're in it, but perhaps potentially your wind threat or your flooding threat is your big threat. Let's talk to Lynette about that, because we're going to see hurricane force conditions across the entire state, where the path goes. Lynette, over to you.
Exactly, Jim. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about the wind, and the wind is going to be serious. It could be deadly depending upon where you are. So let's get to it, because we do have this wind field that will continue to expand. So it's not like it's just going to stay the same. No, it's not. So you can see the hurricane force winds right now, a smaller core, but again, this will be expanding. We're going to be looking at the tropical storm force winds that will be expanding as well, especially as it begins to push inland. And then even as it goes away, as it goes back into the water, we could still see on the backside the system still some hurricane force winds, some tropical storm force winds as well. So it's going to take a while for the winds to really ramp down. Let's talk about the potential wind threat that we're going to be seeing. So again, remember, this is going to be crashing on shore, the west coast here, Sarasota, around Tampa, Fort Myers. You could be in on this as well in terms of a Category 3 major hurricane going to be hitting you. And then it goes inland, and still a hurricane, not necessarily major, but it's still going to be bad. A hurricane coming through Orlando, Orlando. We're going to see this around Vero Beach, 74 to 110 miles an hour. And then you go south. We're still going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds. We go up to the north around Jacksonville, Cedar Key, Daytona Beach, still dealing with those tropical storm force winds there as well. So it's a massive, large storm in terms of the wind field, and it's going to pose problems like power outages. We could be dealing with that. Again, the worst of it, that swath there coming in the purple, Orlando, Tampa, Sarasota, you're going to be on this. But still, outside of that, it's going to be bad. Again, tropical storm force winds, so we will be dealing with the possibility in those oranges that we're going to be dealing with some of those power outages. So make sure you operate the generators outdoors and far away from the buildings. Don't use candles or any other type of open flame. Make sure you use those flashlights to help you see and get all this prepared now. You don't want to be fumbling around in the dark after things. This is what we're going to be dealing with. There is the storm. There's Milton as it continues to get closer and closer as we go throughout the day. So as we go throughout the day, conditions are going to deteriorate. We will see plenty of wind ahead of the storm, during the storm, and even after the storm. Once it makes it off into the Atlantic, those winds are going to take a while to really ramp down. As we look at around Cedar Key, as we go in through this evening, we're going to see more of the same. As we look around Orlando, things are going to start to pick up as we go throughout the day this evening. 30 to 35 mile an hour winds there. We're going to continue to watch this go to the Atlantic. And again, those winds still ramping up, still not all the way down. Check out Sarasota as we go through the evening as well. Our last stop really takes us over towards Daytona Beach. We can see what's happening around Titusville as well, as this is onshore, and then it will start to work its way on offshore. So as we go towards Thursday, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we're going to start to see much improved conditions on your Friday. But still, Jordan, we're still going to be having the winds out there, and then we're also going to be talking about the rain. So we had storm surge, we have winds, and then you have the rain component as well.
Well, and the problem is some of those winds are going to be taking the rain, the runoff, and moving it back onshore rather than allowing it to flow offshore. And that's because you've got the storm surge threat and everything kind of going on normally dry ground. We know the public schools in Orlando are closed today through Friday. That's going to be good news because we are under that flood watch for us in the middle part of the state as well. And the flood watch goes all the way to the Atlantic side up into parts of coastal Georgia, and really looking at the footprint of the storm itself, where the highest rain is going to be. It's going to be basically right on that north side as the storm's tracking north and east. So this is where we've got a chance to maybe see a foot of rain. And some spots could pick up higher than that. Obviously, you've got the amount here of up to 18 possible. That would be worst case scenario. But I also want to point out how we get, not as bad of a rain game here in the southern part of the state. You really need to be closer to the storm itself. And the problem with that is, since we're kind of expanding the storm's footprint, ultimately, we've got a very large high-risk threshold. So that's going to be the area in red. And when you have a high-risk day, it's like you got to take this seriously. I hope you've got the sandbags and you're bordering everything up, because the problem is we're going to be looking at a lot of these rivers that are trying to flow out into the Gulf or the Atlantic, burst their banks. And, ultimately, we get roughly 39 to 40% of our yearly flood-related deaths, they happen on these days, these high-risk days, which is what we have ongoing right now, plus the moderate risk and other risks outside of that, in addition to the, tornado threat. So we've got a tropical tornado threat. We've already seen a tornado warning this morning. Torcana 5, really looking at that west central coastline. 4 extends all the way to the Space Coast. Orlando is kind of right there on the border of a 3 and a 4. And because of all the convection we're seeing this morning, we're kind of keeping an eye on any rotation that could occur. Really looking at some of these tentacles coming through later in the day today. Those are going to be the ones that have a better chance of maybe seeing some of these tornadoes and twisters spin up. Ultimately, we'll keep the conditions deteriorating during the second half of the day. Landfall, remember, expected after dark time through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. And then ultimately throughout your day tomorrow, that storm will push offshore and conditions should begin to improve as we head into your Thursday afternoon and Friday. But because the storm is moving across the state, that means tomorrow we still have a high risk from Orlando, Daytona Beach, and the Space Coast. You guys can stay weather aware with the TWC streaming app. Here you can find updated alerts on the changes to Milton's forecast. You can download it on Amazon Fire, on Roku, and you can head to streamtwc.com.
As of yesterday, Tampa International closing at 9 a.m. Now joining the list, Orlando International. So we're shutting it down. You're going to have major interruptions if you're coming to Florida. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Exception would be the Emerald Coast. That's the Panhandle. They should not really be touched too much at all out of this thing. But the deal is, at the end of the day, expect major interruptions, not only today, but also tomorrow, obviously, with the heart of this thing coming across the state overnight and then tomorrow morning. And then even on Friday, we'll slowly try to get things back online, certainly. But remember, the object here is to get the planes out of harm's way. So they're going to keep on doing that. Hillsborough County, we've got debris removal continuing as long as they can. And now it's heavy, wet debris. But trust me, there are still piles of debris as we made our way here to the Davis Islands that continue to be covered. Pinellas County pretty much shut down the entire island last night at 7 p.m. And there's no access to the Barrier Islands. So that's a good thing. We don't want anybody out there, especially since so much of that is zones A, B, and C. Now, there are other areas that are higher, okay, in the central part of Pinellas. So but still, you're going to, if this thing comes just to your north or right over you, you're going to go through one hell of a night. I can just tell you that right now. This thing's going to come in. It's going to make its way kind of parallel with I-4 with hurricane conditions, maybe 100-mile-an-hour winds getting all the way to the East Coast. It's a possibility. It really depends on how much of that inner core can stay together. Right now, we've got a 155-mile inner core. That's strong. It's going to take a second for that thing to wind down. Whether it's going through an eye-wall replacement cycle and then gets whacked on its weak state, we'll see. That's yet to be determined. Surge is one of the problems. Flooding's the other. We're talking about potentially 12 to 18 inches of rain cutting across Tampa Bay, Orlando, over to Daytona. Remember, we're 2 feet above average here in Tampa. So all the aquifers are full. The water table, is high in the ground. And as soon as that water starts to come down, especially at a fast rate, it's already coming down with this pregame. This is really not the hurricane. This is this kind of little offshoot, or this little child that Milton decided to have. It is bringing the rain onto the north. It's not a good child either, not behaving very well. Notice again, the rain coming in, the winds are offshore here in Tampa. We're still east, and for us to get a direct hit, our winds would basically stay east and then flip around south and then southwest as the center would go to our north. If the center stays to our south, we will stay northeast the entire time. That will keep the water going out of the bay and definitely helping, especially with the kind of rainfall that is forecasting through here. And, just looking at this model depiction here, I mean, this thing gets whacked, but this is just a model depiction. It really depends on how much of that inner core is left over and can sustain itself, because that's going to be the most powerful part of the hurricane in terms of where we maximize the surge just to the south of it, plus produce the strongest winds, The heavier rain may be juxtaposed just to the north of that, but either way, we're talking about a heck of a hit here coming in later on today. Conditions are only going downhill. We had a couple of decent days, Lynette, to get everything done yesterday and the day before, but today, just messy, rainy, and going downhill in a hurry, especially later on this afternoon toward dinner time.
Exactly. Things are going to start to go downhill for sure. As we look, the Orlando International Airport has officially ceased commercial air flights at this point. So we're going to continue to check on what's going on with Hurricane Milton, because you can see all the purple here. So if you've been watching, you know that the purple means that we're dealing with hurricane warning. So we're talking about hurricane force winds for Orlando. So we can see why this is happening around the airport here. We're also going to be dealing with flash flooding right through here tomorrow. So we have the winds. We do have the water as well, which again is the most deadly when we're talking about tropical systems. We do have the rain out there already. Again, this is not necessarily because of Milton at this point, but we do have those winds that are already gusting. And of course, as we go through the rest of today, things are going to get worse because Milton's going to be closer to us. We can see what's going on as we go throughout the day, those winds picking up even around Daytona. So again, this is not just a West Coast event. This is an inland event. This is an East Coast event as well in terms of the rain, in terms of the storm surge, in terms of the wind. And then as we head more towards your Friday, things will start to improve a little bit more. But the rain still to come as we go into your tomorrow. We could see upwards of 10 inches in DeLand. We're going to be watching this around the villages as well. Orlando, you could see about 4 inches of some rain falling. And then further to the north, we're looking at tropical storm warnings. We have tropical storm watches as well. We're going to see this around Jacksonville, around Gainesville. And here we go. We're going to continue to watch those winds around Jacksonville as of now, even though it's not raining at at that spot. But again, it will pick up as we go throughout the day. So be aware. Again, have all your preparations done because things are not going to improve anytime soon. We're going to see those winds gusting right through this evening around Jacksonville, around 40 to 50 miles an hour with more rain on the way. We'll be back.
And good morning, everyone. Of course, we continue to watch Milton, a very, very dangerous hurricane as it makes its way toward the west central coast of Florida here. Landfall, certainly, as we work our way through the next 12 to 16 hours, potentially. There's a little bit of wiggle room there in it potentially speeding up a little bit by some of the guidance, but not all of it. All right, either way, this is the 11th hour, and your window of preparations and anything else of getting out of here is quickly closing. If you are asked to leave, which many of you are, zones A, B, and C, or just AB here in Hillsborough County, you got to get out of harm's way, please. This is going to be, a phenomenal amount of water coming in through here. All right, guys, you take a look at the satellite, and one of the things we don't see is that little pinhole eye, which reemerged last evening because the storm deepened again. It was making another run at sub 900 millibars, which is just insane. But now that pressure's come up. You're seeing like the skater starts with its hands wide and then spins them in, and it kind of spins to oblivion there. So it's going through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. This is what you see out of the stronger hurricanes. This is what they do to protect themselves and reinvigorate themselves. And oftentimes, like we saw with the last one, you went from a 6 nautical mile eye to about a 12 nautical mile eye. So it can double, sometimes even triple. Here's the deal. You're talking about hurricane conditions, maybe even 100-mile-an-hour winds coming across the entire state. What do we landfall at? 130, 145, Cat 4, that was upgraded this morning on the advisory. Now you're talking about bringing it across the entire state, obviously in a weakened state, but still 100 is possible. Daytona Beach, maybe the Space Coast. St. Augustine, you're very surge prone. You're talking about getting that water in, a 3 to 5 foot storm surge just to the north of the track. So now you're talking about the north of the track where you maximize that northeast wind component in through here. Again, satellite depiction showing what we've got going on here. And of course, now we've got a new tornado watch, which has been posted. Jilbo, let's show everybody that because we should definitely let everybody know what's going on there. This is it. And you can see it does include areas around Fort Myers. All of South Central Florida, essentially south of I-4, is included in this. We could have tornadoes as these outer bands start to feed in and blend with this pregame rain that we're seeing. So we're going through an eye wall replacement cycle, but look at the shear here. Look at the shear. Up toward Apalachicola and Tallahassee, it's about 70 knots. But that thing is so protected right now, it's still going through about 30 knots of shear, and it's not whacking it that much. But maybe, the fact that we're going through an eye wall replacement cycle, we may see that combination of kind of a weakened state. You know what I mean? It's going through a change internally. That alone may allow it to really take in a little bit more of that surge. So we're crossing our fingers right now that happens. Some dry air off to the west of that. We'll see if that evolves. And in Jordan, again, the guidance, unlike we saw a couple of days ago, did not shift far back to the north as it did. So we'll see. But either way, anyone south of that track, and that includes Sarasota, that includes Venice, Englewood, even Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, you're going to get a storm surge component. There's absolutely no question about it. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. Over to you, buddy.
It is unavoidable. Jim, Steph and I were talking. Do you think this storm system is feeling the impact of its environment at all? Or do you think it's strictly that eye wall replacement cycle?
I think it's an ERC because it's following a pressure drop overnight. And you saw the eye go to oblivion. So I think it's the ERC, but that's what I'm talking about. Are we getting a combination of that? Is that going to come right in at the time this is going on? So maybe that'll, kind of kick me when I'm down, if you will, Jordan. That would be my answer, but I don't know.
Right.
Well, time will tell.
The reality is, there is dry air circling around it. You've got that shear on the north side. So let's hope. Let's hope this thing gets kicked while it's down, because the reality is it is a very, very strong storm. and it's likely going to be making landfall as, you know, a major hurricane. And you just look at where we've got the storm surge warning as the wind field expands. My goodness, from Cedar Key all the way down past Marco Island. Plus, you've got the Atlantic side. Let's not forget coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina here, right outside of Savannah and Tybee Island, where you've got your own storm surge threat in the forecast tomorrow. But my goodness, these numbers kind of sitting in west central Florida due south are alarming. And notice the 10 to 15, how it's kind of shifted a little bit outside of Tampa Bay. Right? Jim talked a lot about that. Tampa still has an 8 to 12 foot storm surge forecast, but the shifting is likely to happen because as this storm gets closer, we'll be able to hone in on exactly where the worst of it's going to be. So let's just say, for instance, it takes the northern track. Tampa could see the worst. If it goes just to the south, the worst is going to be down towards Sarasota, that right front quadrant. If it takes more of a southern approach, now we're looking Port Charlotte, Fort Myers with that big storm surge. So that's why track is everything, but you're all getting something. We'll be back.
Hurricane Milton will make landfall as a major hurricane on Florida's west coast late tonight. The storm will sustain its hurricane strength as it pushes inland, triggering hurricane warnings from Tampa to Orlando. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is live in Tampa. We're also joined by the director of the Lake County Office of Emergency Management, Megan Milanese. Thank you for being with us, Megan. And I want to get right to the fact that you are inland. Lake County is kind of just west and north of Orlando. It kind of wraps around it a little bit there, but you're essentially right in and around the Orlando area. What preparations have you guys taken?
So our Emergency Operations Center is currently at a level 1 full activation. That means we've pulled in all of the resources that we can in order to respond to Hurricane Milton. We're expecting to see strong tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall, which will lead to flooding in some areas of our community. So we want to have all hands on deck.
Megan, you've dealt with Ian, you've dealt with Charlie's. You know, you have a dual threat of flooding and wind damage in through here. Is there anything that you took away from those two storms that you're either doing differently or actually building up for Milton?
Yeah, absolutely. We learn from every storm we go through. And Ian, especially being fairly recent, we are looking at some of the actions that we did prior with Ian, because we see heavy flooding from the St. Johns River in Astor whenever we see these types of storms come through. And we're expecting similar effects from Ian with Milton, and that included historic river flooding. So that means we're doing messaging and extra attention for our Astor community to make sure they know what their risk is and that they have the resources that they need to stay safe.
Have there been any evacuations away from some of those rivers that are expected to rise?
So our entire county is currently under a voluntary evacuation order right now due to the expectation for the strong tropical storm force winds. And we've also done extra messaging to our Astor area specifically to let them know that there is transportation specifically to that area to get them to shelter if they want to evacuate their homes.
Megan, I wanted to ask you, because there's just been a mass exodus from this side where I'm on over here in Tampa. Do you still see a lot of traffic on the roads, or has that come down a little bit?
I still think people are moving and getting to where they're going to be today. The messaging that we've given to our folks is to get where you're going by the early afternoon as we start to see conditions deteriorate with the onset of Milton. So I think folks are still getting to where they're going to be, but we're trying to get them there as soon as possible.
Do you have shelters open and or anticipating opening shelters?
We currently have 15 shelters open across our entire county.
And in terms of, curfew or potential curfew, that does seem to work very, very well in areas. Is that something you guys are considering for your county?
So at this time, we do not have a curfew in effect. However, we have been strongly messaging to our residents to let them know what the expectation is going to be and to stay off the roads as much as possible, especially as we move into the nighttime phase of the impact from Hurricane Milton, because they're not going to be able to manage the hazards that might be on the roads during that time. And then especially post-impact, we need to get emergency crews on the road. We need to get our public works folks out. We need to cut and toss debris. So we're going to have guys out there working and making sure that we get those roads clear and we get ourselves as back to normal as possible immediately post-impact. So the more that people can stay off the roads, the better.
And we definitely will want to double down on that. Megan Milanese, Director of the Lake County Office of Emergency Management, we really appreciate you joining us today. And Jim, as you mentioned, you don't have to go that far from the water if you're evacuating. So many people have made their way to Orlando, but you're still going to get things like wind damage in Orlando. You're not completely safe there.
Right. Yeah, if we had her for another second, I was going to ask her, because Steph, once you start losing power, I mean, sometimes it's almost beneficial to start shutting it down before you get the worst of it, so you can actually save it and get everybody back online. Same thing for the water system as well. You could just kind of, I don't think they have to do that in Orlando, but especially the power, I was just wondering if they would consider that. But this is going to be that kind of storm, Stephanie, where we're talking about, large-scale, multiple-day power outages all the way across the core of where the center tracks, north and south.
And with that said, Jim, we want people to use flashlights, not candles, so we don't have any accidental fires within homes.
Thank you.
And also just something I don't know if people have thought about, fill up your bathtubs, maybe your washing machine with water so you can use that to flush your toilet, because if you are without water for several days, you can just use a bucket and keep that water flowing.
And Steph, we've all seen what's going on with electric vehicles, in salt water. Make sure you just get them out of that way. Go park them in a higher area. I know salt water is not an issue for Orlando, but I just want to bring that up for everybody that's involved in potentially getting a storm surge from the water. And that's west side and east side.
And Jim, in Tampa, you can actually go to the parking garages for free, Tampa is saying, and they are telling people with these vehicles to go up to the 3rd level, because as Jim mentioned during Helene, and we were talking about it earlier, there was an electric vehicle in a garage with maybe 3 feet of salt water, maybe, and the whole house burned down. So it's not only electric vehicles, Jim, electric scooters. Anything that has any of those
and
batteries.
Golf carts. And golf carts.
Thank you. Yes, golf carts.
You're absolutely right.
Get
All right, guys, our continuing coverage
of
Helene, a very dangerous storm on Final Approach, comes up. The infamous calm before the storm here at Clearwater Beach. I mean, look at how flat that water is. On any other day, you'd be like, what hurricane? But there is a very, very dangerous hurricane looming out there, enough so that in Pinellas County, which is where this is, they pretty much shut it down. They started the curfew last night, and this is going to get a whole lot worse, obviously, as this hurricane continues to pull northeast with very strong winds. It's a major hurricane. It's expected to stay that way at landfall as well. Guys, we are out here on the Davis Islands. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. We've been in Tampa, and we have not left. All right, we have not left, and the reason for that is because Tampa is in play. They are still in play, potentially, of a wobble, even though of recent, most of the center track has been to the south of Tampa. That doesn't mean where it's staying. You're still in the cone. It's a track cone, and we've seen storms go north and south of that center point, especially last time with Helene. All right, I want to take you nearby here. Peek's out. He's got the drone up, and he shot some video of some of the piles of garbage that just remain here. I mean, they're still trying to pick this up. You can see that. They haven't stopped. And because, the storm was delayed yesterday a little bit, they may have a good chance of doing that during the day. But you can see it's just pile after pile after pile, which becomes a whole part of the debris field if we get that forecast 8 to 12-foot storm surge, which has come down. I want to show you something else, too. I want to walk across. Again, we're at this marina here And you can see these boats that are out here, but they're tied on to these pilings, all right? And these are floating docks. They come up and down when the water comes in. And they're probably about 10 feet high. We got the 10 to 15 feet. If we got the 10 to 15 feet that was forecast here, you could easily go over the top of that piling. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about, how dangerous, and why we saw our friend David yesterday actually moving as a result of that. So crazy, crazy stuff, guys. Again, it's still yet to be determined, I think, as to what kind of a hit Tampa gets. But, Jordan, I'm not foolish enough to say that there won't be major impacts here regardless of a north or south track. It just may be a little different in the surge component. We've still got a flood potential, and we certainly have a heck of a damaging wind potential here. You're not going to be untouched, Tampa. That's your takeaway. Over to you, buddy.
All right. We appreciate it, Jim. We really do. Hey, the National Hurricane Center warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of the Florida West Coast, as Jim was just saying. Some cities could be inundated with that big surge of 9 foot of water or higher. We could actually show you what the worst-case scenario could look like in Barefoot Beach, right around the Bonita Springs area outside of Fort Myers. The water is going to rise to at least the first floor of many homes. Apartments will be completely submerged into the water. Below me, you could see the forecast. The yellows, the oranges, and reds would indicate different levels. Yellow is 6 feet. Orange is up to 9 feet. And then red is 9 feet or above. And unfortunately, it'll look, like this, which you can see on the screen here, of all that water coming on shore, which is one of the reasons why a lot of these homes obviously are built on stilts. But the problem is all the destruction coming in behind it and things banging up against houses or bridges or anything like that. And then we have actual damage to infrastructure. So what we did below me is we actually overlaid the threat with the homes that are sitting here in Barefoot Beach along the barrier island, along the intercoastal here, as you can imagine. And there's so many homes here, Stephanie, that will be impacted by this threat, even if you're, far to the south of the potential landfall, which is why that storm surge is so long and you have different threats up and down
it all
the Florida
propagates
coast.
out ahead of the storm, the waves and the turbidity of the water for you. Let's show you some closer in forecasts. We're going to start Tampa, Sarasota, down to Venice, Bradenton, Indian Rocks Beach, Clearwater, St. Pete. We still have that storm surge warning. That's not going to go away. That's not going to change. This is kind of the pregame of that rain coming in. Sarasota already gusting around 26 miles an hour. But it's as we head into tonight is when we will see the worst weather start to come in. And there is that center coming in, giving us those strong winds and then slicing through the state, kind of riding along I-4, depending on where it comes in, maybe a little south, maybe a little bit to the north. But it'll be in that kind of area. We could see 2-3 months worth of rainfall for us here into central Florida. That's going to cause flooding. Rivers are going to rise. Rivers are not going to be able to get out because of the surge. So you have rain coming down, the surge pushing that salt water in. That's a bad combo for these rivers. Sarasota, we could gust over 100 miles an hour. Whoever gets in that eye wall is going to feel the strongest winds. Orlando over towards Titusville, Daytona, the Space Coast. We've already got some of that rain here. Kissimmee, Winter Haven. This area will feel those impacts really as we head overnight. You get those stronger winds into early tomorrow morning, and this will still be a hurricane as it makes its way off the coast. Rainfall here, Apopka. We could have double-digit rainfall for us. DeLand, Daytona. All these spots could see some flooding, and even as we go to points farther north, we got a little bit of rain here into St. Augustine, also into Palm Coast. Heavier showers, basically Jax southbound, and then there's that onshore flow when the low is over here, and you still get that flow onshore there. The Weather Channel is helping you stay safe and prepare with the latest updates on Milton throughout today and tonight. Stay tuned for team coverage with live crews spread throughout Milton's path as Florida braces for a historic landfall.
Hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
All right, time we know, folks, is running out to prepare ahead of Milton. We're just hours away from a landfall on Florida's west coast before then tearing across central Florida and then pummeling the Atlantic side of Florida. What can you expect? Coastal storm surge, inland flooding, extreme winds, and even tornadoes, all possible over the next 24 hours with a hurricane that is taking dead aim at Florida. Winds right now 155 miles an hour, a very strong Category 4 storm on its way. Thanks for being with us as we track Hurricane Milton. I'm Mike Bettis live here in Tampa, Florida. Sitting at Old Tampa Bay right now. The skies have turned gray. The rain is coming down. The winds at times breezy, but through the day, the weather's going to go downhill incrementally here, okay? So at times you're going to see some really heavy rain bands come in. You're going to see the winds start to pick up gradually throughout the day, peaking overnight tonight as the hurricane will make landfall somewhere along Florida's west coast. Could be very near Tampa, down towards Sarasota. Right in there seems to be the sweet spot at this moment. And of course, we're going to watch for the storm surge as well. That's really going to pick up through late afternoon and then up through landfall, okay? And that's when we're also going to see the core of most extreme winds. Right now, the hurricane force winds extend out about 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend out well over 100 miles from the center. So a lot of us are going to feel some pretty intense winds from this, but the core of the intense winds is going to be right near the eye. So here we are on Old Tampa Bay. You look behind me here. So this is where you head out toward the Howard Franklin Bridge. That'll take you over the bay here. And typically on a sunny day, you'd be able to see all the way over, and you see the Howard Franklin span that goes up. I can't even see that. It's just kind of a shade of gray today as the skies are rain-filled, unfortunately. And for some of us, we may even watch for a severe weather threat, including tornadoes. So keep that in mind as well. I would anticipate tornado watches to come in here sometime this afternoon. That could include portions of South Florida, by the way. So Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Naples, the Keys, heads up for you. That could be a threat as we get some of these outer bands that spiral their way through. So that's just another concern that we have on top of everything else that we're watching. Alex and Molly, this is probably as nice as the weather is going to be all day here in Tampa. This evening, things get very, very rough. So hopefully everyone is where they need to be already. Driving in rain and wind today is not going to be in your favor. So if you haven't gotten to your safe spot yet, do so as quickly as you can.
Yeah, Mike, you said it. I mean, National Hurricane Center basically saying all the preps need to be rushed to completion. That window is quickly closing at this point.
And that is because Milton is quickly approaching. And you look at the presentation on satellite. We'll get back to Mike Bettis there in just a minute. And you'll notice it's pretty obvious visually that this is going through a transition.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, you got that kind of western edge that's kind of getting eaten away here. But this is still, and this is the tough part about the messaging. Yes, we have to tell you, yes, this thing is transitioning. We're starting to see it not as powerful as it was, but it is still going to be an extremely, extremely powerful system coming into the West Coast. Yes, it's not 180 mile per hour winds like we saw, but right now it's still 155, and it's still expected to be Category 4 making landfall.
And still not locked into exactly where this is going to make landfall. And when you heard Mike Bettis talking about how compact those hurricane force winds still are, that's going to make a huge difference where this makes landfall and who sees the biggest impacts.
Yeah, so there we are right now. There's the projected path moving in this direction towards western Florida. And again, somewhere in this zone, again, makes such a big world of a difference in who gets the worst. Again, as it gets down to Sarasota, could we see some of the worst if this track ticks a little bit farther south of Sarasota? Fort Myers could be in dealing with the worst conditions, and Fort Myers is not even in the cone.
You see Sanibel Captiva there and areas that will be inundated by water despite the fact that you are not going to get the landfall.
Hurricane warnings, they are still in place. Anywhere you see the purple and across the peninsula, this is not just a coastal issue. We could be talking, again, hurricane conditions here, working all across interior portions of the state. And notice even northbound, tropical storm watches up into parts of South Carolina.
What's been the biggest concern so far this morning is these little areas right here. They're these tiny little isolated cells that have rotation in them. And we've already seen a tornado warning this morning, several. And I think that we will see several more before the day is done. Dr. Postel?
You're exactly right. I mean, that tornado threat, Molly, is increasing across the west coast of Florida and for much of the southern peninsula overall, as we can see the outer periphery of Milton now bringing that tornado threat along the way. I'll show you in just a second some of the details of that. But right now, I kind of want to get to what the hurricane hunters are getting right now in their mission through Milton. This is a NOAA P-3 plane called Miss Piggy. Thank goodness we have the hurricane hunters out there. Both the Air Force and the NOAA, we can't thank them enough for doing their job. They're telling us exactly what's happening out there in detail, giving us an idea of what we have in front of us, because otherwise we really would just be guessing to a large extent. But there they are, and what they're finding right now with these what are called vortex messages. These are little sort of messages that get sent out of what they found through a particular slice of the storm. The pressure is somewhere around 920 millibars. This was extrapolated from an altitude of about 8,000 feet, but it's a good estimate of where we are. The pressure is a little bit higher now than it was yesterday at this time, of course. Flight level winds are still ferocious. At least in one of these earlier passes a couple hours ago, the flight level winds at about, again, 8,000 feet up were about 180 miles per hour, 155 knots. May not be as strong right now, but still very, very dangerous weather is hiding and lurking in the middle of Milton. It is a bad, ferocious Category 4 hurricane right now. Now, getting to that tornado threat, look at the radar. We're seeing a lot of sort of the presentation here that suggests there are supercells here, a lot of them, just to the southwest of Fort Myers, Marco Island, and Venice. These are right now offshore with a very significant waterspout threat. They will likely, these cells, maybe not these exact ones, but the pattern of supercell thunderstorm activity will be closing in on the Florida coast and that tornado threat today. We've already seen some warnings out there. That tornado threat today throughout the region is only going to go up. The winds right now, very manageable across the region. The wind is not really a factor right now. It's going to be, but for now, it's not. There's that tornado watch that goes out until 9 o'clock tonight. I do expect to see a whole lot of tornadic activity with a system like this as we go through the evening hours. Farther to the north, Tampa right now, we have an offshore east or northeast wind. It is an offshore wind like that. That's good news. The question is, will it stay that way and keep the surge from Tampa and areas nearby at bay? No pun intended, but literally keep that storm surge in check. That may be good later on for Tampa, but that's worse for areas farther to the south. I'll show you in a second. So now let's talk about the size of the wind field. It is right now a relatively compact storm. Hurricane force winds, we think, extend out really only about 30 miles. But the tropical storm force winds go out about 100 miles. That's kind of confirmed by some of the observations and the buoys that we've seen around there. But now we have some good news here. A little bit, I think. Milton is going to be moving over some cooler water with less heat content, less fuel. The atmosphere is increasing its wind shear and the dry air penetration into it. I think both of those will conspire to allow a weakening trend along the way. But, as Alex said, it is likely to come on shore as a Category 4 hurricane. Here are some of the various track models, and they are right now, a large part of them, many of them, are centered on a landfall south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of impacts? With wind, the strongest of all the wind is going to be probably along and to the south of that track, wherever it may be. Again, there's still uncertainty in this, but it does appear that perhaps Tampa and south, that's where the strongest winds are going to be by far, with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, even inland, and even perhaps all the way to the Florida East Coast. Here's my last graphic about the surge. Now, this, we're going to see more and more refinement to this forecast, even today, as we better understand where the center is going to go. But for right now, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, probably less of a storm surge than areas farther to the south, like Sarasota, Venice, and even farther south from there. Again, here's the potential storm surge from maximum rises above the normally dry ground at the high tide mark, right? But do know that as we get better data and figure out exactly where this is coming on board, we're going to know exactly where the greatest storm surge, and again, along and to the south of where the center crosses the coast. So officials now are warning, and for the final preparations should be rushed to completion, as Milton is expected to make landfall later tonight, maybe even early after midnight. Now let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who's live in Tampa. And Mike, the question is, does the city seem prepared for what you've seen for what's to come?
Yeah, I thought great analysis from you, Dr. Postell, on what's going on there with potential, landfall locations. And a lot of times we say, don't sweat the details, right? Watch for a wide range of effects here from the storm. But when you talk about a major metropolitan area like we are here in Tampa, we are sweating the details of where that center goes, because it makes a huge difference whether or not we get huge surge in Tampa Bay or not? Does the wind and the surge come in, or does it go out because we end up getting more or less an east wind? Those are the key questions, and that's why we are sweating those details, a little bit here for this storm. Let me show you some other locations, including there in Fort Myers and Siesta Key. Poor weather there, just like we have now. Rainy, at times a little breezy. In all these locations, the winds in particular really begin to pick up for us as we go through the afternoon and evening, okay? But I want to talk a little bit more about, the debris that we had from Helene. Again, we're just recovering from that. These places took a pretty heavy hit. So there's a lot of debris that's still sitting curbside that hasn't been picked up yet and taken off to the landfill, also depositing at the fairgrounds. And so that becomes maybe floating debris now. If we get storm surge, becomes projectiles if we get extreme wind. And so a lot of that debris that's just sitting loosely then flies around. But a lot of people have been evacuating as well. And I think that Helene, was that shot across the bow, if you will. And this could potentially be a direct hit. So that's got a lot of people's attention. A lot of people were leaving, especially on Monday around the Tampa area. We had traffic jam yesterday. We had a lot of traffic down on I-75, along Alligator Alley, up on I-95 in Jacksonville, as people want to get out of harm's way. And there's a lot of population here in vulnerable locations out on the barrier islands and the beaches, from like Longboat Key all the way past Clearwater. These are locations where you've just got heavy population that sits. But let's talk about some of the scenarios, if we can, about what could happen in Tampa. Of course, we've got storm surge warnings, and the forecast is for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge at the beaches here and up through Tampa Bay, okay? But let's talk about the scenarios, and the angle of approach can mean everything in a circumstance like Milton, all right? So straight on approach that comes right on in, what could that mean for us here? Well, generally that's going to mean, especially if the eye is just north of it, it's going to maximize the surge. Going to come on that right front quadrant and push all the water right into Tampa Bay. That's when you maximize the surge and you see the full extent of that forecast realized, okay? Then you take a look at potentially, a hit that comes in maybe just south of Tampa. And as of right now, that'd be where the center track is. Again, that could wobble just a little bit here. That means that we'll get low end of the range here, but extreme surge could impact Sarasota and then southbound from there, okay? Now, if you get one that comes, maybe well south of us, all right? Tampa, you're probably going to get wind that goes out at that point then. You're going to get minimal surge at that point, with the strongest surge then maybe Sarasota and Fort Myers southbound from there. Those are, again, key factors. We try not to sweat the details, but in this instance, it's really important. And I know that we'll get new track at forecast throughout the afternoon, and we'll try to keep you on top of those as best we can. But glad to see that so many people have heeded the warnings and gotten out and gotten safe. Better safe than sorry. But we can also see some pretty significant effects from Milton up along the east coast of Florida as well. Jen Carfagno is in Jacksonville. Along the east coast, Jen, what should folks be preparing for today?
Yeah, Mike, so I want to talk about what's happening already on the east coast of Florida and then how things are going to change once the hurricane crosses over the state. This is a west coast to east coast hurricane. It is going to be moving. It'll be moving fast as well. But because it's moving fast, maintaining its hurricane status as it moves across the state. Now, here in Jacksonville Beach, where I am today, there's, of course, a lot of concern about what kind of wind we're going to get, what kind of surge. We are under a storm surge warning. We're also under a tropical storm warning. And just to my south, from Ponte Vedra Beach, here southward to the St. Lucie and Indian River County lines, we are also under a hurricane warning in that area. So winds are possible to gust that high, and wind damage is certainly something that is a concern. Trees down, trees on power lines, power out. Just finished cleaning up from Helene in this area, and in the greater Jacksonville area, there was about 140,000 customers without power. There's still some piles of debris around that they were trying to clear. I had the chance to talk to the emergency manager, Andre Ayub, yesterday about getting ready for Milton after Helene.
We just saw with Helene a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 feet. We were able to sustain that. That got into the roadways. We had to take off some roads. In our low-lying areas, as you mentioned, the Riverside area, San Marco, some of our coastal areas. But, 2 to 4 to 5 on top of what we're looking at, maybe 6 to 8 inches of rain and some tidal issues. That's serious. So you're going to look at some, like I said, getting into businesses and houses and all that. So it's really a serious time here in Duval County.
It is a good time to hunker down. Today is going to be a rainy day. The rain is just starting to fall now here in Jacksonville Beach. It'll fall up in Jacksonville just to my north pretty soon. You can see on the radar how very active it is right now with a lot of heavy rain out there. It stretches across the state. Now, this is all in advance of Milton, and we will be getting a rainfall through the day today, increasing at times in intensity of rain and also at times in wind. And I think as we get through tonight and then early tomorrow, that's when we'll see our peak wind concern. The surge concerns will be on the increase as we get through tomorrow as well. We have a 3 to 5 foot storm surge possible along the east coast of Florida, extending up around actually into Georgia as well. And what's interesting is that's going to be along and to the north of the track. I know so often we think the right of the track is the side that gets a surge, but because of the direction it's moving and crossing over the state, it's going to be up around to the north. And so certainly just paying attention to the areas around you, staying put during the storm. That is the best advice I can give you. And we'll have continuing coverage on Hurricane Milton right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, today is the day as we track Hurricane Milton for you here on the Weather Channel. Mike Bettis coming to you from Tampa, Florida. The weather obviously is taking a turn today, and it only gets worse from this point going forward, with landfall expected later on tonight after dark, where we'll then see the highest winds, the highest rainfall rates, and the highest wind surge right here along the west coast. And it's been a long time since a place like Tampa has had to deal with a storm like this, even though it was just 2 weeks ago we had Hurricane Helene that didn't hit us directly, but did bring record-setting storm surge. We're staying here in Old Tampa Bay. You can see behind me the water's calm right now. Winds aren't bad at all at the moment, and that's where the Howard Franklin Bridge runs, connecting Tampa out toward the beaches there. The weather's been, poor visibility, but I'd see the high span of the bridge, off to my left here, but the bridges will close down at 45-mile-per-hour winds, which is likely to happen late this afternoon, early this evening, and then the big winds will come in when the landfall happens well after dark this evening. Of course, Hurricane Helene got a lot of people's attention. This one, rightfully so, does. Been a Category 5 twice now. It's a high-end Category 4 right now. And people are heeding the warnings, and so many people have evacuated ahead of this.
I live by myself. I've done what I can. I'm not capable of boarding anything up or doing anything more than I have. So hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst, but as long as we have God in our hearts and we have the strength, I think that's what matters. We have our family, we have God, and that's all we need to make it no matter where.
Staying strong in situations like this, you're making sure that you're staying in a good mental frame of mind is very important, as the one woman said there. Not sure what I'm going to come back to. After I evacuate, what am I going to come back to? I think that's the concern for so many people here, Alex Wallace. This is something that they've never experienced before, right? We have not had significant hits from hurricanes in decades, and so they're unsure of what could happen, and I think that's what makes so many of them nervous.
Absolutely, Mike. And you think long-term residents haven't seen that. Think about all the people who are just coming in. Florida has seen a population boom, right, for people who have no idea what tropical cyclones can do. So, yeah, it all around a situation where people are no doubt very worried. And, of course, one of the big worries is the destructive storm surge. The National Hurricane Center warning that that surge is going to occur along parts of Florida's west coast, at least the biggest of the surge we are anticipating out there. Storm surge warnings, we've got those up here along the entire west coast, essentially here of Florida, but also parts of the East Coast, sliding up towards southeastern Georgia, and even storm surge watches, because we'll see some water rises there showing up along the coast of even South Carolina. The order of maybe 3 to 5 feet in places like Daytona Beach, but look at where we maximize some of those totals here. Again, right along the west coast, Tampa in the 8 to 12 foot range, but south now, Sarasota working to just north of Fort Myers. Could be looking at a 10 to 15 foot storm surge showing up there. And even as you head south, 8 to 12 around Fort Myers, Naples 5 to 8 feet. I mean, all these values, life-threatening values that we may have to contend with here. And again, we could be talking about some spots getting well up over 9 feet. So what does that look like? Because we can tell you all the numbers, but it's hard to realize what that could look like. So we can actually show that here with the simulation in a spot like Port Charlotte, where we could be seeing water levels rising well beyond what we've got here. This is about 3 feet that would be a normally dry ground. Now, water now already at this point is life-threatening. Too late to evacuate. Can't do that. Water can knock you off your feet. Cars start to float, and so driving is impossible. In the first floor of homes and businesses, they start to flood. Unfortunately, the water level is expected to rise even higher. We get up to about 6 feet now, and now we're talking about that water level getting above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away, structures start to fail, and stuff in the water, right? This is not clean, nice pool water, no. Glass, all kinds of other objects in there as well, chemicals in the water. It is not a pretty sight. And then you start getting above 8, 9 feet. In fact, that's the forecast in around Port Charlotte, 8 to 12 feet. That's the range. At this level now, look at this. We're talking about the first level floors of structures completely flooded out, and very few places that are safe here when the water rises to this height. So we want to continue to drive home the point that everyone needs to know that if they're in an evacuation zone, listen to the local officials and evacuate it when ordered to do so. That time is really becoming short at this point. Molly?
We're watching tornado warnings right now across South Florida. We've seen a couple already this morning, and here's another one. This is for Broward as well as Collier and Miami-Dade counties. This goes until 9:45, and this is moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. So it's moving very quickly. Get to shelter very quickly as well. And there's a tornado watch out until 9 p.m. this evening.
Let's get you caught up here on what we know at this hour. Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They're going to reopen when it is safe to do so.
Fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami.
And the Florida Fish and Wildfire Conservation Commission is preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 36 boats across the state.
On wherever the eye of the storm is, you could make landfall anywhere from Citrus County down into southwest Florida. We'll know more over the next 12 to 18 hours, but just cones, all this stuff you see, the impacts will be broader than that, particularly with respect to storm surge on the west coast of Florida.
Well, you're already hearing the governor talk about what's going on here out ahead of Milton. And here's the latest. If you're just joining us here, still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with 155 mile per hour winds. Central pressure is around 918. Northeast motion, much faster than yesterday now, 16 miles per hour. So we talked about how this was going to pick up speed, but also get larger in size.
And also the change in appearance that you're seeing right now was also forecasted as it's meeting some of the drier air in the shear, and it's transitioning in appearance, but that's not making it any less of a problem for areas in Florida. No, this is a destructive hurricane that is barreling towards the Florida coastline right now.
It really is. And you can see the projected path. Yes, we are anticipating to see those wind speeds come down. But I mean, 130 mile per hour hurricane coming into the west coast of Florida. If we didn't tell you this thing was 180 a couple of nights ago, and we said, okay, there's a 130 mile per hour hurricane coming to the west coast, everyone would be certainly on guard. And so we still need to be on guard with a very powerful hurricane, even though it may be not as intense as it was. But I mean, we were talking about a system that was at the upper echelon in the top 5 in the history on the record books. So going from there to where we are, yes, less intense, but still very destructive.
You mentioned the fast forward speed of this. So that's good in regards that you won't be in those most powerful winds for a long time. It's bad in regards that it's going to hold its strength very quickly across the state of Florida. So it's going to remain a hurricane across central Florida and then moving out into the Atlantic, where even on the Atlantic side, we're going to have issues with surge.
Yeah, I mean, we just experienced that with Helene because of its fast movement, right? It was so strong, moving so quickly, those big time winds were able to go so far inland. So that's the case here across the peninsula of Florida. We get it at the coast, of course, the most extreme, but it's going to hold together with the strong winds moving its way across the state. Travels at the airport, in some of its cases here, it's not happening because the airports are closed.
Right. And we do have rain. So if you are still trying to put those evacuation plans into place, it's going to be pretty much done in the rain today. Well, officials in the Tampa area are hoping that people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents should already be in their safe place.
Yeah, let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, of course, that's an area that just had to deal with Hurricane Helene. That left issues and storm surge there that came on into the Tampa area. 3, 6, up to around 7 feet or so. That's what we saw. Yeah. We could be looking at much more than that. And people have to remember what happened with Helene. It was bad at around Tampa. This could be certainly much, much worse.
Yeah, that's a real possibility that we face at this point. You know, we had Old Port Tampa Bay had just under 7 feet of record-setting storm surge. And I think there were two interesting things that happened with recent hurricane interactions, okay? But let's go back 2 years ago to Hurricane Ian. And the eye went south of Tampa. Remember, we were all so nervous. What's going to happen in Tampa? And it went south of Tampa, devastated Fort Myers. So here in the Bay, what happened? All the water with an east wind went out. It was an eerie thing to see. It was just weird. You could have walked out hundreds of feet out in Old Tampa Bay because the water went out toward the Gulf of Mexico. Now, 2 weeks ago, when we had Helene, the hurricane stayed offshore, but it brought us an onshore flow, and this is why 7 feet of record-setting surge came in, and where I'd be standing would be underwater, right? We're not exactly, and I know it's tough to hear, we're not exactly sure what's going to happen with this because it's a possibility the eye could come right over top of us. It's a possibility the eye could go maybe just to our south. That makes a huge difference as to what happens with the Bay and the Gulf of Mexico, right? So again, once you keep tuned to the forecast here, and we'll keep updating you here right now, the center track at least, and I know we don't always say don't focus necessarily on the center track, but as we get closer you can. Somewhere near Sarasota or somewhere between Tampa and Sarasota seems most likely. The other threats that we're going to end up seeing here, of course, the storm surge. The numbers are big, no doubt about that. 8 to 12 feet for us here around the Tampa Bay area. A little bit more farther south, 10 to 15, and that right front quadrant hit. And as far as the surge flooding goes so far,
welcome back to the Weather Channels with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We are expecting a landfall later today into the overnight on the west coast of Florida of Hurricane Milton. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live in Jacksonville Beach on the east coast of Florida because Milton will cross the entire Florida peninsula likely as a hurricane and bringing conditions that will be impactful up and down the east coast of Florida. We'll have the risk of tropical storm force winds here in Jacksonville Beach. We're under tropical storm warning, and we also under storm surge warning as well for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So I want to talk more about the impacts here in Jacksonville Beach. Going to bring in the mayor of Jacksonville Beach, Chris Hoffman. Thanks for joining me. Busy time. Let's start with what is the current status of the city? What is your plans for today?
So right now we are doing our usual storm preparation. So every department has their tasks that they go through and do. We are really working on removing a lot of debris from Helene. So our public works crews are out there working hard. Our beaches energy crews are out there making sure they're as prepared as they can be to keep the power on and then get the power back on at the point that we may lose it later this evening and tomorrow. We're monitoring the situation really closely. We have a lot of internal meetings, as well as we're part of the Duval County Emergency Operations Center. So we're staying really in close contact with our other beaches cities, as well as Jacksonville and Duval County, to make sure we're as prepared as we can possibly be as the storm approaches.
And as I said, there's really two different threats. There's the wind threat, and there is a surge threat as well. Let's talk about that. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Will that affect the beaches? I know you just did a dune replenishment program.
We did, and we've had this dune system kind of back into our community for since about the 60s, 70s time frame. It's very well developed. We have a lot of mature sea oats. So even with the dune replenishment, it's on top of a really well-established dune system that at its peak is about 16 feet high. So so we will see some effects on the dunes from the storm surge, certainly, but we do feel good about the coastline side of our community. We also have the intercoastal. We're a barrier island here, so we want everybody on the intercoastal side to be prepared as well for potentially water encroachment. But storm surge threat seems to be lowering a little bit, but we are very vigilant to that throughout our community.
When it comes to the power outages, I know that was the big concern, of course, after Helene. Once the power goes out, how quickly can it get restored? That's a question a lot of folks have.
So we will have crews throughout the night, both Public Works, our police department, our beaches energy. They all work hand in hand together to deal with down trees, to support each other and each other's departments in the tasks that they're doing. They can't go, we're not going to send them out if they cannot work safely. So if the winds are at 35 miles an hour or higher, we're not going to put our linemen up in a bucket truck. We are going to make sure that their safety is paramount. Our residents understand that, and they are really grateful for the hard work of our beaches energy professionals and getting the power back on as fast as they can.
Let's talk travel just around here and in general during the storm. Are there any restrictions on bridges when the winds increase?
Certainly, and again, we are barrier island, so the only way to get out here is on a bridge, and so we encourage people to monitor reputable social media channels. In case there is a bridge closure, we will post that as soon as we can. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office monitors the wind speeds, and they're looking at the totality of conditions on sustained winds, visibility, things like that. The rule of thumb is about 40 miles an hour sustained winds. So it's probably the most common question I get asked. There's not a stated time for bridge closures, and they will reopen them as soon as it's safe to do so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mayor Chris Hoffman, thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
Good luck with the storm.
Thank you.
And Molly and Alex, as we continue to watch here in Jacksonville, I want to remind everyone that it's really important just to stay put during the storm. We're going to get into some heavy rain earlier today, tropical storm force conditions into the overnight and then tomorrow morning, and it's out of here by tomorrow. So it's really a short window. Stay put. A lot of stuff is closed here today, and so that's good to keep people off the streets.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. Thanks so much for that there in Jacksonville, where, again, on the east coast of Florida. So it just goes to show you the scope and the range of areas that will be facing the threats when it comes to this hurricane.
And already raining there. You see rain, Jen in her rain gear. A lot of people you'll see coming live from Florida today are already in that rain gear because many spots are getting a pre-soaking of rain, as we have been for the past couple of days, before the most intense moisture actually moves in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we got to watch this area closely here across central and south Florida, where we do have a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. In this area, high potential to deal with tornadoes. We've been watching the radar, and some of these storms that are lurking just offshore, we're seeing a lot of signs of rotation within them. That doesn't mean they're producing tornadoes, or I should say in this case, water spouts, but the threat as they come on in will certainly be in place. And look at some of the Torcon values, 4-5 range, which...
You're getting up there, but I don't want you to take a look at South Florida and discount the 3, because we've already seen several tornado warnings already in that zone, and they're moving very quickly. I mean, we're talking 25, 30 miles per hour, and this is a day that if you have the alerts turned off on your phone, turn them back on, because you might need that quick alert to get into safety very quickly.
Yeah, I know sometimes it can be annoying. You want to turn them off, but this is certainly a time to have those in place. Already seeing some of the winds gusting here along the west coast of Florida. Siesta Key already seeing gusts getting up over 40 miles per hour.
We're going to be watching very closely exactly where this is going to make landfall, but look at where this expands in size, and that means more of us feeling more of the impacts from Milton.
You are watching the Weather Channel's live coverage as we track Hurricane Milton for you, a very dangerous high-end Category 4 storm that is taking aim at the west coast of Florida. Moving about 16 miles per hour, roughly 200 miles away, and so we're looking at a nighttime landfall tonight where we'll maximize all of the effects of the storm, from wind to rain to surge. And we're very concerned about what may happen with, say, bodies of water like Old Tampa Bay behind me. Will it come in? Will it go out? Will the storm bear right over top of us? Those little subtleties can really matter when you're talking about a population center, roughly 3 million people, and what that could mean as far as pushing water onshore and maybe decimating parts of these barrier islands and beaches that have not had a direct hit from a hurricane in a very, very long time. Yes, we had the recent strike with Helene that brought storm surge here, but it never came on shore. But it did bring record-setting storm surge, and I think that got a lot of people's attention and making them very aware of what's going on here with Milton. By the way, speaking of what Helene did, we still have a lot of debris that we're cleaning up here around the Tampa Bay metro area because a lot of places were damaged because of that surge, right? And so the city of Tampa working feverishly to try to pick up all that debris. They've been placing some of that at the fairgrounds now because they're running out of room at the landfill, and so that's been a really tough task. And again, time is kind of the essence to get all that picked up before it either floats away or it ends up blowing away because of what comes with Milton. And again, expecting landfall later on tonight, and it could be still a major hurricane at landfall. Let's get some more details, though, from storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. Dr. Postel, you know, we talk about this agonizing over where that eye may go, but it's so important when it comes to Tampa Bay.
It really is. It's all about the wind direction, Mike. You're exactly right about that. And the problem is that we don't know exactly where the center is going to go. Even now, at this late hour, there is still uncertainty in the forecast, which is exactly why you shouldn't necessarily focus on some of the details, but know that the big picture is where it eventually does make landfall, the worst of the weather and the surge is likely to be along and to the south of it. Not necessarily exclusively, but to a large extent. So let's have a look right now with some of the radar charts now coming in out of southwest Florida. We're seeing a really nasty complex of supercell thunderstorms, each with a very significant waterspout threat right now ongoing across parts of the Gulf, just offshore. The winds right now onshore are manageable. They're really not that much different than you would expect on a cloudy, breezy day. Certainly something that is absolutely manageable. But it's going to get a lot worse, we know that, in a matter of time. And I'm concerned about those supercell thunderstorms just lurking offshore, because eventually we'll see some of those or new ones develop that work inland and bring us that tornado threat. We've already seen some of that. We're going to see a lot more of it later on today and tonight with a tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock. The tornado threat in Florida is going to be very significant with Milton, given the very vigorous dynamics it's got to work with and all of those other ingredients. Let's have a look at some of the current conditions a bit farther to the north, in and around Tampa, central Florida. Really right now, again, the wind, not much of a factor, but the heavy, steady rain is closing in. And we have that wind, that offshore wind for now, out of the northeast. Question is, for many of us in the Tampa-St. Pete area and interest around there, is that wind going to remain offshore? That is critical, because if it does and Milton slides by to the south, then we avoid the significant storm surge by a mile. I mean, by a lot. The worst of it, unfortunately for those to the south, is much worse if that were to happen. So we'll talk about that in just a second and where we think the center is going to go, because as Mike said, that does matter a lot. There's still a little bit of uncertainty there, but we still can give you our best estimate. The compactness of Milton remains in place. It is right now a relatively small-ish storm in terms of the hurricane force wind field, extending outward roughly about 30 miles. Maybe not equally symmetrically around the center, but you get the idea. Hurricane force winds don't go out a long way. We think that's going to change a little bit as we get closer to landfall tonight. It should expand to somewhat with that wind field getting a bit bigger. That's a problem. That also could increase the storm surge threat as well. But here's some good news, I guess, perhaps. As we watch Milton move toward the coast, it's going to be moving over cooler water with less heat content, less fuel from the ocean, and the atmosphere is going to get progressively more hostile as it gets closer to the coast. Those two factors, I think, are leading to the slight, at least, degradation in the structure of it now, and ultimately will lead to somewhat of a weakening. Now, that's relative, right? Because it's still going to be a very powerful hurricane when it makes landfall. All expectations are that it is going to be a major hurricane as it does. Now, let's go back to where it goes, because, again, there's still uncertainty. Here's a select few models, hurricane track models, right? They're suggesting that the center does indeed pass south of Tampa. The consensus is that. Let's assume that's the case. Wind gusts over 100 miles per hour go across Florida along and to the right of that track and just out ahead of it. Sarasota, Venice, even all the way to the East Coast. This is an important map to keep in mind, damaging winds throughout the peninsula. Storm surge maximized along and to the south of the track where that onshore wind comes on board. Heads up, very devastating, life-threatening surge is on the way for some in Southwest Florida.
Could have stayed. I could have taken a chance. I know other people in my zone that aren't evacuating, but I thought, well, I'll just have a little staycation and play it safe, and and hope my house is there when I get back.
Well, the time to prepare, it is now running out as we're just hours away from Hurricane Milton slamming Florida's west coast before then tearing across central Florida, pummeling the Atlantic side of the state. We can expect coastal surge, inland flooding, extreme winds, and even tornadoes. All of that possible here over the next day as a 155-mile-per-hour hurricane bears down on the Sunshine State. An extreme threat for the west coast here, from especially the Tampa Bay area all the way down along the coastline and then extending inland as well. We're tracking Hurricane Milton for you live here on the Weather Channel. I am meteorologist Mike Bettis coming to you from Tampa, Florida, where it's rainy, at times breezy here this morning, but the weather incrementally gets worse as we go through the day today, with the landfall expected after dark tonight as a major hurricane. You look behind me here, you see Old Tampa Bay, Howard Franklin Bridge that connects to Tampa and the mainland here off to the beaches that so many people love and enjoy almost year-round here in Florida because the weather can be so agreeable. On days like today, though, it is not. And certainly we're going to watch for how much surge could come our way. It's all going to depend on where the center of circulation goes. Does it come right over Tampa, north of Tampa, south of Tampa? Those details matter because of how heavy population center this is and how many people could be affected. But I would say prepare for a worst case scenario in all these situations. If you haven't evacuated yet, you maybe have a very small window to do that. You wouldn't want to be driving in heavy rain and wind this afternoon and this evening, so get to your safe spot as soon as you possibly can. I'll come back with more update here and specifics on what can happen here in Tampa. Right now, let's head back to the studio and check in with Alex Wallace and Molly McCullough.
All right, thanks so much, Mike, there in the Tampa area. Certainly getting ready there, already feeling some of the impacts in terms of rain coming out ahead of the sort of the main show that'll be coming in later on this evening and into tonight. But there's the latest when it comes to what's going on with this hurricane. Still very dangerous, Category 4 hurricane with 155-mile-per-hour winds, moving northeast at 16 miles per hour. So certainly picking up the pace as it's getting closer and closer to the coast.
Now, the change of appearance is pretty evident when you look at this, especially the loop where you were clearly seeing that eye, and now you're no longer seeing that. But all of these changes were anticipated with the dry air and the shear out ahead of this as it approaches Florida. It is still a very powerful hurricane.
Absolutely.
Very powerful.
Absolutely. So, I mean, really, this thing is behaving as anticipated. We thought that we would see the intensity not as crazy intense as it was back when it was there near the Yucatan with 180-mile-per-hour winds. It was just going to be impossible for this thing to maintain that kind of strength. So, anticipation of this thing coming down a bit in terms of the wind speeds, but 130-mile-per-hour winds coming into the west coast of Florida, which is in the official forecast. That's still a major hurricane. That's still Category 4 at that point. So it's still going to be extremely dangerous.
This is just tracking the center. So we will feel big impacts in areas just outside of the cone, like, say, Fort Myers, which is anticipated to see some catastrophic surge levels despite not being in that cone.
Yeah, it's weird that some of these areas that aren't in the cone could see some of the worst storm surge from this storm. The other thing is it's moving quickly, continuing to do so. It's going to take some of those strong winds as opposed to a slower system that could spin down close to the coast. Those stronger winds are going to be able to be maintained across the entire peninsula. So hurricane warnings in place across the entire central portions of Florida, not just at the coast, but inland and on the East Coast as well.
All right, we got to talk about the tornado threat for a second, because that's really been picking up over the past couple of hours, well ahead of landfall. You're seeing these individual little cells close to Miami. There's Alligator Alley right there, and each one of these has been presenting an area of spin and moving quickly too. So if you're in one of these areas, you have to take shelter very quickly.
Yeah, this one here, Broward, Hendry, Palm Beach counties. This one actually about 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes ago, was confirmed. Folks spotted it, video evidence of it. So dangerous tornado here moving its way northbound here in Broward, Hendry, and Palm Beach counties. That's in effect until 10:30. Vaughn, Clewiston, a couple of spots that are in line. Not in the warnings now, but if this were to maintain and hold itself together, you could be in line to deal with that storm. So certainly seek shelter. And
not to mention, you heard Mike talk about maybe there's a little bit of time left to evacuate it. At certain points, they're going to start closing a lot of those bridges because the wind speeds are going to get too strong. And look at all of the airports that are closed across Florida today. So that route out is no longer an option if you had planned to take a flight out. So now you just have to, find your safe spot that you're going to ride out the storm and be there throughout the duration.
Absolutely. Sorry, let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel. Get a little bit more details on this hurricane, which at this point, as we look at the presentation, there's clearly a transition going on here in terms of how strong it was to where it is now. But we want to continue. Dr. Postel, we've talked about this off air. This is still going to be an extremely dangerous hurricane, despite the fact that it's not as strong as it was.
Very powerful hurricane. It still is. You were exactly right about that, Alex. Hurricane hunters are in there. Miss Piggy is flying around. I'm waiting on the next vortex message. This most recent pass didn't go through the center, so it might be another hour or a little bit longer before we get the latest and greatest update on some of the things like pressure at the center and some of the strongest winds around it. But clearly the hurricane hunters are in there doing their best, and they're finding at least a little bit of a weaker storm than we saw yesterday, as Alex and Molly mentioned, but still a very powerful, formidable, major hurricane, Category 4 hurricane with a lot of bad weather along the way. I'll get that radar data and also the hurricane hunter information along to you as fast as I can. But right now, I'm also monitoring very carefully supercell thunderstorms off the southwest coast of Florida. Each one of these carries with it a tornado threat, a waterspout threat offshore, and these circulations over land. I've seen some shots now from social media with tornadoes in progress with these supercell thunderstorms nearby Alligator Alley. So we've got that tornado threat and waterspout threat now, and it's only going to increase as we go through the morning and the afternoon hours. The winds are actually relatively manageable out of the east, 20 to 30 plus miles per hour. Winds are not going to be a factor for most of today, but they will get a lot worse later on this evening and tonight. There's that tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight, issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and that tornado threat is going to increase in the coming hours. Farther to the north, in and around Tampa, we've got manageable wind conditions, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, of course, in gusts at most, but a steady heavy rain is kind of moving on by. This is a day that I think we're going to be awaiting the worst of the weather in about 8 to 12 hours. The size of the hurricane may be changing in front of our eyes. For now, it remains relatively compact. Hurricane force winds, from what we can tell right now, extend outward about 30 miles from the center-ish. But that is expected to change. It's expected to get a little bit bigger as it closes in on the coast later on this evening. And that is something to be mindful, because a larger wind field could increase that storm surge potential as we close in on the coastline. But there's some good things here. I don't want to be all gloom and doom. It's really going to be a bad scenario. We know that. But look, Milton is going to be moving over some slightly cooler water with a lot less heat content available to it. So oceanically, there is going to be less and less fuel for it to work with. That's a good thing. Another good thing here is the increase in wind shear and the lower relative humidities aloft that are closing in, if not already beginning to slightly impact Milton. That's coming in from the west. The shear is only going to increase. So there are signs that Milton will be losing some of its intensity as it closes in on the coast today. But it is still going to be very dangerous. Life-threatening surge and wind are coming almost certainly. Let's talk about it, where it may go, because we talked about that, how that matters very, very much. There is still uncertainty in this forecast, roughly outlined by this set of tracks of the hurricane models, roughly. Along and to the south of that track, with the onshore wind That's where the most significant storm surge is. The offshore wind out of the northeast, let's assume the track slide south of Tampa, spares Tampa the significant storm surge because of that offshore wind. There could be some bayside flooding, no doubt, but by far and away that avoids the worst case surge scenario. But it unfortunately makes it very bad for those south of Tampa, including Sarasota, Venice, Fort Myers, even all the way to the south. Significant onshore flooding from that surge is likely with that. The winds, again, most damaging along and to the right or south of the track, especially along that zone, assuming this set of guidance tracks are viable. That brings Sarasota, that brings Venice, and eventually even on the East Coast, Melbourne and Vero Beach into damaging hurricane-force wind gusts throughout the nighttime hours. Areas to the north, if we have that track guidance applicable, we have a much less intense northeast wind unless you get to the coast. And that gets very interesting, too. We could have some very strong wind gusts in Daytona Beach on up through Ponte Vedra and Amelia Island, Florida, later on tonight and early tomorrow morning. We'll be watching that. Now, going back to that storm surge, as perhaps the most deadly of all of these scenarios here, does include very significant water rises above normally dry ground. Think of that like at the tip of the high tide. Normally dry ground, 10 to 15 feet. And again, likely along and to the right of that track where that onshore wind piles all that water up very rapidly. Evacuate. If you haven't already, there's a few more hours yet to be able to do that. Get out. That kind of storm surge is not survivable. And with that, I'm going to send it over to Mike Bettis. He's going to talk more about the storm surge scenarios and precisely what that means for various locales. Because, Mike, as you mentioned rightfully earlier, it really is going to matter a lot on that wind direction.
Yeah, it really is. And I thought, it was such a great analysis from you, Dr. Postella, on what this could do and the different scenarios that could play out, what that could mean for storm surge here. And that guy's just got a very solid, calm demeanor and a guy you can trust. So really appreciate everything from Dr. Postell there. Let's talk about specifically Tampa Bay here and what we may experience already. The rain has been coming down for us this morning. At times when we encounter some really heavy rain bands and potentially severe weather, including tornadoes, can't rule that out with some of these outer bands. But one of the issues that we're dealing with here is we're still cleaning up debris from Hurricane Helene. A lot of that is sitting curbside in a lot of neighborhoods. And so the city of Tampa has been working feverishly to try to pick that up ahead of Milton because you don't want that to become a flying projectile. You don't want that to become, floating debris either. Another big issue that we've had, unfortunately, around the state of Florida as a whole has been gas. Of course, a lot of people that are evacuating or they need to fill up generators, you have a run on gas. We saw that. A lot of gas stations had really long lines, and it's estimated by Gas Buddy now that roughly 1 in 5 gas stations in the state of Florida, 20%, do not have gas right now. So hopefully you got what you needed, or if you don't, that you found a station that's open that you can hopefully get gas today. But it's becoming increasingly difficult to find a location where you can fill up, unfortunately. But hopefully, again, when you evacuate, you don't have to go long distance. You don't have to fill your tank up completely and travel hundreds of miles. You just need to get out of the storm surge zone area. Okay, that's all we need to do. You take a look at some of the traffic that we ended up having. There was a decent amount of traffic, especially Monday. In the Tampa area, it was a traffic jam parking lot, and they opened up the shoulders on I-4 and on I-75, to get people out of Tampa. We've had now heavier concentrations of cars on the roads down along Alligator Alley, around Miles City, Golden Gate, trying to get from, say, like Naples over to Fort Lauderdale. That was a slow go yesterday. And then along I-95 up around Jacksonville, really slow go yesterday. It was just a steady stream of cars. But of course, we're trying to just get people out of harm's way. And I'm going to show you, some of the issues that we're dealing with right now. And the weather's not bad for a place like Fort Myers. You can see that the weather's going to be going downhill today, no doubt about that. And this is a place that got hit hard by Hurricane Ian a couple years ago, a devastating storm surge there. So we're going to watch the cameras very closely on all these beaches. I'd be particularly, concerned of a place like a Longboat Key and a Sarasota and a Venice and a Siesta Key and Captiva and Sanibel. You head your way down toward Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and then a place like Fort Myers as well. These are all places that could be dealing with insane amounts of storm surge and huge pushes that come in and just devastate us. I really feel for the folks there in Fort Myers Beach that have recovered now from Ian, only potentially to have another hurricane just 2 years later hit us once again. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the effects that go beyond the west coast of Florida, across central Florida and then the east coast of Florida. Meteorologist Jen Carfagna at Jacksonville Beach, where the onshore push there is going to cause some pretty significant issues, we believe, Jen.
Yeah, Mike here in Jacksonville Beach. We are concerned about storm surge. There is a storm surge warning. Also, tropical storm force winds. There's a tropical storm warning. There's a hurricane warning just to my south, and that goes from Ponte Vedra Beach all the way down the coast to the Indian River and that county line right there. Now, here in Jacksonville Beach, we want to talk about what we are expecting. Strong winds, tropical storm force winds that will be ramping up through the day today into the overnight, and rainfall that could be heavy. We're already seeing that just to my south near St. Augustine. That is a concern already for some flooding in the area. And we're not just talking about flooding coming in from the ocean. We're talking about rainfall flooding and along the intercoastal, and that could be exacerbated when we get some of the stronger push of wind onshore, which would, of course, not allow the water to exit as much when you have that rainfall flooding. Now, this is a coast-to-coast storm. Governor Ron DeSantis here said as much here when he talked about the impacts to the state of Florida.
But this storm is going to go across the Florida peninsula, and it's going to exit on the east coast of Florida into the Atlantic Ocean, likely still as a hurricane. So that is going to bring significant impacts all across the state. So just be prepared for that. That may mean mobile homes, even interior, other structures that may not be hurricane proof. That could create hazards, rivers, other bodies of water. As you have more rain and you have flooding, that could be an issue. And then you could have surge on the east coast of Florida. You could have erosion. You could have different things at the coast. So this is not just an event about the west coast of Florida.
And we do have that northeast wind already. You can actually see it in the trees here. Watch how the palms are blowing. The wind is not that strong right now, but it will grow stronger. And that's why we do have a concern for power outages in the area. And of course, power can't be restored until the winds calm down. So we are waiting Hurricane Milton across the state of Florida today.
Thanks for staying with us for our continuing coverage of Milton as we track this very dangerous hurricane. I'm Mike Bettis live for you in Tampa, Florida. We're expecting 3 different components of this storm to hit us. Storm surge, extreme winds, and rainfall flooding, and all reasons that people heeded the warning, especially from the storm surge, and decided to get out and evacuate well ahead of the storm hitting.
Well, we were ordered to evacuate. And if anybody knows anything about Florida, when you don't evacuate when you're ordered to, you can pretty much die. You know, they've had a lot of people here stay at their homes and they end up drowning, and you know, it's just not worth it. You know, the house can be replaced, the stuff can be replaced, so it's just better to get out of town.
Yeah, I think some wise words there. It's just not worth it. Better safe than sorry in circumstances like this, because the surge could get pretty extreme in some locations where the highest reasonable forecast now is 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And think what that would do. Even the second story of your home could take on water with a storm surge that could be that high. You take a look at Fort Myers. This is a place that could see some pretty high storm surge as well. We had the huge hit from Ian, which became one of the costliest hurricanes in U.S. history just 2 years ago. Devastating storm surge there that really wreaked havoc on the beaches there. Unfortunately, we expect this is going to be a punishing surge maker as well. This could really set records along the west coast here of Florida, so that's why we're encouraging so many people to leave. And if you haven't done it yet, you've got still a very small window, I think, to do that, but you still wouldn't want to be on the roads when the wind and rain really begin to intensify later on today. So doing that right now, and you don't have to go too far, just go far enough to escape from the storm surge areas. You can see what some of the numbers are for storm surge here. It's going to be extreme force. Unfortunately, storm surge warnings are in effect west coast and east coast, by the way, because remember, we've got a counterclockwise spin with a hurricane, so you get onshore potentially there, south to Tampa and south, and you get an onshore flow with an east wind there on the east coast of Florida. So let's talk specifics now on the storm surge in Tampa and head back to the Weather Channel headquarters and meteorologist Molly McCullum.
Thanks, Mike. Well, the National Hurricane Center warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of Florida's west coast, and some cities could be inundated with up to 9 feet of water or more. And we can actually show you what that would look like, the worst case scenario. And this is Tampa's McKay Bay, a residential area that's in the northeast corner of the city. You're looking at Bermuda Boulevard right there. And let's bring some of the water in. Watch as it rises, reaching the rooftops of one-story homes. You can see those back there. You go up a little bit more as far as, having 2 to 3-story homes. You're still inundating the first level of the home. And this location is under 2 miles away from the gauge that captured 7 feet of surge during Helene. So it's also really close to the DeSoto Park area. We mentioned this area was hit hard in Helene. So you're having debris that's still on the side of the road that perhaps hasn't been cleaned up that's now in this water. But this is not calm water. You've got wave action on top of the water that is beating up against some of these houses. And if you have debris in that's sloshing against these homes too, and power lines. Now, the water at this point is all the way back to 24th Street and even beyond. But notice how so many homes, block after block, street after street, are inundated with water. And think about what's in this water, not just debris, but you also have sewage, perhaps. Or you have glass. You have many things that you do not want to even get close to when it comes to storm surge water. And look at how much of this area has now become part of McKay Bay. And that's why, if you are told to evacuate, you need to do so. But Alex, we know this is just one of the threats that we're watching. Another ongoing threat at the moment is tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, well away from, of course, where the center of this circulation is when it comes to Milton. We're talking about getting into the south, almost southeastern portions of the state of Florida. And right now we're looking in on a camera in and around Andytown, Florida, where we have been dealing with a tornado warned storm that was just off towards our north and east there in Andytown. On this particular camera, not too long ago, we could actually see some evidence here of a tornado, and still a bit of a lower hanging area there on that kind of the right side of your screen. So that would be the general area where you would be talking about potential tornado that could be in place there. But it was confirmed by way of video there as well as it continues to track on off towards the north. We've been watching again 2 separate zones, 2 different warnings showing up here for us in southern Florida. Essentially now just north of Alligator Alley, that 75 corridor. This is another warned storm here just to the south and west of Belglade there. That particular storm there, that is a storm that was actually warned earlier and was confirmed with a large tornado showing up there. Then we got the one here that was just north and west of Andytown. That's the one you're looking at this hour. Again, that continues to move on off towards the north, anywhere from 20 to 25 miles per hour. So this is one of the risks that we're going to be facing here across the central and southern portions of Florida for the rest of this afternoon and into tonight. Let's get you caught up here on what we know at this hour. Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They will reopen when it is safe to do so.
Fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in areas like Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami.
And the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 36 boats across the state.
Think about that for a second. They're staging first responders in Perry for this hurricane, which Perry was just hit really hard by Helene. Of course, we've got a different storm now. We've got Hurricane Milton.
We do, and it's closing in on the Florida coastline and bringing with it all the trappings of a landfalling tropical cyclone, including the tornado threat right now ongoing in South Florida from Broward, Henry, Look, you can see there he goes, an observed tornado. We've seen a lot of now video coming out of South Florida where we have tornadoes, some of them big on the ground.
And there's a reason why you are able to see them very visually. You know, usually in a tropical landfalling system, you have these areas that are rain wrapped and there's small tornadoes. This is not the case. These are isolated cells, very visible, very powerful.
And all moving basically northbound here. And we've seen visual evidence. This is not a situation where it's, okay, we're just seeing the rotation showing up with the radar. Video evidence of some of this has come through. A big, large tornado was actually reported there in the Big Cypress Seminole Reservation region. This is another tornado that was also spotted as well there just north and west of Weston for Broward and Palm Beach. Until 10:45, that warning is still in effect.
Yeah, and the one south of Clewiston also has a pretty vigorous rotation signature with it. All of these moving generally north and hundreds of miles away from the center circulation.
Right. This one's about to cross Alligator Alley. So you've got 75 right here, major thoroughfare, and you're going to bring an area of really intense rotation right over the highway.
Which, again, you got to think, people who may be trying to evacuate and go across Alligator Alley, we got to watch out for that.
Yeah, and this is in interior Florida. Of course, we know also offshore, there's a whole lot of supercell activity just waiting to come on board. This is the beginning, I think, of a very long day with a lot of tornadic potential here. There's a few more here we got overall. But look, you can see Collier, Hendry counties under tornado warning. But can we scan this? Can we move this radar just to the west? Because just offshore over Molly and Alex's shoulder, keep going, you can see that we've got a whole lot of supercell activity just offshore with a big-time waterspout threat now, tornado threat when they move onshore.
And all of that is going to be moving in, and that's why we can't stress enough that time, that window to evacuate is shrinking very quickly, very quickly.
Tornado watch, we got that in effect here across Florida. So already looking for that, and we're seeing it unfortunately get realized.
Well, officials in the Tampa area are hoping that people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents now should be already in their safe place.
Let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, the area just experienced Hurricane Helene. Do you think that experience has really helped inform people about what they need to be doing when it comes to Milton?
Oh, 100%. I think that was one of those shots across the bow, right? And people are like, whoa, I can't believe how bad it got with a storm that never hit us. It literally stayed offshore. This one could come right in. The angle of approach could mean, all the difference with this one as well, as it really pushes a lot of water in. I'm going to show you behind me here, Old Tampa Bay, and what you see behind me here is Howard Franklin Bridge. And most of the traffic on that has been outbound off of the beaches and back toward Tampa, but there is still some traffic on that. You see the high span down there off in the distance here. Now, they will close the bridge at 45 miles per hour, right? So the Howard Franklin Bridge, Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy Bridge, those will all close at 45 mile per hour winds, which is likely to happen here this afternoon. So you won't be able to travel on those bridges any longer. So hopefully you'll be in your safe spot, by no later than maybe lunchtime this afternoon and just ready to ride this one out, because we think it is going to really dish out a heavy hit for us here. You can see with the track, that red cone shows you where the most likely area for the center to go is. Again, the effects of the storm will be well beyond the reaches of that red cone that you see there. So just keep that in mind. Again, storm surge especially going to go well outside of that cone to the south here, and wind impact north and south of that cone as well. As far as the warnings go, storm surge warnings in effect west coast and east coast of Florida because of the counterclockwise flow. We'll get onshore in both locations, okay? So that means the water rises, and to what degree? It just depends on where you are, right? Some of the numbers are pretty big here, where storm surge could get up to 10 to 15 feet on the right front quadrant hit. So this is why so many people have evacuated to escape the surge in this area. We hope you can stay with us. A lot more live coverage as we track Hurricane Milton live right here on the Weather Channel. Be safe.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. As we await what will happen here on the east coast of Florida, I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, and talking about the impacts across the state, the inland impacts, and what's going to happen on the east coast. We're in the rain. It's been raining now for the last couple hours. It's starting to pick up here in Jacksonville Beach. It's been raining very heavily to my south. And this is an area here in Jacksonville Beach under a tropical storm warning, under a storm surge warning, and a flood watch. So a lot of different impacts to talk about. This is also an area that a lot of people have evacuated to, coming from the west coast of Florida, from Tampa, from St. Petersburg, from Sarasota. I had the chance to talk with Pamela and Ricky, and here's what they had to say about evacuating.
Well, after the last storm, we decided we weren't going to stay this time. And we got kind of minimal flooding, but not far from us. It was really, really bad. It was a lot of, we couldn't go anywhere and just felt stuck. You know, it was too dangerous to go out. So we decided we're leaving.
And I think that we had these two events back to back here really raised awareness of the risks here, and knowing that, of course, you could be doubling the storm surge in some cases compared to what you just saw from Helene. So a lot of folks have evacuated. I want to urge everyone here to make sure that you are in your safe place when it comes to, from the west coast of Florida, getting to that point of safety. You don't have to evacuate all the way to Jacksonville like they did. You just need to get away from that surge zone, that storm surge zone. Now, here in the greater Jacksonville area and here in Jacksonville Beach, a lot of folks have evacuated in. And so I do want to talk about the kind of weather that we're experiencing. It's raining, and that's out ahead of anything from the hurricane. This is not necessarily hurricane rain. This is because we've got a front in the area, and we've got this what's called a predecessor rain event that is happening all across north central Florida. This rain will be heavy at times, and that is the case right now in St. Johns County, which is south of me, near St. Augustine. Really heavy rain in that area. There is a flash flood warning in St. Johns County. This is for 3 to 5 inches of rain that has already happened, and you can see how that heaviest of rain is now lifted just north of there, where we've seen the flooding. Flooding has already been happening. Elkin is one of the communities in the flash flood warning, and in particular, I've seen some pictures coming out of that area with some flooding happening. Again, this is all before the hurricane and the hurricane rain gets here. So we have a tropical atmosphere. We do have a lot of moisture out there, and we've got a boundary, a front that sits just to our north, and so this is going to keep us in, or actually just to our south, just north of St. Augustine. It's going to keep us in a rainy zone through the day today, and then we get the heavy rain from Milton that comes in, and that will bring some bigger rainfall rates and give us that risk of flash flooding. So let's talk about today's forecast. You're going to see through the day showers, heavy rain at times, winds will be gusty. Probably the peak gust through the day today will be below tropical storm force, but once we get to tonight, that risk will increase for the risk of tropical storm force winds up over 35, 40, 45 miles per hour, maybe over 50 as we get through the early morning hours tomorrow. And even as the rain exits, we might be seeing those winds still increasing. And so it's a big wind field that will be expanding as we get through tomorrow. Want to make sure you're ready and still staying put even after the rain exits, because there still may be power outages, there still may be trees coming down. Those are the risks that we really have here across the first coast and just inland, and even going down the coast and just inland. We've got the rain risk, we've got the tropical storm force winds. There is a hurricane warning to my south, Ponte Vedra, south of there. And so the winds taking down trees and taking out power is going to be a concern. Be ready for that. Today is your day to get ready to hunker down, and by later today, I want you to be in your safe spot and stay off the roads. We know the risk of accidents goes up when the roads are wet, and Alex and Molly, people can stay safe by simply making sure they're not out getting into a situation that first responders have to get to. Save that for the emergencies. I did want to bring up one thing about gas. I know a lot of people are concerned about gas. We have plenty of gas in this area. I talked to the mayor of Jacksonville yesterday, and she said that gas is not a problem. There might be lines, but they've got the trucks to come in and refill. So luckily here we are in good shape with gas.
That's good to hear, right? Because that's always a concern, is potentially running out of gas, but not the case there in and around Jacksonville. Jen, thanks so much for that. Seeing some of the rain coming down in northeastern portions of Florida, and we're only going to see more of that on the increase here across the rest of the peninsula here as we work our way through the day.
Unfortunately, something else I think that is on the increase is the number of tornado warnings. It's really picked up in the past couple of hours, and we have seen some very large, powerful tornadoes out of these areas observed ongoing. And so if you were in these areas, basically along Alligator Alley and points to the north, you got to watch out for these. And if you're in one of these tornado warnings, like say in Broward or Palm Beach until 10:45, where we have an observed tornado that is ongoing, you need to be in your safe spot.
No doubt about it here. You can see some of the cities that could be in line to deal with that area where the rotation is showing up the best. You got Belglade there at about 11:37 or so, could be dealing with this, and then moving it off towards the north and the west from there, another storm. And again, these are all, you can clearly see individual supercells here well out ahead of where the center of Milton is. So this thing is continuing, moving northbound, another observed tornado. So these things are being realized. This is an area where conditions are just going to be favorable for tornadoes as we head on through our day.
And not to mention some of those first outer bands that start to move in. Not only are they loaded with rain, but they also have water spouts in them, which then become tornadoes, and they come on shore. We'll have more right after this.
You are watching the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage of Hurricane Milton, high-end Category 4 hurricane taking aim at Florida. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Pettis coming to you live from Tampa, Florida, as we anticipate a very hard hit from this hurricane along the west coast, inland, and then the east coast of Florida as well. One thing that you want to keep in mind is we're likely to have widespread and lengthy power outages that come along with Milton, because it's likely to come on shore here as a major hurricane with some pretty intense winds here and far-reaching winds at that. And so be prepared to go days or maybe even in some cases weeks without electricity. If you're operating a generator, make sure you operate that only outdoors. Remember, it's a combustible engine. You wouldn't run your car inside your house, right? So this can only happen outside, not in a garage either. We lose far too many people to carbon monoxide poisoning. We don't want anyone to be a victim of that. Only outside. You run the extension cords then into your home. You take a look at a place like Fort Myers there. We'll be seeing the weather go downhill there throughout the day, just like we'll see here in Tampa, and watching for some pretty high storm surge that could hit us in the Fort Myers area as well. I know we just coming off 2 years ago, huge hit from Hurricane Ian. This may do something similar there. So make that kind of be your baseline for the storm surge that we can end up seeing. You can see on the radar that the storm is coming in now, and these outer bands could produce severe weather, including tornadoes. Also something to keep an eye on. Torcons as high as a 5 today across Florida. So medium chances for tornadoes that go along with a landfalling hurricane. Any minute now, we're anticipating the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to pass that along to you. Let's get back to Dr. Greg Postel at the Weather Channel headquarters for all the details. Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Mike Pettis, thank you very much. We are awaiting more reconnaissance information as well. The hurricane hunters are in there right now, and they do such an amazing job. They give us a really good idea of what's actually in front of us, what's out there in terms of pressure, wind, and some of the other details that we need to know for what might be coming at landfall later on tonight and tomorrow morning. There's the radar presentation. Mike showed you some of that. It is undergoing some structural changes, no doubt about that. It is under the influence of some increasing wind shear. That's going to be the case as we make it all the way to landfall. Potentially that, and very likely that leads to a reduction in the maximum intensity of Milton as it closes in on the coast. But not to diminish it, it's going to still be a very, very impactful landfall. And even right now, you can see there is a swath here of supercell thunderstorms that are producing a dangerous waterspout threat just offshore that is likely to make it onshore to some form or another in the next few hours. We need to watch that very, very carefully. We've already seen that tornado threat inland right now across the peninsula. The weather overall, not really that windy yet. It's going to get a lot windier later on, but I'm more concerned in the near term for this tornado threat that is coming close to Fort Myers and then eventually Venice and everywhere in between. Heads up, you may not be in a tornado warning right now, but I can tell you from looking at the radar data, that tornado threat for the west coast of Florida is increasing rapidly. And for much of the rest of the southern half of Florida, we've got that tornado threat, which goes until at least 9 o'clock tonight with a tornado watch out there. Now, farther to the north, a steady sort of moderate to heavy rain in places. The winds really right now not much of a factor, but it's going to get a lot windier. We know that in about 6 to 8 hours and even then some. So the size and scope of the wind field roughly outlined by this sort of mapping here. It's not particularly symmetrical in real life, but in this sort of estimate, it shows you that roughly we're seeing hurricane force winds relatively compactly confined to the middle of this thing, extending outward maybe 30 or a little bit more than that miles from the center. There's some kind of good news there. We have a buoy about 80 miles from the center right now reporting 43-mile-per-hour sustained winds. So right now, about 80 miles on the east side, we're in the lower end tropical storm force winds right now. But we think the wind field could expand a little bit. There's not a whole lot of time left before landfall, but in those remaining 12 to 18 hours, the wind field could get bigger and probably will. Now let's talk about landfall coming very early tomorrow morning as estimated by the Hurricane Center. We're awaiting their latest forecast update. It hasn't come in yet. But look, the consensus here in these track models that I'm showing you is for the center to make landfall south of Tampa. That's important. And again, also note that there is uncertainty left in this forecast, which is why you can't look at one line and say, aha, that's the one. A bunch of these, the consensus, the average, is the most likely outcome, and that does appear to be south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of impacts? On the wind side of things, the strongest of all the wind gusts, now this is a map of the potential wind gusts, not sustained wind, but gusts inland. We could indeed see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour along and to the south of that track, and that does go from the west coast of Florida to the east. And farther to the north, the wind substantially less than that. We'll stay tuned.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst.
Well, time to prepare is now running out. We're just hours away from Hurricane Milton slamming Florida's west coast, then tearing across central Florida, and then likely hammering the Atlantic side of the state as well. What are we watching for? Coastal storm surge, inland flooding, extreme winds that may gust over 100 miles an hour, even tornadoes, all possible here over the next day. And we are tracking for you live here on the Weather Channel. You can see that we've got the cone that comes right across the center of the state that puts some high population centers in harm's way. That's the location where the center is most likely to go, with effects being felt well beyond that red zone that you see on your screen. All right, we've got everything you need to know to stay safe here in the build-up to this hurricane, if you will. I'm Mike Bettis here live in Tampa, Florida, where we're under hurricane warning and a storm surge warning as we speak. But we want to get right back to the Weather Channel headquarters because we've got the brand new advisory that's just come in. So let's hand it over to Alex and Molly for a look at that.
Hi, thanks so much, Mike. There indeed, that new advisory is coming in as we watch Milton get closer and closer, of course, bringing with it a lot of other issues, including the tornado risk that we're facing right now across the southern part of the state. This
is an ongoing threat, and so we've seen that these are not just your typical tropical tornadoes, small, wrapped in rain, not very visible. No, we've seen plenty of video evidence now that these are large, dangerous tornadoes that are very visible because they're isolated supercells observed. You see that, but this is for the Clewiston area as well as Harlem until 11 a.m. We've been watching this one area for quite some time now, Alex.
Yeah, we really have. And again, these have been observed and spotted here. As you can see, another one just on off towards its east. That's now just south and east of Belglade here in Palm Beach County. You've got that warning out until 11:15 right now, radar indicated. But this was also an observed tornado as it was a bit farther to the south. So treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground. That's the thing that's going to happen with these tornadoes that try to spin up. They can spin up very quickly. They can spin down quickly, but they can certainly cause some damage. All right, there's the latest advisory now from the National Hurricane Center, and a Category 4, still a very powerful, dangerous Category 4 hurricane with 145-mile-per-hour winds, slightly faster, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour.
I think one of the biggest updates in this latest information from the National Hurricane Center is that the pressure is coming up. And that's a big sign that this is making the transition as it moves towards the coastline. It's feeling the effects of the environment, of the dry air and the shear. Now, all of that being said, this is still a very powerful hurricane that is moving towards the Florida coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. There he goes as we work our way into this evening. 125-mile-per-hour winds approaching the coast. So still approaching as a major hurricane here, coming into the west coast of Florida, bringing with it all of its issues. Again, those very strong winds, the surge will find, the heavy rainfall as well. So this is still an extremely dangerous hurricane moving its way and poised to move its way across the entire state of Florida. Look at the hurricane warnings there, not just the coast, but all the way through the middle of the state and even off towards the east coast.
We talked about the forward speed of that picking up, and that means it's going to retain more of those stronger winds pretty much all the way across the peninsula.
Of course, for travels and the concerns here, well, you just can't do it in terms of air travel. Right, we got closed airports, Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota. All these airports here closed in anticipation of Milton coming on in. So travel by way of plane not happening here across central sections of Florida.
Look at how much of Florida's coastline, both on the Atlantic side and the west coast, the Gulf side, covered in those storm surge warnings. So yes, we'll see the highest amounts where this makes landfall, still yet to be seen that exact location. But as this crosses over the peninsula and moves into the Atlantic side, it's still going to have that wind that pushes back on shore, and that's going to cause surge issues even as this is moving away from Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's bring in Dr. Postel to get a little bit more analysis here on what's going on with Milton, that latest advisory, Dr. Postel. And, you know, you see, and people may be saying, oh, those wind speeds have come down from where it was. The pressure's gone up. We can just write this thing off. Nothing to talk about. We want to drive home the point. That is not the case.
Yeah, do no such thing. That is at your peril if you do that. But there are facts out there that this Milton is weakening. It is not as strong as it once was, and we hope that trend continues. But that being said, it is going to be a very impactful and very dangerous and life-threatening situation later on tonight and especially tomorrow morning. Those two can be mentioned at the same time, and it's important to see and identify what we're looking at and also let everybody know what the risks are associated with the facts as they roll on in, those observations. Thank you to the hurricane hunters for doing just that. We wouldn't know, really, what's going on out there without their information. This is a NOAA plane called Miss Piggy. Thank you, NOAA, and thank you, Air Force, for doing the job that you have. This life-saving information that you're bringing to us, letting us know what's going on. There they are, flying around this NOAA plane and zooming on in. One of the reasons why the Hurricane Center's update, 11 o'clock advisory, was changed the way it was because they were coming in with a pressure around 933 millibars or so, extrapolated pressure, but roughly a lot higher than it was even 6 to 12 hours ago. So these are all hopeful signs, I guess, but it is still a very dangerous system that is coming on in. And you can see that right now. There is a line of supercell thunderstorms here with marine warning stretched out the entire way for the threat of waterspouts. But it's not just offshore. This is going to be, at some level or not, moving inland and is going to bring a tornado threat with it. We've already seen a tornado threat inland, as Molly and Alex are talking about, across parts of interior Florida. But this is another level of supercell and tornado potential that is coming on board. And we have that tornado threat, which goes, this watch goes until 9 o'clock. And that tornado threat is only increasing now and will do so through the remainder of the morning and afternoon hours, especially with that notable outer band coming on in. Farther to the north, across parts of Florida, we have an east wind, which is offshore for the western part of the state, and that's good news. That is not a particularly strong wind right now, and I don't think it will be for much of the late morning and early afternoon before it really begins to ramp up later on this evening and tonight. So this has changed. This is the size of the wind field on estimation from the hurricane hunters. Hurricane force winds extend outward maybe 30 to 40 miles. It's still compact in that way, but the tropical storm force winds have expanded a bit. This just to give you a sample of what it might look like. It's of course not symmetrical like this shows. In reality, there's sort of wiggles and wobbles and asymmetries in there. But if you look at this buoy right here, about 80 miles away from the center, we are seeing a sustained wind of about 43 miles per hour. That's to give you a sense that tropical storm force winds 80 miles away are being observed in some locations there well offshore. So that is something to consider as we move toward landfall with a gradually expanding wind field. Here's some good news that, and we may be seeing that in front of our eyes as we speak with the latest update from NHC. Milton is moving over slightly cooler waters, but with a lot less heat content. The depth of the water becomes much shallower, so there's a lot less fuel oceanically as we go through the next afternoon and evening time period. So that's good news. That could lead to the continued trend that we're seeing in terms of intensity. Same thing with the atmospheric conditions. The wind shear is increasing. There's plenty of dry air now beginning to erode parts of the backside of Milton. Let's hope that continues. No guarantees, but that's the way it looks right now. But I want to get to landfall, because there's still a bit of spread here in the model guidance. Again, there's still uncertainty as to exactly where it's going to come on shore, but where it does matters a lot. So let's note that uncertainty and talk about it in that way. Here we have the likely landfall zone. Likely south of Tampa, maybe Sarasota, maybe Venice. We don't know for sure. And don't play games with it if you're trying to sort of decide whether or not to stay or leave. Don't worry about that. If you're in an evac zone, get out now. But for meteorological purposes, we are watching now a landfall probably south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of wind and surge? It means a lot, because likely the strongest of all the winds, I would say almost certainly, are going to be along and to the right of the track, with the onshore wind coming off the Gulf. That's the way it works. North of where the center makes it on board is going to be a northeast wind like that coming over land, and for other reasons generally not nearly as strong. There's an overview of some of the potential maximum wind gusts. Expect wind gusts near or potentially over 100 miles per hour. Again, this is a high-end estimate, but near or over 100 here in that zone, and maybe even carrying those hurricane-force wind gusts all the way to the East Coast. I would not be surprised in whatever remnant eye wall we have moving across Florida. In that eye wall, we could see those wind gusts to hurricane force well above 75 miles per hour. Storm surge. This is my last graphic. Again, let's assume the consensus here is suggesting landfall roughly in that zone. That brings Tampa, hopefully, again, not 100% sure, but hopefully on the northeast wind like that, keeping the storm surge in check. But unfortunately, making the storm surge much more life-threatening for areas farther to the south, potentially like Sarasota, potentially like Venice. We just don't know yet exactly. And even Fort Myers, by the way. This will be refined, the storm surge forecast. It is going to matter a lot exactly where the center crosses the coast, and along and to the south of it. As we know, that is where the most dangerous and life-threatening surge is going to take place. I'm going to send it over to Mike Bettis right now in Tampa, talking about how the city is preparing and overall some of the details regarding the wind direction and how that matters so much for the Tampa area. Mike.
It really does, Dr. Postel. Thanks so much for the detailed analysis there. That was really great stuff there. I literally could listen to this guy talk all day long about hurricanes. Really knows his stuff, and just really concerned about, you know, you being safe. We all are. We just want you to be safe. So let's break it down for you here in Tampa as we look over Old Tampa Bay. Howard Franklin Bridge behind us here that'll close when the winds get to 45 miles per hour. Let's break it down for you storm surge wise, because I know that's what a lot of you are very concerned about, right? Storm surge warnings that are in effect in this area, and a storm surge forecast, as we've been showing you, that could reach up to about 12 feet for us here in the Tampa Bay metro. Then higher amounts as you go down the coastline here that might include places like Bradenton and Sarasota, Siesta Key, on your way down toward the Fort Myers area. But the angle of approach is everything when we talk about what could happen here in the Tampa Bay area. And again, the small little differences, you know, a 30-mile change, geographically a 30-mile change in where the center goes, geographically is not a big deal, but it is a big deal when you're talking about huge population centers, right? So let me break down the angle of approach here and what we're thinking, okay? So when you look at this, an angle of approach, if it comes straight onto a coastline, you maximize the winds. If it more parallels the coastline, you don't get as much. We had a paralleling hurricane with Helene, a direct hit, though, now with Milton. So that's important, and this is going to be that more of a direct, you know, right angle approach for us, all right? But what happens if the eye goes north of us or over us, or it goes south of us? What happens in those circumstances then? Well, that makes a huge difference for us, unfortunately, because if it's the eye goes north of us, which appears less likely at this point, that would push all the water onshore for us, and that would mean maximizing storm surge, unfortunately. So that would mean pushing water up into Tampa Bay and flooding a lot of areas in and around Tampa, and bayside flooding, of course, and all the beaches would end up getting a lot of flooding. That's if the Hurricane Milton were to go north. If it comes right over top of us, I still think we get some pretty solid surge, unfortunately, but you may not get as much as you would if you had completely onshore flow the entire time, all right? Now, if you get eye that goes south of us, what then happens? Well, you're then more likely to get a flow that goes east, all right? And that may push water out of Tampa Bay, or bayside flooding is going to be a concern there with maximum surge then south of Tampa, okay? So think about the bayside flooding, which would include cities, now not beaches, cities like St. Petersburg and Clearwater, Safety Harbor, Gandy, those places that face east and back toward Tampa. You would get an east wind that comes at you and it pushes old Tampa Bay towards you. That would be another big concern for us here, and maybe not as much getting Gulf flooding as you would with the Bay flooding. So again, small nuances here can make a big difference in what you end up seeing. All right, we also know that there'll be surge factors along the east coast of Florida as well. Jen Carfagno is in Jacksonville Beach right now. Jen, what's the weather been like for you so far today? If it's anything like ours, it hasn't been so much fun, but it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, right?
Well, exactly, Mike. Here along the First Coast in Jacksonville, Jacksonville Beach, St. Augustine, Palm Coast, we've been in and out of the rain, and the rain has been heavy at times. It's this very persistent northeast wind, which is going to continue and actually only get worse as the hurricane approaches. And so we're not going to see any improvement in the weather. We're only going to see it go downhill through the day today. Now, the rain that we've been dealing with so far, I want to talk about, has actually brought some issues already. We do have some flash flood warnings that are in place here. I want to show you that first, and that includes parts of St. John's County, includes parts of Putnam and also Clay County. In St. John's County, around Elkton, there has been observed flooding, numerous places as well. This is a spot where they've had already 3 to 5 inches of rain, and of course more. This is where we've already had 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we could get another 3 to 5 inches of rain plus as we see the hurricane and the corridor of biggest moisture eventually track over central Florida and then exiting off the east coast later on into tomorrow morning. All right, we are prepared here in Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach. I'm in Jacksonville Beach. I had the chance to talk to the mayor just earlier, and here's what she had to say about preparations.
Right now, we are doing our usual storm preparation. So every department has their tasks that they go through and do. We are really working on removing a lot of debris from Helene. So our public works crews are out there working hard. Our beaches energy crews are out there making sure they're as prepared as they can be to keep the power on and then get the power back on at the point that we may lose it later this evening and tomorrow.
Right, and so power out is definitely a concern. I know a lot of folks have evacuated from the west coast of Florida here to Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach, and certainly power out is a possibility. The fact that the winds may be strong even after the rain leaves, know that it will take some time to get that power restored. Got to wait for the winds to calm down before the bucket trucks can get up there. And of course, the surge. There are storm surge warnings, and I think especially up the coast, some of the vulnerable areas in Jacksonville along the St. Johns River and throughout the St. Johns River basin could be dealing with some surge flooding here, so be ready for that.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Milton, a major hurricane that is taking aim at Florida. I'm Mike Bettis coming to you live from Tampa, Florida. We're anticipating high wind, storm surge, and rainfall flooding. Sitting right here on Tampa Bay, how high will the water come? It could be as high as 8 to 12 feet in some spots, and then even higher south now of Tampa, where the storm surge could maximize to up to 15 feet. Of course, a lot of people very worried about what could happen here. There's been a mass evacuation, the largest evacuation anticipated since Hurricane Irma struck back in 2017, and rightfully so, people are worried.
I live by myself. I've done what I can. I'm not capable of boarding anything up or doing anything more than I have. So hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst, but as long as we have God in our hearts and we have the strength, I think that's what matters. We have our family, we have God, and that's all we need to make it no matter where.
You know, if we're smart through this storm, we can be hopeful through this storm, and we can get through this storm. Wind's picking up a bit for us right now, and the rain as well. I'm going to show you a view of the skies. We've got some pretty strong winds that are hitting us right now, and the winds are coming out of the northeast. And this weather only gets worse as we go through the afternoon. But let's get an update on some more specifics when it comes to storm surge flooding along the West Coast, and head it back to the Weather Channel headquarters and meteorologist Alex Wallace.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. There, starting to get some of that rain, and Mike, you know, as we know, things are just going to continue to deteriorate there in western Florida, there to the Tampa area as we head on through our day. Of course, rain coming in, big winds coming in, but the National Hurricane Center, us, are all warning that storm surge, destructive storm surge, that's what's going to be one of the things that really sets apart here what we have to contend with here along the West Coast. Look at what we've got. Storm surge warnings. Not just the West Coast, but also on the East Coast. You work your way from Melbourne northbound, even into southeastern Georgia. We've got storm surge warnings, and then heading northbound up through Savannah into even a bit of South Carolina, storm surge watches, where we could be seeing storm surge heights reaching anywhere from 3 to 5 feet here in that yellow. No doubt about it, here on the West Coast is where we'll see the highest numbers, but even on the East Coast, we got to be prepared for that as well. But look at some of these values. 10 to 15-foot storm surge. And again, we're getting into the values that the National Hurricane Center, they just don't issue these types of values. That's how high they are. Generally, Tampa in the 8 to 12-foot range, but you head just south. And again, it was going to be mattering a big difference in where this thing makes the landfall in terms of where the biggest surge is going to be. Basically, along and just to the south. That's where we're going to maximize the storm surge here. If we can get that biggest push of water coinciding with the high tide, some of these values may get realized out there. So we got to watch out down towards Port Charlotte, sliding down Fort Myers, the Cape Coral area, these spots here, we can see water that gets up above 9 feet in a number of locations. So what does all that mean? You talk about all these numbers, 8, 9 feet, 10. What does that look like? Because I think a lot of us are visual, and being able to see it can really drive home the point. So Port Charlotte, 3 feet of water, and this is what we could be talking about. And this would be above normally dry ground. It's already life-threatening here, and at this point, it's just too late to evacuate, right? The water can knock you off your feet. Cars are floating out there as well, and of course, driving will be impossible in 3 feet of water. First floor of even homes and businesses, they start to flood. 6 feet. Unfortunately, water is expected to rise even higher than that. 6 feet now, that's above most people's head, unless you're like an NBA player. You got vehicles getting carried away, structures starting to fail. And what's in that water, right? This is not clean, nice pool water. Sharp glass, debris out there. Remember, there's still a lot of debris from what we had to deal with Helene that came through, and all kinds of chemicals out there as well. And the even scarier part is that some areas could be looking at surge values getting above 9 feet. We've got 8 to 12 feet in some spots out there in that range. At this level, the first floor of homes and structures here, they're completely flooded, and few places that are safe when the water rises this incredibly high. So the evacuation orders that are in place, if they've told you to leave, please do so. All right, Molly, I know we've got some tornado warnings to track to.
We absolutely do. We've had an evolving threat of tornadoes across South Florida. Alligator Alley and points to the north. That's where we have the tornado warnings that are ongoing. Now, the first one right here for Glades in Hendry County that goes until 11:30 a.m. This has the wording from the National Weather Service as a particularly dangerous situation. That's just about as serious as it gets, as a large and confirmed dangerous tornado is moving to the north, and rather quickly, too. We're talking at 30 miles per hour. So that means in areas just outside of this warning, like, say, Brighton, as well as Mildred, you need to go ahead and get into your safe spot now.
Well, let's get you caught up on what we know at this hour. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they have actually opened up 3 additional shelters for those who need evacuation, need to evacuate. Now, those shelters at Shields Middle School and Irwin Technical College are full.
Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They will reopen when it's safe to do so. And fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. Now, we have a significant evolving tornado threat across South Florida right now, where we've seen numerous confirmed tornadoes, dangerous tornadoes, not to mention all of this line that's about to come into the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some tornado warnings here that are moving through parts of the Okeechobee area, Glades and Hendry counties. This particular system has exhibited very strong rotation for a long time right in there.
It still
tornado.
is.
Yeah, still is.
Still is.
Tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we've seen pictures showing up, and these are some pretty intense storms, no doubt about it, tracking northbound essentially here. And the thing about it is, where's Milton? Milton's way to the west of all this activity that's breaking out here across southern Florida.
So if you are in that warning or out ahead of that warning, you need to take shelter. But we have additional tornado warnings, including like in Palm Beach until 11:45. This is for the Belglade area. And this is also moving to the north. And note, all of these are moving very quickly. We're talking 25 to 30 miles per hour, the motion on this.
Yeah, and they have that characteristic appearance of like Great Plains supercell thunderstorms in the spring. This is the kind of outbreak that we're seeing right now across parts of Florida, and there's more on the way. Alex was just talking about this big storms just offshore.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we got to watch that coming into the west coast of Florida. There they go. Yeah. And many of those are exhibiting and showing signs of rotation. So that coming ashore now, more than likely we'll start to see some of those get warned here. Heads up Fort Myers, Naples up towards Sarasota. Eventually Tampa will get in on some of that. With it, heavy rain, again, that potential for these storms to spin up. It's interesting, you know, we talk about these tropical cyclones and the tornadoes they generally bring. They tend to be quick-lived, short-lived.
Rain-wrapped.
Rain-wrapped. And these ones that are showing up right now out ahead, those are of a different variety.
They really are. And that is going to continue. Even as Milton is far offshore at this point, while this is making landfall, the tornado threat is going to continue. And even as this is passing over Florida and the entire peninsula, that tornado threat is still going to be present.
Yeah, I mean, that tornado threat, as you mentioned, will last not just through the afternoon, but into the nighttime hours, long after sunset. So this is not just reliant on the daytime heating and the instability there. It's got its own set of ingredients to support that tornado threat in the southern half of Florida, especially throughout the nighttime hours.
Yeah, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center has already had this area under a tornado watch here from this morning all the way through tonight.
And officials in the Tampa area are hoping people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents should be already in their safe place.
Let's get back onto meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, I got to imagine that one of the worries that is in place there is, from what we dealt with Helene, that brought issues to the Tampa Metro, some of the debris and the damage left behind there. Now you bring in another storm, and now all that debris is getting sloshed around in this next bout with surge.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Alex, because it's something I've been thinking about, right? You know, if we get all these piles of debris that are sitting around, because a lot of places people will put it out at the curbside and then the city will come along and pick it up and take it off to the landfill, right? It got me thinking, okay, see, we've got these piles of debris in many neighborhoods, right? That's still sitting there because we just haven't had time since Helene to pick everything up, right? What happens if you get 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, right? All that becomes flying projectiles, right? And say you don't live in a surge area and you just stayed, you know, what's that going to mean? Hopefully that means you've boarded up your windows or you put your hurricane shutters up, because I fear that maybe we're going to get a lot of broken windows because there's going to be flying debris now because there's so many loose objects that are here after Helene. And I would also say this, because we've got a tornado threat that comes along with this, we're going to see high winds. You'd want to basically hunker down and shelter in your location like you would for a tornado. So that means off the second level of your home or third story. You want to get down to the lowest level. Certainly if you've got risk for flooding, that complicates the issues, right? But you want to be down low and you want to be away from exterior walls and windows, okay? Just treat it like you would a tornado warning and protect yourself in that regard, because we could see both high winds with debris flying as well as storm surge. You look behind us here and you can see first responders coming across the Howard Franklin Bridge, coming from the beaches back toward the mainland over the bridge here. And winds at 45 miles per hour. They will indeed shut the bridge down, so there'll be no traffic over it at this point when the winds pick up. That'll happen, I think, by later this afternoon. We want you to stay with us here for continuing coverage here as we track Hurricane Milton, a dangerous threat to the state of Florida. More live reports right after this short break.
Hurricane Milton approaching the west coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live on the east coast of Florida, and we are here in Jacksonville Beach, where I want to take you out to the beach and show you what we're dealing with, at least with the waves right now, how this is going to change and how, of course, surge is going to be a factor. Now, you can see the waves out there. They've been running larger than usual at times, probably about 2 to maybe 5 or even greater than that today is possible, perhaps 5 to 7 feet, but it is certainly likely that the waves will increase tomorrow, and they're expecting anywhere from 12 to even 16-foot waves out here. Now, we're approaching the time of high tide. That's in about an hour, hour and a half, and you can see that the water is coming up to that area where the seaweed is from the last high tide, and likely as we get to tomorrow, it will come up even higher as well, because we are expecting a 3 to 5 foot storm surge along the beach. And that storm surge, to explain, is a push of the ocean water on top of where you would normally see it. And so we will see, I think, though, in pretty good shape. We have a great dune system here in Jacksonville Beach. They just did a big dune replenishment. You can actually see the dunes along here. They have a great dune system to begin with. We learned that from the mayor earlier. But then they did a fantastic job of replenishing the dunes. And so, of course, the local concern is that, well, they don't want this replenished sand to get washed away. But regardless, I think it's going to hold up to the surge that we are expecting. So we're not expecting any intrusion of that. Now, the wind, though, I've been out here. You can feel the wind a bit more than I could just on the other side of this boardwalk. And the wind has been very gusty, 10, 15 miles per hour already today. It is going to get stronger. And it's the strong winds which is going to create our biggest concerns. And that's with trees coming down and with power outages in the Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach areas. There is that concern for rainfall flooding. There is that concern for some surge flooding, especially up along the St. Johns River and in those pretty typical vulnerable areas. But when it comes to the power outages, I'm concerned about that because, there's a lot of folks who have evacuated from the west coast of Florida here. I know it would stink to be without power, but let me tell you, you're in a much safer place here. So, evacuating from the surge zone on the west coast was a smart thing to do. I learned from the mayor as well that they've got crews in place. They are ready to get power restored if it does go out. But of course, you just wait for those winds to calm down. The other concern I have with the winds is falling trees. That happened during Helene. There's a lot of cleanup and debris that had to get cleaned up after Helene. Falling trees could fall on roads, could fall on power lines, could fall on cars, could fall on homes. So I do want you to take some time today and just look around your house and see if there are any trees that are in a suspect spot, and make sure that you're in a safe place within your home as we await some of the stronger winds, tropical storm force winds here in the Jacksonville Beach area. South of here, there could be even stronger winds. So Alex and Molly, I'll send it back in to you all. Obviously no one on the beach today. It's just this weather that we are seeing right now is only going to get worse. It's already a rainy day, even before we get the influence directly from Milton.
Yeah, Jen, absolutely. No question about it. We look at the radar picture. There's Milton. Look at this. That's the rain going up into north portions of the state of Florida. So, yeah, we certainly have rain initially, and then we're going to deal with more coming in. And so that's one of the reasons why a flood threat exists, along with a tornado risk.
This tornado threat is becoming more and more significant as the hours go on. And this area we have been watching for quite some time now with an observed tornado that went through the Clewiston area and is still moving to the north through Glades County.
Yeah, and I think we have some pictures there out of the Moorhaven area, at least there. And of course, that storm right now is just on off towards the north.
I had to get a little bit closer just to see.
Are we seeing that swirling there? It's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell.
But there's clearly a nasty storm with some dark clouds, and it just certainly looks like things are certainly spinning and rotating in that area. So again, this is in Moorhaven, and we're looking on off towards the north of where that storm is, the Moorhaven looking north. is where the storm is right now in Glades County. And again, an observed tornado, that warning out until noon.
And the National Weather Service has tagged this as a particularly dangerous situation. And that's about as serious as the language gets when you have a tornado warning. And so if you are in this area, pretty much, I would say all around the Okeechobee area, you have just got to be very, very cognizant of these warnings, because we have seen more and more as the hours have gone on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because we clearly got the water showing up there on the left side of the screen. Maybe we're looking south towards Moorhaven there, at least in the video, because when you look at the radar, you can see the storm is on the west side of that water. So yeah, there's the clear rotation showing up there just north of Moorhaven as the storm tracks its way northbound there at this point. Again, dangerous storm. Again, these things have been observed here as it moves its way northbound. You see some of the cities that could be in line to deal with this storm here in the next several minutes. Sarasota County, Colony, I should say, at about 11:48, and then just after the noon time frame, right on that northern edge of where the warning is, you got Brighton. So if you're in any of these areas, that's going to be the time to make sure you're seeking shelter. Innermost a portion of the sturdy structure and away from the windows is where you want to be.
Let's go to a few of the other tornado warnings that we're experiencing right now, and some of the newest ones around Cape Coral. So we've got Charlotte and Lee counties. Look how large this tornado warning is. And the reason for that, as some of these outer bands start to move on shore, there are a lot of areas inside this that are rotating.
Another warning just popping up there in and around Naples. And this is just the start. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Of course, one of the threats we're facing at this hour is the threat for tornadoes. We've seen a number of warnings fire off here in southern Florida, a number of confirmed and visual evidence of tornadoes as well. We want to get you into one of the tornado warnings right now. It's for parts of Glades County here until noon. There you can see there's Moorhaven. There's cameras showing up there on the left side of your screen. The storm itself is just north of Moorhaven, and again, still showing the signs of rotation.
Very evident in the velocity of those two different wind directions meeting. And it's been this way. This velocity signature has been very evident now for, I would say, about an hour as we've watched this confirmed tornado continue to progress to the north. So we want to take this and extend it out and show you where this is headed. And that includes Sarasota Colony at 11:53, Brighton at 12:09, and then eventually into the Wild Island area around 12:24. And I know some of these areas are outside of the warning, but this is moving very quickly at about 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, we just continue to see the warning get extended there. So just a heads up there again until noon. We've got an observed tornado here that we've been watching here moving just north of the Moorhaven area there in Florida, basically just west of Okeechobee, moving its way northbound here. These storms moving at 20, 25 miles per hour, the general speed of these storms. And there's more to the south. Another warned storm there showing up as well. And you can see now pushing on into the west coast, southwest Florida now, getting in line and involved in some of these tornado warned storms.
Can we take to the camera at Sanibel Island? Not a lot visually that you can see right now because the rain is so intense, but this is also the area where we have a tornado warning, a very large warning when you look at just some of the areas that it encompasses, because as some of these outer bands are moving on shore, not are they loaded with rain, but they also have these areas of rotation. So now we have Bonita Springs that's in a warning. Now we have Naples that's in a warning. This includes Collier County until 12:15. 12:15 Eastern time, and you're looking at a pretty dangerous situation evolving for some of these areas that are now seeing some of the flooding concerns rise in addition to the tornado concern.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit different there than what we've been watching back off towards the east around Alligator Alley and points northbound up towards Lake Okeechobee, where you had these individual storms kind of isolated in nature and not necessarily wrapped in a whole lot of rain. You can kind of see them. That's not the case here off to the west as these storms are coming into the west coast. These are filled and laden with moisture and a lot of rain wrapping around. So you can't see anything. As you can clearly see Sanibel Island there, it's tough to see much at all. So you won't see anything coming. You got to get into your shelter immediately, not trying to get out there and try to spot this thing. Get to your safe zone.
As we take you back inland, where we have a number of tornado warnings as well, what Alex was talking about, you can see these. They are very visual right now because we have these isolated cells that are rotating. And this is also in Glades County, but you'll notice where we had the confirmed tornado that came through the Clewiston area. This is just to the west of it, following where we still have the confirmed tornado to the north. So an evolving danger situation, multiple tornado warnings, multiple confirmations of tornadoes, and this is not going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, we're in for the long haul, no doubt. We head east now. There's Lake Okeechobee. You head east of that. We got another storm that continues to work its way northbound now. That is just now north and east of the Pokey area, parts of Palm Beach County, and then also now north up towards Indiantown. That is where it is headed in that direction. So that warning is for this storm headed in that direction here to maybe just west of the Indiantown area, Canal Point, Port Mayaka, as well as Zana until about 12:19. Those are some spots that are in line to deal with that particular storm. So if you're any of these areas, seeking shelter is what you want to be doing immediately.
And we also have a tornado watch that's in effect from areas Tampa, Lakeland, all the way down to South Florida, where we're seeing these active tornado warnings right now. Let's get you back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is in the Tampa area live. And Mike, I know you've been dealing with the rain. You're under that tornado watch, but now we're watching some of these outer bands start to move through it. It's certainly starting to pack a punch.
Yeah, that gets dangerous for sure. Yeah, at the very least, you can see the winds really begin to pick up, but you may see some quick spin-ups of tornadoes as well. So tornado watch, hurricane warning, storm surge warning, in fact, right here in the Tampa metro. And the weather only gets worse from this point going forward with likely landfall well after dark tonight, maybe somewhere around midnight or after, depending exactly where the center comes ashore. What we're watching for, winds here in Tampa that could gust over 100 miles an hour, up to a foot of rain that's in our forecast, and also watching for extreme storm surge that may even eclipse the record-setting surge that we saw with Hurricane Helene. So the bridges are all going to close down. All the main bridges, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy, Howard Franklin Bridge that is behind me, they'll all close when the winds get to 45 miles per hour, and that may happen in the next couple of hours. So you should be in your safe spot now. Be ready to hunker down and ride this event out through the next 24 hours. We want everyone to be safe. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel. More continuing coverage as we track Milton right here at the top of the hour.